Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter got an evil devil ring? Part 2. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. And that, my friends, is why one should never tempt the merfolk into singing above water, especially around the two original Marauders who actually have the sensitive hearing of dogs and wolves, Harry declared with a grin. He briefly raised one hand in a gesture that caused music to burst into the air in a dramatic flourish, then returned to lightly pay. TTING, the rock-hard arms wrapped around his waist. Glancing at the setting sun, he blinked in surprise. Well, I'm sure you'd all prefer to just sit here in the grass listening to me prattle on about my childhood. But judging by the deepening shadows, I'd say we're missing the hour of the evening meal. Doggian and the others looked around in surprise, only just now realizing how the hours had passed so rapidly. Some of the elves yelped and ran toward the camp to inspect the still cooking meat, while the others gathered their newly charmed quivers and the arrows they had been fletching and rose to their feet. As they left, many of the warriors were adamantly of the opinion that they had no desire to ever see the world of Terra. Others noted that they could not decide if they did, or did not, wish to be around if ever the Marauders met Lord Elrond's twins, Elodin and Elrohir. Add the devils into that mix, and there was no more need for most to look for good nightmare material. Andonian, the young elvishly speaking, anyway, warrior whose damaged quiver had started Harry's latest protection efforts, approached somewhat diffidently. He had relaxed a bit around Marconnen, but Glorfindel was another story. Marconnen, I wish to thank you for repairing Ada's quiver and for the work you did to aid us and help us stay safe. It was kind and generous of you, and I am grateful. Both RRY and Glory looked up at the embarrassed elf in mild surprise. Harry simply smiled warmly and nodded in acknowledgement, while Glorfindel met the younger warrior's eyes and let his approval show clearly. Seeing this, Andonian stood a little straighter. Turning to leave, he paused briefly and asked, would you be willing to share more of your past with us sometime? This was a very enjoyable evening, and I think we actually managed to fletch more arrows in this brief time than we would have normally. Harry grinned happily as he declared in the manner of one repeating an often-heard statement, many hands make light work. He laughed outright at Andonian's puzzled nod and cautious agreement. That's something my favorite teacher liked to say. She would line us all up in front of plants to be repotted or a field to be weeded, and say those words in answer to anyone's complaints. She was right, too. Awesome lady. Anyway, it fit the possible fletching statistics. And, sure, I'll be happy to be the bard of the hour again. Maybe next time I'll tell you all about the troll in the bathroom. Doggian, Landian and Tavan all exchanged meaningful looks, before Doggian asked with dread, and how old were you during the troll incident, Marconnen? 15, 16. When Harry chirped, 11. But I was mature for my age. Glorfindel dropped his head back into Harry's hair with a moan and the standing elves looked very much as if they would gladly have face-palmed if it weren't so undignified. As they turned to depart, Doggian said firmly to the still-seated Astari, when you tell that story, Glorfindel will be present. Agreed. It's bad enough we must relate the story of the basilisk. I will not endanger us further by making us be the ones to tell your mate more of what you consider to be simple, childhood adventures. Harry chuckled at the retreating warriors, while Glorfindel merely nodded in fervent agreement, his face still buried in the sweet, raven tresses. Finally, the field was clear except for the two closely entwined mates. During the storytelling, Glorfindel had divided his concentration. While he had listened somewhat absently to the adventures his beloved told, the majority of his attention had been focused on the steady beating of that precious heart, the reassurance of his regular breathing, the warmth of his silken skin, the tangible evidence that proved to him that Marconnen was here. In his arms, alive, safe. He needed the proof of Marconnen's well-being more than he needed his own next heartbeat or breath. Sitting here, soaking in the presence of his true mate, had eased Glorfindel's almost frantic anxiety. He could think again, anyway. He could relax, a little. He could make himself let go of his mate for a short while. He could, but he damn well wouldn't. No, Glorfindel was holding tight, and as far as he was concerned, that was a condition that would not be changing anytime soon. He had done his best, truly. He knew Marconnen was innocent and uncertain in regards to intimate matters. Glorfindel understood his fears and had tried to give his smaller mate the time he needed to become accustomed to Glorfindel's touch, sharing instead the pleasures to be found without the full bonding experience. But the pull of the bond had become increasingly insistent, and the long night of nightmares added to the revelations of his mate's horrific past was taking the decision to wait away from him. The time was up. He literally could not delay any longer. He was certain he would lose his mind if he had to try. The appalling, undeniable reality was that Marconnen's presence now, in his life, in his arms, was sheerest chance. If his beloved had been any less than he was, in any way, Glorfindel's arms would have remained empty and there would have been another funeral, or four, in the wizarding world of Terra. Glorfindel would at best have only known of his true mate as a fantasy-induced dream, to dissipate with consciousness and fade from memory. The very thought clawed at his soul. Glorfindel needed to claim his mate. He needed the man with a desperation he could not ever recall feeling in all his long years, about anyone or anything. He clung to Marconnen's lithe form, breathing in the clean scent, calming himself as he prepared to bare his soul to the younger man. He need not have worried. Left alone in the field of sweet tea grass and wildflowers with his beautiful, troubled mate, Harry carefully turned fully in his elf's arms and lovingly met the worried, hazel gaze. Pressing a quiet kiss to the frown line between Glorfindel's golden, winged eyebrows. Harry stretched his long legs out and shifted until he was no longer kneeling in front of Glorfindel but was instead straddling Glory's lap. Seeing the gentle understanding in the brilliant eyes, Glorfindel issued a long, almost sobbing sigh and dropped his head to rest for a moment on Harry's strong, lightly muscled chest. "I'm here, Aglar. I am with you, love. I am not leaving you," Harry whispered into the soft, golden waves of his mate's hair. Glorfindel's only response was an almost desperate tightening of strongly muscled arms around Harry's waist. "I'm serious, Glory," Harry stated with fervent tenderness, tilting Glorfindel's face so he could smile reassuringly into the loving eyes and sorrowful gaze. "It may take a while to be able to fully exorcise my own demons. But this demon will never leave you. You'd better just accept it, husband. You are stuck with me forever." Glorfindel's arms tightened convulsively around Harry as his head raised sharply. He peered intensely into vulnerable green eyes, heart thudding in hope. "Husband, Melith Nin, you willingly declare me Hervin." He held his breath as he waited, praying that Harry had truly intended the word. That he understood his meaning. Happiness and relief swept through him as shy eyes did not look away from his own as Harry spoke in a near whisper, "Glory, my Aglar Hervin, Evanet. I could never in my heart be any less than your Hervin. If you do not wish a ceremony, I understand, nor will I speak of it if you do not wish it, but you are my forever mate, Glory. You are my glorious husband. Am I Aglar Hervin?" Joy exploded within Glorfindel, and his slow, brilliant smile and happy, slightly tearful eyes answered Harry perfectly. "If I did not wish it," Glorfindel repeated incredulously, "Beloved, I would put it on our battle banner and fly it from the heights if you allowed it. If I did not wish it, indeed," he scoffed, feeling his own worry disappear within a wave of happiness. Harry welcomed Glorfindel's fierce kiss with equal passion. Opening his mouth willingly to his husband's tender onslaught, he met Glorfindel's eager tongue with his own and engaged in a playful duel with the questing invader. Harry wrapped his arms around Glorfindel's neck, locked in an erotic dance of lips and teeth and tongues, and allowed himself to be swept along in this rising tide of need and passion. Parting briefly for air, neither could stand even that tiny separation. Long minutes passed as they rewarded and tormented each other with kisses that were almost combat as Ey nipped and attacked and devoured and plundered. Glorfindel deliriously muttered words of love and devotion between oral assaults, whispering in Elvish of his joy, declaring and demanding that only he, only Marconnen's husband, would ever kiss him like this, touch him this way, hold him this close, love him this much. Lost in the fog of sensation Glorfindel created, Harry vaguely heard his Glory speak what sounded like a vow in Old Elvish, the language of Glorfindel's own childhood, and knew in his soul that Glorfindel had just sealed them in a bond of true mates and husbands eternal. although he did not know the words. Harry offered up his magic into the vow and felt that it was accepted, as their true-mate bond flared and changed, somehow becoming even more than it already was. Glorfindel responded to the moment with even greater passion and a slowly eroding control that was almost tangible. Dropping hard, repeated kisses on Harry's willing mouth, Glorfindel slowly succumbed to the desperation to seal this bond in the oldest and most profound exchange of love. Opening begging eyes to Harry, he whispered, "Beloved, I know I said we could wait. Am I Melith Nin, I need you. Please, Aglar, please be ready for me now." Flushed and breathless, Harry interrupted, placing his finger on Glory's lips. "I cannot wait, even if you could, beloved. I need you, too. So much." He tossed his head back in sharp reaction as Glorfindel gripped his ass in large, strong hands and started to rise to carry his beloved mate, his new Hervan, back to their marriage bed. Scowling in emphatic denial of such a waste of time, Harry wrapped long legs tightly around Glory's waist, and apparated them directly into their bedroom. Dinner could most certainly wait. The bonding. They land in the middle of their bedroom without missing a step, Glorfindel continuing to rise gracefully to his feet with his bright-eyed mate clinging to him in needy desire. He took care to ensure their silencing curtain was tightly closed, then turned the full force of his formidable attention on the raven-haired beauty in his arms. Tightening strong hands on his little mate's perfectly rounded posterior, he lifted Marconnen up a bit to claim his lips in a clear statement of ownership, before slowly sliding the young man down the length of his body till his booted feet touched the floor. They stood together a moment, pressed tightly to each other, Marconnen's fists gripping Glorfindel's tunic as the golden-haired warrior held his gaze in a clear declaration of immense love and intense desire. In his eyes the forthright pledge of a dominant elf to his true mate. Forever, his eyes told the young man. "I will love you and protect you and want you, forever." A strong, calloused finger trace. The few tears that escaped welling emerald eyes, and the tenderness of the warrior's touch tracing down his face seemed to sink beneath Marconnen's skin and settle in his soul. Raising his own hand to wrap around Glorfindel's, emerald eyes locked with hazel in a moment of pure vulnerability. And, for the first time in his entire life, Harry willingly surrendered. Glorfindel saw it and felt it, he moment his mate turned all control and power over to him. He was humbled at the young man's faith in him, and awed at the resilient spirit that allowed Harry to endure a life such as he had in STI. Have the ability to trust enough to be so very vulnerable. And again, although the warrior would have said it could not have become any greater than it was, Glorfindel felt his love for Harry Pot. Marconnen Golden Flower, Demon grow yet again. Holding his beloved's beautiful face gently in his hands, Glory pressed a slow, sensual, open-mouthed kiss upon the parted, tempting lips and poured his love, his devotion, his gratitude, his promise, and his protection into the exchange. Feeling his mate's breath catch in a gentle sob and his hands wrapped tightly around his own wrists, Glorfindel knew that Harry had understood. This was more than a kiss. It was a vow. Slowly separating, Glorfindel dropped another swift kiss onto the upturned lips before taking a small step back. With heavy-lidded eyes, he surveyed his flushed little mate, momentarily amused at Marconnen's adamant dislike of being called little. It was true, for a male of the race of man, Marconnen was of respectable height and size. Thanks to his own efforts and the goblins to whom Glorfindel felt he owed a debt of gratitude. But elves were a tall race, and Glorfindel was tall for an elf. The only people who even rivaled his own height and size were the twins. Marconnen was easily ahead. Shorter than the elf, perfect for holding him close and tucking that cherished head beneath his chin, ideally suited to him in every possible way. To Glorfindel, Marconnen would always be his little mate. Seeing his young mate standing flushed and aroused in front of him, eyes raised trustingly to meet his own while Nervo's hands clenched the fabric of his tunic and a shy blush deepened the ivory cheeks to light rose, Glorfindel finally allowed his desire free rein. Reaching out a steady hand, feeling the clarity that normally came to him in moments of battle sweeping his senses, the warrior let his heated hazel gaze slowly drift from his trembling mate's hair down past his clenching fists to his shifting, booted feet. Deliberately maintaining a small, open space between their bodies, he began to unfasten Marconnen's tunic, one slow button at a time, allowing his fingers to just barely brush the skin beneath. When he reached the last button, he took hold of each side of the open shirt and deliberately parted it, baring the toned stomach and panting chest to his hungry gaze. He followed the path with lusting eyes as he ran a single, questing finger down that glorious skin from throat to navel, delighting in the shivers that accompanied its journey, before pacing a predatory circle around the trembling man. Stopping directly behind his breathless mate, he pressed his warm chest to Markonnen's back and reached long arms around to grasp the open edges of the tunic and pull it slowly back off the muscled shoulders and down the defined, silver-scarred back, letting the fabric whisper across the sensitive skin and add its own level of sensation to the torment he was sensually inflicting upon his Hervin. Releasing the tunic to fall and pool at their feet, he pulled the silken hair to the side and lightly blew a tortuous breath on the bared neck. Leaning down slightly, the warrior rested his chin on an ivory shoulder. Delighting in the light sheen of perspiration that now misted across his mate's skin, and pressed his face into the hollow of Markonnen's neck and shoulder to breathe lightly of the intoxicating scent and to send his own warm breath dancing across the shivering skin. He watched in satisfaction as the dusky nipples below his gaze pebbled ant being touched, and could feel through the bond that his delectable mate was utterly lost to the sweet seductive war Glorfindel was waging. Moving his head slightly, Glorfindel pressed his lips to the delicate ear hiding in the raven tresses and lightly growled, a deep, rumbling vibration of desire and dominance that sent responsive shudders through his entranced mate. He placed strong, calloused hands around Markonnen's waist, still pressed against the beautiful, bared back, and slid long fingers beneath the waistband of the leather pants. He was deeply pleased that there was no intervening fabric to stop his fingers from nding and gently combing the wiry curls that greeted him, and growled again in approval as Markonnen whimpered. He felt the hard, hot silk of his young mate's erect cock as it twitched against the back of his hands and sought to follow his gentle movements. He smiled against Markonnen's throat at the distressed whine when he slowly pulled his hands from beneath the leather, and purred soothingly in reassurance. As his sure hands found and began to unbuckle the silver belt, Markonnen's breath caught and his whole body pushed back against Glorfindel in response. They pressed together, barely breathing, as Glorfindel discarded the belt and opened the leather trousers, bearing Markonnen's erection to the cooler air of the room. Tortuously ignoring its needy twitching, Glorfindel passed his long, strong hands in teasing strokes across the skin near his mate's cock before running them down the firm hips and long thighs, delighting in the trembling of the strong muscles of his little mate's legs as he slowly peeled the leather pants down the long, graceful limbs. Kneeling behind Markonnen, the warrior sensuously rubbed his face against the silky skin of muscled thighs, sending a teasing wipe of tongue into the crease where buttock met thigh, and forced his mate to balance against him as he lifted each foot in turn to remove the distinctive boots and finally, stripped the leather pants fully from his shivering, panting beloved. Slowly rising to his feet, Glorfindel made sure to press against his mate's body during the ascent, to once again stand pressed, fully clothed, again. Saint the back and buttocks of the beautifully naked, fully aroused Markonnen. He again used fabric as a weapon, letting the textures of his clothing rubbing against the silken skin add its own level of sensation to the sensuous torture he was inflicting on Markonnen. Resting his huge, aching erection against the bared buttocks, Glorfindel lightly thrust at the same moment as he placed strong hands on naked hips and pulled Markonnen back against him. Letting his long, golden hair fall forward and slide against the goose-pimpled skin, he thrust again, closing his eyes in pleasure, and growled low in his throat in reassurance as his mate's breath caught in a near sob of need. Prowling around his mate again, Glorfindel stopped in front of the dazed young man and assessed his condition with deep satisfaction. Markonnen was exquisite. His ivory skin was flushed and lightly dewed with perspiration. His muscled torso, flat abdomen and long, toned legs could have been crafted by an artist, if not for the intricate, silvery sheen of dozens of scars scattered delicately across the ivory skin. His beautiful manhood was fully engorged, hard and deeply colored with arousal, standing out proudly from a nest of raven dark curls. His gem-bright eyes were dark with desire, lids heavy and cheeks and lips flushed as he panted lightly. Long, silky black hair swirled in wild waves around his shoulders, framing his face and catching the moonlight that poured in the clerestory windows high on the wall. He was perfect. Breathtaking. Mine. Glorfindel purred possessively, suddenly stepping forward to pull Marconnen into his embrace as he walked the willing young man backward to bed. When the mattress hit the back of Marconnen's knees, Glorfindel did not stop. Rather, he used his impressive strength. GTH with ease as he continued his young man's backward momentum until Marconnen was stretched in a long, naked line upon the large bed, the aroused warrior poised above him like a conqueror. Glorfindel pulled Marconnen's hands up to either side of the black hair, cast across the bedspread in wild disarray, and pressed his mate's hands firmly into the bed as he captured the parted, panting lips in an open-mouthed kiss so passionate that Marconnen's hips involuntarily thrust upward, seeking the friction his mate cruelly denied him, ending the kiss by suckling on the plump lower lip that had tormented him all day. Glorfindel rose above Marconnen and looked at him sternly. "Do not move," the elven warrior commanded. He waited for the emerald eyes to meet his own and for his mate to nod in obedience before he pulled himself off the bed and began to undress. He took no care to draw out the process, preferring to shed his clothing and return to his nude and aroused mate as expediently as possible. Efficiently removing boots and tunic at the same time, he met Marconnen's fascinated gaze and watched as he released the waistband of his pants and allowed them to slide to puddle at his feet. He stood tall and muscled, strong legs a pace apart, utterly comfortable in his nakedness. His long, thick cock was fully aroused, proudly displayed for his flushed young mate, twitching in response. Heated viridian eyes locked upon it and a pink tongue emerged to moisten the plump lower lip that tempted Glorfindel so. Possessive. Hazel eyes watched that tongue and his cock twitched again insistently. Glorfindel waited until the darkening green gaze raised to meet his own, watching his mate's eyes widen in trepidation as they took in the possessive, lustful, heated intent in the powerful warrior's face. As Marconnen's breath stuttered and he froze in place, shuddering prey to the aroused alpha predator above him, Glorfindel bared his teeth in a smile of satisfied ownership and nded upon his mate like a great mountain cat upon a trembling meal. He started at Marconnen's feet, nibbling kisses, licking and sucking, moist tongue and sharp, white teeth that teased and tormented across the long inner arch of graceful feet, up the well-formed calves, moving the responsive limbs to his will and sending shocks of sensation up his mate's body as the backs of his knees were explored, mapping out the strong upper legs and sensitive skin of his inner thighs. The warrior ran his straight, strong nose along the silken length of Marconnen's weeping cock, allowing his high R to brush across it and make it leap and strain, tantalizing the sensitive skin of the heavy globes nestled beneath, before he continued upwards, holding his mate's hips down as Marconnen strained for contact. Rolling his hips desperately in a bid for friction, he allowed the now moaning young man only the continued torture of hot breath and silken hair on his manhood as he continued to map out the beautiful body beneath him. He dipped a hot, moist tongue into the shadowed navel, enjoying the rapid clench of firm stomach muscles, and swirled his tongue across the taut abdomen and sensitive ribs. Lightly licking one tightly pebbled nipple, he blew a hot breath across the moisture and reveled in his mate's startled yelp and breathy moans as he suckled and nibbled and feasted from one nipple to the other across the heaving chest. All the while, Glorfindel's hands were busy, fully occupied in exploring the moaning, writhing, delectable body of his true mate while he documented the tastes and scents and sounds that he would forevermore identify as mine. He touched Marconnen everywhere, alternating the delicate touch of a master craftsman with the firm grip of a warrior, never letting his mate settle. Never letting a touch become familiar before it changed and morphed and transformed into another, and another, and another. He was ruthlessly employing millennia of sensual experience toward a single goal, the complete, overwhelming seduction of one Astari warrior. His Hervan, finally reaching Marconnen's mouth, froms and shocked whimpers and moans emerged amidst sweet whispers of glory. "Please, my husband, please." Glorfindel descended upon the lips of his mate like a thirsting elf in need of quenching. He seized that delicious cavern with his own fierce kiss, ruthlessly, forcing the tender lips wide and plundering the tender interior with devastating skill. Marconnen's hands were now clenched in his long, golden hair, pulling tightly against the overwhelming attack on his body, and Glorfindel loved it. He felt Marconnen's long leg wrap around his own and allowed his mate to pull him down upon him with leg and arms and tempting, teasing mouth. Both males moaned in Appreciation as the warrior settled his nude, muscular form upon the smaller man, and long minutes were spent lost in the joy of skin on skin, caressing hands and deep, passionate kisses. Reaching a long arm out unerringly to snag the small jar and towel he had placed on the side edible that morning, he congratulated himself on that bit of forethought and began once more to slide down Markonnen's addictive form. Glorfindel journeyed back the way he had begun, descending down his mate's form with nipping kisses until he swirled a skilled tongue into the shadowed navel and settled between the twisting, toned thighs. He raised heavy-lidded eyes to Markonnen's wide-eyed gaze, amused to see that the young man was resting on his bent arms as he watched his golden warrior. Keeping his intent focus upon his desperately aroused but blushingly shy mate, he lowered his face slightly and dropped a gentle kiss upon the butter-soft tip of Markonnen's cock. It twitched in immediate response, and Markonnen's mouth opened in panting hope. Watching his little mate watch him, Glorfindel finally opened his mouth fully and slowly, tantalizingly slowly, took the heavy cock into his mouth. Markonnen's helpless, quavering, breathy glory went straight to his own cock, and he pushed his hips into the mattress beneath as he concentrated on pleasing his mate. Holding the lean hips down upon the bed with one hand, Glorfindel swirled his tongue around the length of silken flesh in his mouth, bobbing his head, alternately sucking and licking his mate's manhood while cupping and cares. Sing the heavy sack and listening to Markonnen's desperate whispers and moans. Feeling the round balls begin to tighten and draw up against Markonnen's body, he firmly tugged them back down and smiled devilishly at his mate's indignant yelp. Releasing the saliva-slick cock from his mouth with a vulgar pop, he smirked up at the scowling emerald eyes, wanting to laugh but restraining himself, and told Markonnen, "You will not come until I am deep within you and am coming, as well, not a moment sooner. Understand?" He stroked the hard length in his hand for emphasis, adding an almost brutal twist. Near the end of the movement that caused Markonnen's elbows to unlock and drop him back upon the bed at the added surge of pleasure his mate literally forced out of him. Blinking emerald eyes dazedly at the ceiling, he realized from the sudden, deliberate stillness of that wonderful hand and mouth that Glorfindel was waiting for his answer. Trying to look irritated but sure he only managed to look desperately aroused. He jerkily nodded his head in agreement and then could not help but plead, "Glory, don't stop. Please." The heat in his mate's eyes nearly sent him over the edge as the elven warrior growled, "Beloved, I wouldn't stop if Sauron himself were at the door." With that, the wicked mouth descended again upon his needy cock and Markonnen surrendered to the insanely skilled abilities of his glorious warrior. Knocking the lid off the ceramic jar, Glorfindel dipped 2 long fingers into the lightly scented oil and brought them between his mate's straining thighs. Slowly releasing the hot, wet cock from his mouth, the warrior pointed his tongue and delicately dipped it into the weeping slit at the tip just as he allowed one circling finger to penetrate the twitching, sensitive rosebud between his mate's clenching buttocks. The distraction worked, and his long finger slid into the tight heat of Markonnen's body with relative ease, blessed in its passage by the reassurance of the bond humming between them. Finger carefully twisting and turning within Markonnen's body as Glorfindel licked and sucked the straining cock, the warrior had to close his eyes and exert fierce elf control when his raven-haired beauty begged him to hurry. By Mandos, hearing his mate urge Glorfindel to take him now in a breathless voice husky with uncontrolled desire was enough to make the warrior come unassisted. Resisting the siren's call of his mate's pleading voice, Glorfindel took his time adding a second finger, and then the third, carefully stretching the tight passage in preparation for a much larger invasion. He considered adding a fourth finger, knowing that his own, fully aroused cock was, like Glorfindel, far larger than the average elf, but the desperation in his mate's vow. Ice and the spasmodic clenching of his ass around his fingers when they lightly brushed the sensitive bundle of nerves within his mate was too much for even Glorfindel to resist. Gritting his teeth, he pulled his fingers from his mate's body and quickly slicked up his own cock before wiped his hand on the towel. Releasing the frantically weeping cock from his mouth, Glorfindel rose up over his maw. As though he were the avenging angel of the two. Markonnen was so far gone in his need of his powerful mate that he nearly wept in relief as Glorfindel loomed above him, reaching desperate arms up to the blonde warrior and spreading his legs wantonly, uncaring of his dignity. Capturing the heated, green fire of his Hervan's gaze, he dropped a strong, wet, open-mouthed kiss upon the beloved lips. A kiss eagerly returned in kind by a moaning, panting Marconnen. Glorfindel positioned himself at his mate's prepared core, and raised both of Marconnen's legs up to rest on his strong forearms. It took every bit of his formidable self-control to press his straining, engorged cock carefully into the delicious rosebud of his mate's core, but Glorfindel was rewarded when Marconnen's body received him as if it, too, knew they belonged together. He closed his eyes in bliss as he sank into the incredibly tight, wondrously hot depths of his beloved's perfect body, feeling his heavy balls resting blissfully against his mate's buttocks. Pausing a moment to allow Marconnen to accept his invasion. It was not long before Marconnen desperately urged, "Move. Oh, goddess, glory, please move." Opening his eyes and looking down into the glazed gaze, he hissed when Marconnen rolled his hips desperately against him, driving his cock even deeper into that perfect ass, and then obeyed his little lover with a will. Glorfindel moved. Marconnen threw his head back and nearly screamed as his fierce, powerful, glorious mate pounded into him, hitting his prostate every time he thrust with devastating accuracy. As his balls once again began to tighten and draw up, he was enraged when Glorfindel clamped a tight hand around the base of his penis and refused to let him come. The need was building, coiling within him. The pleasure mounting and trebling and spiking, and that son of a bitch he was mated to kept his fingers tight around his cock and refused him release. Marconnen sobbed in ecstatic despite. As Glorfindel pounded his prostate with the silk-wrapped length of steel the warrior claimed was his penis, but it couldn't be, because if it were he would have come already, and he, Harry, wouldn't still be spiraling upward into an impossibly high peak of pleasure that kept spiking and climbing. Glorfindel held tightly to his mate's cock, denying him the orgasm his young mate desperately wanted. He would have laughed, had he the breath, at the furious green glare as it conflicted with the endless stream of pleas and endearments flowing from the perfect mouth. Glorfindel was not new to the bedroom arts. Several thousands of years of practice probably qualified him as lethal even here. But he was en little mate, no matter what the young man seemed to think at the moment. He knew what he was doing. This first time together would further cement the true mate bond, and he would not have it be anything less than as powerful and intense and soul-changing as their love itself. Rolling his hips, expertly to change his angle of entry just slightly, he managed to still hit his mate's prostate, hard, but at a slightly different angle, refusing to let his mate even get a chance to adapt to the mind-bending spikes of pleasure without ensuring they varied in potency and effect. Tears of ecstasy began to roll down Marconnen's face, and Glorfindel leaned forward to run a long, loving tongue down the sweaty cheek to taste the sweet tears. He could feel through the bond what his little mate felt. He knew that Marconnen was not weeping in pain or fear. He felt as his mate did, that together they were driving toward nirvana. One powerful thrust at a time. Releasing his tight grip on the base of Marconnen's cock and sitting back on his heels, Glory pulled Marconnen up into his lap, forcing the young man to straddle him and leaning him back to semi-recline as Glorfindel supported him with impossibly strong arms. The added tension of the posture, their quivering muscles, the sweat pouring from their bodies, and the relentless pounding of Glorfindel's cock as he drove into Marconnen's ass finally, pushed them both over the dangerously high peak they had climbed together. In time with each other, the ecstasy coiled tighter and tighter, before snapping under the pressure and recoiling violently through their straining bodies. As ecstasy slammed into him, Glorfindel pulled his mate tightly into his arms, pushing him down onto his cock as they clung together. Nearly blacking out at the intensity of his explosive release, Glorfindel's hips spasmed in time with the long, powerful pulses of his agonizing climax deep within his mate's responsive body. Even then, lost in the mindless moments of nearly unendurable pleasure, he protected his mate, holding the young man close as he screamed out his ecstasy to the havens, welcoming the long, hot ropes of white pleasure that pulsed between their bodies from Marconnen's now violently sensitive cock. Glorfindel shuddered along with his mate and held him close as they endured the remaining, shuddering spasms of their joining. As their bodies finally began to calm from the violence of the storm they had created, Marconnen collapsed against his mate's chest and wept. The bond between them nearly glowed with vitality, and the young man in his arms was simply overwhelmed by the strength of their love and the power of their bond. Glorfindel's muscles quivered, But he held his young Hervan close and comforted him with soothing circles on his back by hands that would never be less than strong enough for his beloved. Carif. Yuli wiping away the spent seed of his beloved, he tossed the towel to the floor and pressed a gentle kiss upon the swollen lips, tenderly capturing the small sob that emerged from his mate. Surrendering to the fast encroaching exhaustion, Glorfindel gently pulled Marconnen down with him, to lie wrapped in his arms, tousled head resting on his chest, whispering promises and endearments to his love and listening to the sobbing breaths. Slow and even out as sleep descended. Just as his heavy eyelids finally closed for the night, Glorfindel heard Marconnen whisper, "I love you, Glory." He thought. He managed to mumble a reply as he drifted off to sleep. The Devil's Sandwich. Glorfindel had departed before Legolas had finished asking for the story of how the demon team became winged. The Mirkwood Prince understood completely. The Balrog Slayer needed to be with his mate, needed to assure himself that his mate was here and safe and whole. Legolas felt the same need regarding his own mates who, while enduring their own hellish past, when compared to Marconnen, had led wonderful lives. It didn't matter what degree of hell it had been, each of these remarkable people had led lives of horror and despair, and somehow emerged strong and wonderful and absolutely beautiful. He did not need to consult the delicate bond that had begun to hum between the three mates for Legolas to know that his devils were in pain. Dredging up the past had been excruciating for them, and seeing his smiling mates rendered grim-faced and silent made the blonde archer want to personally help kill those who had created this pain. As that was not possible, for the moment, he chose to use distraction to help bring his devils back to themselves and their present happiness. Mentally reviewing the past hour, he focused on a moment when the mood of the devils and angel had seemed to lighten momentarily. Tilting his head to the side curiously, unaware that the twins immediately decided that he was adorable like that, Legolas looked from Fred to George and asked, "What did you mean when you three spoke of how hard Harry, Marconnen, trained?" You seemed amused. George smirked as he pulled their little one's feet into his lap, removing the low boots to begin caressing and rubbing the slender bones and soft skin. He watched with a grin as Legolas tried not to moan in pleasure. "You can call him Harry, beloved. Our original names are for family. Use them if you prefer, or not. As to your question, Harry was a slave driver. He was completely ruthless. When we finally got a spell mastered, he would congratulate us, and then say, 'Now, do it another 100 times so that it becomes a reflex and so we can recognize that spell from another.' Not only that, but we also learned every shield and counter to the one spell, so that we could practice casting it at each other and learning to block and dodge faster. We learned more about every single spell than most of our fellow students learned in total about all of the spells. I'm just thankful he had us learning martial arts long before we actually had to do any serious dueling," Fred added ruefully, toying with their mate's hair. He loved running the long strands through his fingers. It felt like cool silk and shone like moonlight in his hands. Legolas furrowed his brow, another look that the twins decided was adorable on their little mate. "Why, what does one have to do with the other?" He thought for a moment, then ventured, "Possibly speed. Reflexes." He felt a burst of pride at the looks of approval on his mates' faces, and resisted the urge to preen a little. It was hard, though. He had precious few memories of someone else being proud of his intellect. Exactly so. Because the martial arts training gave us the extra oomph to dodge, George replied, tickling the feet in his lap. He gripped the kicking ankle firmly and gently soothed the twitching foot. Exchanging a glance with Fred, he knew they had both filed away for later exploration the fact that their little mate had very sensitive feet. Legolas was quiet for a few moments, reflecting on what the twins' past had been like. "Did you celebrate any special days together, after you became a family?" "Naming days, perhaps," he asked, remembering the small happy celebrations when he was younger and still allowed to be just Legolas. Large, reminiscent smiles appeared on the strongly handsome faces. "Oh, yes. Demon made sure that our birthdays were huge celebrations. For a young man raised without a family, he's incredibly good at taking care of one. He had the whole Nor decorated festively and all of our favorite foods were prepared, and the amount of gifts he gave us was amazing. Of course, most were practical gifts, like our ceremonial axes and our cloaks, dress robes. George chuckled fondly, lightly caressing the fine-boned ankles beneath his hands. He liked to pet Legolas, and Legolas liked to be petted. He'd be willing to bet if Legolas had an animagus form, he would definitely be a cat. He could almost hear their little elf purring under the attention. Following his twins' thoughts with ease, Fred grinned as he ran caressing hands through the moonlight hair and continued to reminisce. Harry does wonderful birthday pre'd get our best prank material, rare potion ingredients, books, rare candies. He was even able to sneak Siri and Remy over for the celebrations. We had an early birthday party for him, too, in June. We sort of figured that one or both of the old bastards would sabotage his birthday. I think that was one of the few DAYs we had together before the war ended. Not just parties, though. Harry cares for family like no one else ever could or would. Until we met Harry, we were probably the only two people who ever saw the other as individuals. But who also really understood our bond as twins. We weren't just two more freckled redheads. After he tore our old family a new asshole, which they needed, considering the amount of crap they utter, he took us shopping. We had left the Weasley home with nothing. At first, we tried to get secondhand stuff, go on the cheap, you know. So, he just started vanishing all cheap stuff we picked and throwing in the most expensive items he could find, just to make a point that we were actually worth it. He wouldn't stop until we had gotten anything and everything we really wanted. And a lot of things we had never even thought about but turns out we needed. For the first time, we had new clothes that fit us in body and personalities. He did the same for Luna as well. George shook his head in awe, having to swallow hard against the memory of how it felt to suddenly have so much value to someone other than his twin. Legolas missed nothing as he watched and noted every little nuance his mates showed. I don't understand. What did you mean? Your brother showed you more familial love? Legolas asked. He was bothered by this. Even though his mates had been disowned, it sounded like their childhoods before that event had not been happy either. And he still didn't understand how it wasn't obvious to everyone that there was George, rubbing his feet, and this was clearly Fred, petting his hair. They were so different, his Eredin and Sidhenadin, but they were the Devils, too, utterly together. How was that complicated? He huffed in frustration and focused back on his mates. George's jaw was clenched, and he didn't answer, so Fred explained softly, we were from a large family, one that was not well off and had very little regard in the community. We had 3 older brothers and 2 younger siblings. Our parents praised the older ones for their perfect schooling, successful careers, and such. Our younger ex-siblings were needy children, with Ron winning until he got praise and attention he hadn't earned. And Ginny, well, she was the only girl, and the littlest kid as well. Spoiled rotten, pretty much praised for breathing. But Georgie and I, not so much. Just the twins. Flip sides of the same coin. Nothing special, mostly a bother. We always had a good sense of humor, it helped us to deal with everything. So once George and I were old enough to understand that we could only rely on each other, we began to distance ourselves from our family. And they let us. Not actually sure they even noticed. While we weren't neglected like Harry, none of them had time for us. The oldest got new things because they were first, or best, or whatever. The youngest got new things because they whined the loudest, or were the precious baby girl, or whatever. But us, nah, we got hand-me-downs from our older brothers' hand-me-downs. Leftover stuff for the leftover kids. Our siblings were praised for their accidental magic, it showed they were powerful and talented. When we had accidental magic, it was because we were undisciplined and causing trouble. We were blamed for the things that our younger siblings did wrong, intentionally or accidentally. Like dishes exploding and such. So, we retaliated by pranking. If we were going to get scolded for something, it might as well be our own work, Fred ended with a smirk. It conflicted strongly with the pain in his eyes. Legolas felt his heart clench. This was so wrong. How could his wonderful, utterly original mates have been so overlooked? How was that even possible? How blind did a person have to be to miss them? George smiled gently at the dark thoughts evident on their little elf's expressive face. The Weasleys were all in the past. Their lives now were filled with love and pride. Liftin. Ga Slenderfoot to begin a soothing massage against the delicate arch. He smirked at Legolas' appreciative moan and continued the history lesson. So, when Harry made us officially his family, actually, even before that, he praised us. He didn't offer empty compliments, but he really understood and appreciated our new ideas for pranks. He encouraged us in our studies, made sure we had not just what we needed but what he felt we deserved, what would make us happy. He actually cared that we were happy. He hugged us and whispered encouragement whenever things became too hard. He pushed us to do our best, but knew when we needed a break and made sure we took care of ourselves and each other. In some ways, Harry was more like an older brother, maybe even a father to us than he was our younger brother. He's gone through so much that he can't help but be mature and have this, I don't know, this presence, I guess. For Luna girl, he definitely was an older brother or father, while we were just her older brothers. George explained, moving away from the tempting ankles and now rubbing Legolas's legs. The elf was nearly boneless with relaxation, but remained focused on learning about his mates. Relaxing into the petting of his hair and massaging of his legs, Legolas thought for a moment. It sounded a lot like how he felt when Gimli befriended him, melting his well-trained icy defenses with the simple warmth and concern and acceptance the paternal dwarf offered unhesitatingly. Smiling softly, he tilted his head as something occurred to him. You went to that school, filled with students and teachers. It sounded like it was quite large. I understand that Harry had a horrible situation, but what of you? You had no teachers or mentors on your side at all, besides those that you had contracted through the goblins. I mean, Fred and George paused for a bit, thinking back before George finally thought of one. Well, there was Professor Sprout. She was pretty great, actually. She was always letting things slide whenever we did something prankish, so long as our work was done and no one was hurt. Well, no one who didn't deserve to be hurt, that is, he corrected darkly. And she was the only one I remember who gave detentions and took points from people who gossiped and mocked us, especially after we were disowned. Chuckling at the demanding wiggle of the slim feet in his lap, he resumed his massage. Smiling as his elf once again melted against them. Fred tipped Legolas' head back to smile down into the soft blue eyes that looked up at him inquiringly, before dropping a kiss between the finely shaped eyebrows and resuming his compulsive petting of their elf's addictive hair. Too bad she didn't have more power at the school. She was one of our favorite teachers. He would always smile and laugh at our pranks. She even sent hints our way for pranks. Yeah, she would say something like, not that I would think of such a thing, but if I were a prankster, I'd want to know that Devl's snare when dried is great for providing an extra oomph in certain potions. She'd never be looking at us when she did that, always sort of talking to the air in our general vicinity. George laughed fondly as he remembered the vigorous, plump woman. I wonder how she is doing. The twins trailed off together, lost in memories as they continued to pet and pamper their purring elf. Where would I be without Luna? Halder rested his back against the headboard of their bed, his luminous angel resting peacefully in his arms, her beautiful hair spread across his naked chest in a pale curtain of softest silk. He adored this woman, so new to his life, but fitting within his very soul as if born there. His arms tightened around her, calloused hands caressing the silken skin of her back and hip. As he reflected Yupo his minx sleep, he felt exhausted, worn out from the highs and lows of a very long, emotional day. From the morning filled with satisfying the aggravating, duelist questions of the warriors regarding the lost tribe, through the feast at Helm's Deep and all that it entailed, to the shocking moment when his mate and her family suddenly sprouted wings and launched them into the sky, and wasn't that a hilarious surprise for them to spring on Halder and Glorfindel, who had thought they were fully apprised of the plans for the day, through fending off High's amorous mate in the air and then taking her, repeatedly, once on the ground, only to join his family in the central gathering room for a history lesson so painful he was still shaken by it. Valar, he was grateful this day was over, and that his precious, priceless mate lay safely in his arms. Halder felt sleep trying to take him, and he fought it back stubbornly. He wanted to remain awake, guard and protect his angel and hold her close all through the night. He had a deep fear, irrational though it may be, that he would awake to find it had all been a wonderful dream. Even the thought opened a wound within his heart. Watching Luna sleep off the maelstrom of emotions she had undergone earlier, the Marchwarden of Lothlorien felt desperately vulnerable to the vagaries of fate. It was not lost on him that, had Marconnen been any less the incredible person he was, he would not have the happiness he had now. His angel would not be here, none of them would be here. For all he knew, after than being pulled from battle by his mate and dropped within the protective circle of the newly arrived demon team, he could have simply died on the battlefield at Helm's Deep, slain by some unknown Uruk-hai or orc. Never to know his beautiful angel or her remarkable family. Had Marconnen been any less, Middle-earth may well have continued its death march into the darkness that is Sauron. But the demon team was here, and the lost tribe was returning, and Haldir did not even feel he was tempting fate by believing that somehow, everything was going to be all right. But he still refused to sleep. Tracing a gentle hand over the delicate features of the astonishing woman in his arms, Haldir sent a brief prayer of gratitude to the Valar for bringing her and her family to Arda. Again, it all comes back to Marconnen. A sneer marred the handsome face as Haldir recalled the details about Luna's own father, and the torments of her school years before Demon. Well, before Harry Potter, he supposed. Thank the Valar, again. For Glorfindel's new mate, he wondered briefly if his beloved would have still turned out as beautiful and playful, serene and deadly, without the man who first called her sister. Before his throat clenched in borrowed sorrow and he abruptly abandoned that line of thought, not wishing to think of his life without his mate. Brushing his hand against her soft cheek, Haldir's eyes slowly closed and his breathing deepened and evened out as he slowly relaxed into sleep, but his arms remained firmly wrapped around the slender figure resting against his chest. Moonlight meeting. As the moon rose and the camp slept, except for the few guards posted well away into the trees, 4 shadowy figures moved silently over the ground till they reached a moonlit meadow redle. And with the dewy aroma of tall grass and wildflowers. The moon watched as a demon raised his sword confidently, watching the shadows and assessing his opponents. Several paces away, an angel waited serenely, twin short swords resting tip first in the soft earth. Elsewhere, a pair of smirking devils swung their axes from long, muscled arms in a practiced battle warm-up. For a moment, nature itself seemed to hold its breath as the 4 paused, before time flowed back into normal progression as the 4 figures moved as one. The weapons met in a 4-way clash with a single sound, perfectly timed, and with that they swung into a graceful battle that was as well called a dance. It was fierce, physical, graceful, violent. It was beautifully choreographed and wildly impulsive. Weapons rang as they clashed, whistling through the air with practiced speed and strength. The warriors held nothing back, except their magic. This was not about the magic. It was about the dance. Fully focused in vigorous exchange of muscle and metal and skill, they did not notice the small audience that gathered and watched. One by one, Glorfindel, Legolas, and Haldir had awoken to empty arms and beds and come hunting their mates. Gimli followed silently, always ready to lend his aid to friends and family. The closest guard heard the ring of metal and came to investigate, as did Dogian, who was the W. Arden on call this night and had been seated by the fire. Slowly, the privileged few gathered to watch an extraordinary demonstration of the battle skills of the demon team. It was an otherworldly dance, with deadly weapons. They stood in awe as Angel gracefully twirled away from a swinging axe to block a vicious chop from Demon, who in turn ducked a swipe from a lethal axe from the Devils. They watched the Devils skillfully sidestep each other's blow while stopping attacks from the Demon and Angel. They worked together, and individually, and in pairs, and in every combination imaginable. No words or signals were given that any of the observers could detect. The 4 were in such harmony that the sounds of their weapons and the gentle breeze through the grasses with the crickets for echo. Panament created a song that only these few were privileged to hear. Gimli watched the devilish axe warriors with shining eyes. This was poetry, made lethal. As the fight came to a graceful end, the audience all smiled in odd appreciation as each of the 4 held another in a death point, none to survive, none to die this day. With familiar ease, the weapons were withdrawn and placed on the ground. Moving as one, again, each of the 4 moved forward and closed the circle to embrace and comfort each other. None of those watching missed the fact that Demon seemed to be the primary comforter of the group. calling forth his magnificent wings to wrap around his family protectively as the devils each dropped their heads onto one of his shoulders and wrapped an arm around his waist and one around Luna, who stood with her own arms around Demon's neck. They watched as Demon wrapped strong arms around the devil's shoulders and placed his own head lovingly atop Luna's fair hair, sheltering and comforting his family. There were no dry eyes as the raven-haired young man whose own life dictated he should not have been able to love, whispered soothingly to his siblings, possibly his children, and dropped a tender kiss upon each bowed head. The beautiful black feathers rippled in the midnight breeze. So poignant, and achingly beautiful. A few moments later, they slowly separated to sit together in the long grass, talking about the past couple of days, reconnecting with each other since finding their mates and dealing with the stress of sprouting wings, traveling, battle once more in their shared past. Doggian and the night guard thoughtfully returned to their positions while Gimli and the trio of mates quietly left the meadow, leaving the siblings to care for each other, knowing they needed this time. The four males shared a look of unspoken agreement, conveying wordlessly that what they had seen would remain private and cherished. They separated and returned to their separate rooms, Gimli to settle into sleep while the others patiently awaited their mate's return. Marauders. Honor. Damn it, Remy. They've only been gone for a few days and already this world holds no appeal to us. Without our kids, I really don't want to be here, Sirius Black growled, while Hedwig hooted and hissed in angry agreement. The snowy owl was staring at a wizarding photo of Harry and his siblings. I know, Siri, but if we are going to follow, we need to make sure that everything is taken care of. And yes, I agree, we are going to follow. Plus, I think Hedwig is just as annoyed as you are, glaring at Harry's painting. It might combust, Remus teased the two tiredly. He wanted his pack back. He missed their children. He and Sirius were actually more brothers than just longtime friends. But they shared the same type of bond as Harry, Luna, Fred and George. The pain had been bad when Harry forced them into hiding, but the moment they had actually left this world for the other, both Sirius and Remus had been in torment. Hedwig, too, was in emotional pain, feeling the bond of a familiar stretched unbearably thin. They had made plans to get themselves into Middle-earth, working feverishly with Harry and the kids in the week before they departed, but both had awakened this morning with the overwhelming sense that something had changed. Something big. Now the urgency to follow their kids into Middle-earth was overwhelming. Their tasks here were nearly done. And although neither had discussed it, Remus suspected that both of them were also experiencing this strange sense of anticipation. As if they were young again and Yule was coming. Hedwig puffed out her feathers indignantly at Remus's teasing, clearly relaying the message of, I would never. Before punishing him by eating Remus's food, Sirius laughed at Remus's look of abused resignation, before taking a sip of his tea and leaning back into his chair, hoping that his pups were all right, and wondering why he had this shivery feeling of excitement that just would not go away. An idea sprouts. Professor Pomona Sprout was attending to her plants, lost in the meditative state that allowed her to do her best thinking. She was mostly thinking of the demon team, wondering if they were all right, hoping that they weren't injured and that they were finally living their lives. If only she knew where they were, old have gone over and seen for herself, but if there was one thing she knew about Harry Potter it was that if he didn't want them to be found, then no one would find them. Hedwig could have found him, but she was no longer in the Ollery. No one noticed when she left, or knew where she had gone. Her busy hands paused a moment as a thought occurred to her. Wherever he was, Harry would still need money. Maybe the goblins could pass a message for her. Nodding decisively, Pomona cleaned up her workspace and briskly walked to her rooms, where she began composing a letter for her favorite students. She only wished her own prodigy apprentice had been able to be part of that group. The poor boy would have been so much better off supported by the strength and protection of the demon team than acted to the useless people assigned to befriend him. Her apprentice had never wanted to be part of that evil man's manipulations. He was happiest hiding in her classroom or the greenhouses, working with plants. Then those little backstabbers tried to sink their claws into him. Even though Harry and her student weren't friends, the boy had definitely looked up to and admired Harry Potter. Pomona believed that Harry would have accepted the boy into his heart, perhaps even his family, if only he had overcome his crippling shyness and gained the courage to actually talk to the lad. Maybe things could have been different. They could have been better. She looked thoughtfully at the letter she was composing and raised wondering eyes to gaze out her window. Maybe, she thought, they still can. Chap 8 off to the woods. Correct verse. A.N. Okay, kids. First, if anyone got caught in my 5-minute posting and recall at 5:30 a.m. CST, Roops. Posted the wrong one and panicked. Now, mea culpa for the delay in getting this chapter out. My 11-year-old has both bronchitis and influenza and has missed 11 days of school so far. Pikachu Mama has been involved with seminars and airplanes, neither of which is especially good for lurid fanfiction, either. Still, the delay is my fault. I was going to consider posting just half, but I decided I won't do that. This story will be taken through to its fruition. And side stories will sprout from it, too, and you and it deserve our best. Besides, I promised myself that if I started a story, I would be like Pikachu Mama and Slayer of Destiny, the kind of writer that doesn't torture her readers with delays going into months, half-assed updates without a damn fine reason or abandonment. Not gonna happen, folks. Just, if it takes 10 days instead of week, assume illness somewhere in the mix and have faith that it will be posted sooner rather than later. I'm giving a shout out to Mark's mom, Slayer of Destiny, and, of course, Pikachu Mama. And once again, thank you, all of you who read, all who review, and especially all who tell me they have found joy in another fandom because of this story. Blessed be. Wordsmith. Legolas. First night. Glorfindel. El blinked blearily as he slowly returned to consciousness. Frowning, he realized that he had fallen back asleep while waiting for Marconnen to return to their bed. He looked at the bed in question, and realized that he had remained alone for the remainder of the night. Had his mate and his siblings talked all the night through? As he rose from the bed and donned his clothing, he shook his head slightly. Glorfindel was far too secure with the bond fully alive between Marconnen and himself to feel any hurt at his vacant bed. He was certain that Haldir would feel the same, as it was more than clear that he and Ithilwyn had enthusiastically and repeatedly taken all the required steps to establish their own mating bond within an hour of first arriving at this camp. No, his concern was for gentle Legolas, who had essentially spent the majority of his first night here alone, rather than ensconced between his mates. Even if the three had already fully bonded, which Glorfindel was certain had not happened yet. To leave the younger elf alone his first night here was a poor choice on the part of the twins, regardless of their need to reconnect with Marconnen and Ithilwyn. Forcing down his automatic protective anger on behalf of a younger elf, Glorfindel reminded himself that Aredin and Sidhenadin, despite their power and remarkable maturity, were nevertheless a mere 21 years old. They were young still, and had made a mistake, one that was sure to hurt their new mate's feelings and his confidence. Heaving a worried sigh, the blonde elf contemplated whether to talk to them himself or to bring in Haldir or perhaps Gimli. Pulling the curtain back to enter the hallway, Glorfindel just caught sight of Gimli disappearing into the twins' room. Nodding in acknowledgement, Glorfindel resolved to leave the matter up to the paternal dwarf who had adopted Legolas in all the ways that matter. He was certain the dwarf would handle the issue well. Entering the central room, he looked in bewilderment at how crowded it was. Dozens upon dozens of his warriors occupied the space, holding various items that would be better suited to the outdoor work of the encampment. Looking more closely, he gained the distinct impression that most of the elves in this room had fled into it mid-task. What in the havens? About to ask for an explanation, he halted abruptly as several of his people merely pointed at the main exit. Expressions of mixed amusement and annoyance on their faces. Now that he was away from the silencing curtain, the elven warrior could hear the laughter of his new family outdoors. Shaking his head, he left the tent and took a moment to absorb the scene that greeted him. On the far side of the clearing, a long table stood laden with food and drink. Marconnen, Aredin, Sidhenadin and Ithilwyn were racing around the area, ducking behind the table and various startled elves to avoid being hit by the strips of pink light they sent streaking at each other. Glorfindel snorted as a hapless Tauren suddenly found himself serving as shelter for a wildly giggling angel, only to be himself hit by a pink light ruthlessly sent at him by a demonically cackling Marconnen. The normally stoic elf collapsed to the ground in helpless, high-pitched giggles as his body was subjected to a high-powered tickling charm. With Torrin out of the PICNGS were free to attack Ithilwyn at will, however. The luminous young woman gracefully leapt and rolled out of the way until she was once again safely shielded behind a horrified Dogian. Forced to choose between a public loss of propriety such as Torrin was now enduring or protecting the lovely healer, the elf immediately abandoned chivalry and leapt aside. Hearing a snort next to him, Glorfindel turned slightly to see Haldir standing at his side. A reluctant grin on his face as they watched one of the Marchwarden's best warriors abandon Haldir's mate to her fate without a second glance. With a meaningful look at the still giggling Torrin, Haldir muttered, "I'll give Dogian hell about it, but in truth I would have done the same." Nodding wryly, the mated warriors stood side by side and watched the odd battle. At some point during the next few moments, Ithilwyn ducked and rolled past the tortured Torrin, lightly tapping him with 2 fingers as she continued on her way. As the tickling charm abruptly dissipated, the exhausted warrior flopped to his back and weakly brought both hands over his face, moaning, "Will there be even one day in the presence of these 4 when I am not publicly humiliated?" He hear. Sympathetic laughter echo musically from various hiding spots around the encampment, but none of the warriors would break cover to commiserate openly with the beleaguered elf until this battle had ended. The attention of the audience was caught by the panicked cry of one of the twins, who yelled, "Shit! Where's Demon? Where did he go? Anyone see him? Anyone? Shit!" The other twin immediately do. CKED into a defensive crouch and bellowed, evasive maneuvers. Suddenly, the watching warriors saw the true purpose behind the light-hearted game. Or rather, they saw what was undoubtedly the original purpose. This was a training game. One of the many the 4 had engaged in back on Terra as they prepared to wage war on the opposing forces. They watched, awed, as the 3 turned before their eyes into the devils and angel. If they had not been closely focused on the 3 Astari, none of the elves would have seen as. Angel slipped backward into the tall grass without a ripple to indicate her presence. One after the other, the devils faded silently into the shadows of the trees. Even with superior senses, none of the elves could detect any of the 4 at all. They had literally faded from sight and sound while in full view of their audience. They had not used magic. Elves could see the colors of magic when it was cast. No, these 4 had simply vanished, using an extraordinary set of skills in covert maneuvers. The camp became silent and still, heavy with the effort of numerous warriors straining their senses to detect even one of the 4. Moments passed, and still they waited. It was, as the devils would have said, creepy. Suddenly, roughly 20 feet away from where they had first disappeared, the masculine, muscular devils plummeted side by side from the trees to the clearing below. Giggling like little girls in a tickle fight. Haldir's eyebrows rose in delight as they then heard his luminous, delicate, deadly Ithilwyn guffawing like a rough-raised farm wife, and he LD not restrain his own laughter as his beautiful mate crawled gracelessly from the tall grasses to collapse beside the helplessly giggling twins. Glorfindel grinned proudly at Haldir's muttered, "It would seem your mate has won this round." He had never been in doubt. The 2 watched in amusement as the twins and their sister cancelled the charms upon each other, leaning weakly upon each other for a few moments as they regained control of their muscles. Once again, Haldir snorted in laughter at Ithilwyn's rowdy, "Oh, Merlin, I nearly pissed myself." The red-haired Aredin nodded emphatically as Sidhenadin remarked, "That boy has way too much power. Wonder if we can just have him do that to the Uruk-hai." The look on Glorfindel's face was pained as he envisioned a troop of the hideous creatures lost to a fit of giggles. Haldir shook his head reflexively in sharp rejection of the wrongness of that image. The 3 on the ground looked resignedly at each other for a moment before Aredin called out, "Fine. Demon, you win. You can come out now." They glanced cautiously around the trees and grass, trying to spot their brother. It was hopeless. Damn it. Since he gained the last element, he's been damn near impossible to find, George growled, reluctantly hauling himself to his feet to stand searching the foliage. He was already impossible to find, dear brothers. Acquiring the elements merely enhanced the experience. Luna replied laughingly, placing a palm flat upon a nearby tree as she tried to locate Harry. While in her years of training, she had gained the elements of water and air. But she had always had an affinity with nature in general. She could not command earth, but she could enjoy a friendly chat with it. Luna girl, what do the Raxperts say? One of the devils asked. Halder was fairly certain it was Sidhenadin. The Marchwarden had a sudden wish that Legolas had been out here watching the entertainment. He felt uneasy at the young elf's absence. Come to that, where was Gimli? The Raxperts merely confirm that he is confusing their senses and ours, Luna replied airily. The three exchanged wry, meaningful glances, before they each gave a heavy, dramatic sigh and dropped to their knees, extending their arms beyond their heads and bowing forward to place their foreheads upon the ground in mocking obeisance. They recited together in a loud, bored monotone, "Oh, great Harry, master of marauders, mellifluous manipulator of magical mayhem. We, your lowly subjects, salute you. We bow before you, eternally humbled by your clear superiority in all matters great and small. We, your beloved siblings, will, not insult your ingenuity," Luna offered, "not insult your cooking skills," Fred intoned. They waited a suspiciously long time for the second twin to speak up. After a significant pause, Fred loudly whispered, "Oi, numb nuts, it's your turn, in night. Make your damn offering already." Halder and Glorfindel cracked up when George moaned plaintively, I'm thinking. After a few more moments, during which Luna sighed dramatically and shifted on the ground until she was actually more in a fetal position with her hand still extended and her forehead pressed to the grass, and Fred began tapping his feet in an alternating rhythm, which was hilarious as he was still prone on his knees, George finally shouted in inspiration, "Oh, I've got it. I will not make fun of your increasing fondness for milk. That okay with you, Glorfindel?" He added meaningfully. He yelped as Luna and Fred each stretched out a hand and slapped him in the head. Laughter echoed around the camp, emerging from various hiding places as brave elven warriors cautiously emerged at the apparent ceasefire. Dogian yelped in surprise when RRY dropped down from the top of the tent to land nearly upon the elf's feet. The emerald-eyed imp winked merrily at a snickering Andonian and smirking, vindicated Tauren, then strolled importantly over to the obeisant siblings. Hands clasped behind his back, he paced a deliberate circle around them, lips twitching at Luna's giggling, and paused regally before he grandly pronounced with a rolling gesture of his hand, "Forgiven." His regal attitude collapsed at Fred's heartfelt, "Thank. My knees are numb and there's a stick embedded in my face." With a wicked snicker, Harry walked over to Glorfindel as he tossed his retort over his shoulder at the conquered devil, "Better your face than elsewhere, my brother. That stick has burrs on it." Reaching his glorious mate, Harry raised slightly worried eyes to meet Glorfindel's and smiled apologetically. The tall warrior pulled his imp into his arms, sharing a sweet kiss of greeting. Drawing back, Glorfindel murmured in Harry's ear, "I understand, beloved. You and I are fine. However, I suspect Legolas may feel differently." He felt Harry freeze, only to drop his head poof his mate with an emphatic thud. The guilt flooding their bond was intense. Glorfindel frowned at how his mate had immediately assumed responsibility, and guilt, for the actions of his siblings. Grabbing a tight handful of raven black hair, the warrior pulled his mate's head back and met his eyes forcefully. He would not verbally chastise his mate in front of others, but they had more than one way of communicating. He placed his message clearly in the front of his mind and pushed it through their bond, knowing that Harry's ability to see within his mind would complete the action. He saw his little mate gasp as the message from Glorfindel spoke clearly in his thoughts. "You will not feel guilt for the actions of another." The elf did not even have to be able to speak mind to read his beloved's response. He knew that Harry would immediately begin to rationalize as to why the guilt belonged to him. Stern hazel eyes caught and held distressed green, refusing to release his gaze until his mate accepted Glorfindel's rebuke as being valid. "Watchin'," approvingly as Harry reluctantly conceded the point. Glorfindel rewarded his mate with gentle kisses and a soothing, long-fingered hand massaging his scalp where he had tightly gripped the dark hair. Harry offered a half-hearted smile up at his true mate, feeling miserable that one of his family was doubtless hurt by the actions of his siblings and himself. He nodded slightly as Glorfindel murmured, "Leave it to Gimli to resolve. Hervin, trust him." Sighing resignedly, he tugged Glorfindel over to the food-laden table and handed him a plate. As most of the camp's occupants gathered for a wonderful morning meal. The reason for the morning's melee was explained. It seemed that the four were returning to the tents when Ithilwyn had another vision, one which dictated that the camp should be packed up and all should return to Lothlorien. The siblings wanted to make this a festive occasion, rather than simply pack up and leave, so they decided to make a large, communal breakfast. This was especially important to them because it would be necessary for some of their number to separate from the main group and scout a good campground for the whole group and the lost tribe, nor would the majority of warriors be needed for the trip to Isengard. Considering ways to cook such a large breakfast efficiently, as the cooking stove in the tents and the fire pits would not be suitable to the Seer type of meal they wanted to prepare, Marconnen called up and smoothed a long, flat stone, which he then had the devils heat continuously with their element, fire, as an efficient cooking surface. It worked beautifully. When the cooking was finished, Marconnen then flattened and thinned the stone further and folded the ends to make the table upon which all the food now rested. When everything was ready, Marconnen proudly queried, "Wasn't that ingenious?" And, although they agreed, Luna, Fred and George replied in unison, "It was primitive." And thus began the battle over breakfast. Legolas had remained awake all night. He had returned to their room after witnessing the moonlight dance of weapons, fully prepared to wait an hour or two for his mate's return. Those moments had struck deep within his soul, and he felt as if he had witnessed something utterly beautiful and unique. The tenderness with which Marconnen had comforted Eredin, Sidhenadin and Ithilwyn struck a deep chord within the lonely elf. This had been such a long, exhausting, emotional day, and yet Legolas knew he had never before felt as safe as when he drifted off to sleep upon Sidhenadin's chest, with Eredin warmly snugged up behind him, twin heartbeats strong and steady against him. Waking alone had been disorienting, and he was on his feet in alarm before he was even truly awake. He didn't even need inspect the room to know his mates were not in it. Without further thought, he had dressed and gone looking. He had been joined by Haldir and Glorfindel, and had not been in the least surprised to see Gimli pacing at his side. Together, they witnessed the events in the meadow, and returned quietly to their rooms. But Legolas had remained alone for the rest of the night. When dawnlight brightened the room, he was still huddled on their bed, holding a pillow to his stomach and staring dully at the wall. They had not returned. They left him alone. His first night with them, and they had left him alone. Dimly, he heard the curtain move aside. He did not look around. It was not his mates. Even if it had been, he would not have looked. They had left him alone. The mattress sank under someone's weight, and a warm, rough hand stroked through his hair. Legolas closed his eyes in abrupt grief as tears filled them and began to spill. Strong, paternal arms pulled him up to a burly chest and wrapped him securely in loving acceptance. As Gimli's gentle burr murmured, "Ah, lad," and as the father of his heart stroked his hair calmly and wrapped him in comforting acceptance, Legolas cried himself to sleep. Fred and George scanned the crowd, looking for their beloved little mate. They couldn't believe how fast the night had gone. Events had certainly gotten away from them. They exchanged worried glances as they realized Legolas was not out here, and immediately headed for their room. Fred caught a stern, hazel stare from Glorfindel, and suddenly a sense of dawning dread formed in his gut. For his part, George was receiving a condemnatory glare from Haldir's vivid blue eyes, and faltered as he began to see the night. From Legolas' perspective, if their little mate had awakened in the night to find them gone, and he had a growing sense of anxiety that this is exactly what happened, then Legolas would be terribly hurt. Meeting his twin's appalled look, the two each closed their eyes in sudden horror at what they had done to their fragile little mate. Oh, Merlin, they hadn't intended to be gone so long, and instead they had abandoned him to his first night with them, alone, in their bed. They turned as one to race to their room, only to abruptly halt at the sight of a coldly angry Gimli standing in the doorway, strong arms crossed as he leveled a condemning stare at them. With an abrupt gesture for them to follow, the dwarf turned and paced into the tent. They followed him down their hallway, and almost continued on to their room when Gimli stopped at his own room, pulled the curtain aside, and ordered them in. Feeling like schoolchildren, they complied. The tongue-whalishing that followed was succinct, vicious and accurate. The dwarf revealed that the situation was even worse than they knew, as Legolas had witnessed the meadow meeting and returned alone to their room to await them. Gimli verbally flayed them, and threatened to take his son and go so deep into Dwar. Then lands that they would never find him. He tortured them with the vision of what he found when he went to Legolas this morning. He challenged their honor, their morals, and, worst of all, their love for their little mate. Seeing that they were truly wretched and were desperate to get to Legolas, he softened slightly. He allowed that they were young yet, and that mistakes would be made. He explained that the true measure of a person is not in the mistakes they make, but what they do to fix them. He reassured them that Legolas would not be so miserable if he did not love them deeply. He showed them how the actions of King Thranduil in raising Legolas would make him so much more vulnerable to any sign of rejection now. He helped them understand how to make this right. He comforted them, he forgave them, and he sent them off to their mate with a strong hug each and an assurance that he still cared about them, still liked them, still respected them. As they left Gimli's room, Fred and George felt that they had somehow gained a second father on Arda. They were right. A warm cloth gently wiping his swollen eyes. Deep, soft voices murmuring of love and apologies. Tiny, delicate kisses pressed tenderly upon his face and hands. Emotions trickling through the bond, of shriek, of love, so much love. Drawing a tired sigh, Legolas opened his eyes. His mates knelt next to the bed, side by side, carefully touching him as if he were glasswork, quietly watching him. Two sets of sapphire eyes gazed at him, full of regret and sadness and shame. And love pulsed through the bond. Awed, Legolas watched as tears formed in the brilliant, blue eyes. And he knew that he did not want them there. He reached a slightly trembling hand out and found it instantly clasped by both of his mates. George dropped his face to their joined hands, pressing kiss after kiss upon Legolas' skin, as Fred raised his other hand to cup Legolas' cheek and whispered with painful sincerity, "Oh, baby. We are so sorry. We are so very, very sorry." And Legolas understood that Gimli was right. His mates were wonderful. They loved him deeply. They would kill or die for him. They suffered because they had caused him pain. They were not perfect, but they were his true mates. And really, that was all that mattered. They could work through the details as they went. He offered a slow, gentle smile of forgiveness, of acceptance, to the twin devils of his heart. And they joined him on the bed, wrapping around him, soothing his headache, whispering of forgiveness and love and gentle, private things that would normally never be said, except in such raw moments as this. Exhausted, the three drifted to sleep. They were unaware of the curtain pulled quietly open. They did not see Gimli standing in the doorway. The curtain alarms did not sound. Why would they? It was simply their father, checking to make sure they were all right. The warm-hearted dwarf watched the three with gentle eyes for a moment or two, before nodding in relief and firmly closing the curtain behind him. With a lighter step, Gimli set off to take up the tasks that may have fallen to the three he left behind him, curled around each other in the bed. His children needed to sleep. Back at breakfast. "Well, why haven't you guys begun eating?" Marconnen questioned authoritatively, eyeing each of the visible elves as if they were unruly elfings. "Get your butts out of hiding and take a plate. Now." Elven warriors, each of whom was at least 1,000 years older than their general's mate, gaped at the stern demon who chided the like elfings as he pointed to the food. Bemused, they nevertheless hastened to comply, amazed at the apparent change in the somber man. Although he still seemed somewhat dark and haunted in spirit, his demeanor at present was one of teasing and lightheartedness. Glorfindel was amazed as well, and suspicious. Although he had felt the troubled spirit of his little mate begin to settle somewhat through the course of the night, he had also felt the turmoil Marconnen experienced at the thought that Legolas' feelings were hurt by his actions. As much as he wished otherwise, his little mate could not, heal overnight. The warrior was reminded of the moments when Marconnen had demonstrated his false face and lure to the elves of the camp. The young Astari was beginning to recover from the horrors of his past. But the ache from Marconnen's side of their bond demonstrated what the young man was trying to hide. Glorfindel's eyes narrowed as he studied his emerald-eyed imp, easily seeing the mask and the shield behind the happy, teasing face. This would require close monitoring. Halder was not fooled by his own duplicitous mate, either. He knew when they left the four siblings in the sweet grass last night that they were having a time of healing, but the battle over breakfast this morning had borne a too happy, frenetic, somewhat brittle edge. A veteran of hundreds of harsh battles and small military conflicts, Halder was familiar with the manner in which the soul-weary survivors of harsh times would seize moments of happiness with both hands, desperate to remind themselves of the reasons to keep fighting. Having learned that they would be breaking down the camp and moving on this day, the veteran warrior felt he understood his mate and her siblings' reactions. The Fr had quickly found family and acceptance with the elven warriors. They had declared themselves kin, and he had declared it as well on behalf of all elves, but particular of those here in the camp. Now, they were being forced through the necessities of war to separate, and although the parting was not due to battle, it reminded the four of painful departures in their past and bitter separation. This assessment was confirmed by their need to mark the occasion with a special meal. He suspected that the loss of Markonnen's godfathers, Sirius and Remus, had left bleeding wounds on the spirits of all four of the young Astari. He shook his head somewhat sadly as he watched his beautiful mate sparkle with an almost urgent gaiety, as if she were seizing this moment from the jaws of the pain to come. Gimli, too, was aware of the nuances of the moment. Although he had missed the infamous battle, having been busy comforting his son and then upbraiding the other two, he had heard about it in vivid detail from the amused warriors. Thorin, in particular, seemed to be taking a lot of good-natured ribbing from his fellows. The easygoing elf took it in stride, simply offering the dwarf a long faring smile as he handed him a plate of food. But neither Gimli nor Thorin were blind to the determined lightheartedness of Markonnen and Ithilwan. And as neither of the new friends were strangers to the havoc battle plays on the psyche of its survivors, they were both fairly certain they understood what was happening and why. And each resolved to keep watch and lend a shoulder where needed. For now, it seemed Halder and Glorfindel were managing the situation just fine. Breaking it down. In truth, from the moment they learned it was time to break down the encampment and move on, none of the warriors had been immune to the occasional lump in their throat or too bright eye. This entire experience had marked them, changed them, in a way they would never have anticipated. Elves were such a long-lived race that even the youngest of them, Andonian Ambertrail, had much in the way of surprises left. That is not to say they were jaded or cynical. In fact, there was a certain air of wonder in an elf that was immensely appealing to all who encountered one. Only an elf could sit for hours on a tree limb, listening to the song of its leaves. Only an elf could smile with utter delight at a LD of any of the brighter races of Middle-earth, tolerant of every behavior simply because of the precious quality of the young. But elves paid for their longevity not only with their low birth rate, but most markedly with the loss of life's surprises, of anything new. Even marriages among the elves simply moved a known person from one place to another. There were no new family members to meet and get to know. And yet, these past few days, four of the most delightful, original people ever to live on Arda had joined with them, each mated to an elf. New people, new stories, new magic, new knowledge, new culture, new family, new. And rather than be intimidated by the noble elven race, the elves found themselves embraced by these astonishing, wonderful people, welcomed by them as kin. Even their lodging was wonderful and original. It had taken a remarkably short time for these 200 long-lived elves to become fond, even sentimental, about the new Astaris and the wonders of this camp. They had even welcomed a dwarf into their midst with barely a ripple, unless one counted laughter. And so, as the elven warriors gathered their gear from their rooms, they looked about themselves longingly. Already missing what they had here. While eager to return to family and friends, they were going to miss the companionship of the demon team and Markonnen's terrifying yet amusing tales. Were going to miss the comfort of having their comrades next door. They would miss the wonders of the communal water closets and rain room. They would miss the beautiful central rooms with the fireplace they all admired so much. And, although those with spouse are to return to their sides, those without partners would deeply miss the camaraderie that came from sharing these quarters that were ECT for providing companionship as well as privacy. And, frankly, they were going to miss the laughter. Once everything was packed up and the warriors were gathered outside, Markonnen shrunk the tents. As the subdued twins each pocketed some of the shrunken items, the emerald-eyed leader turned to face with the saddened elves with an understanding smile. Putting a flat tent into his pack, the raven-haired man leaned slightly against Glorfindel, standing tall and strong at his side, and spoke to the gathered warriors. I think you are all misunderstanding something crucial. Although we are breaking camp and will briefly separate, we will reconvene again at the next big battle, or some other time in the near future. You know that, right? And when we do, regardless of how many join us in the new camp, you, our original 200, will be back in your original rooms. We will accept nothing less than that. He smiled fondly at the surprised elves, watching as happiness spread cautiously among them. Ithilwyn teased gently from within the shelter of Haldar's arms, "You thought differently. Did you not hear our declaration of kinship at all?" Harry shook his head, smirking at the happiness the elves were now radiating, and began to concentrate on soothing the land which had hosted the camp. Running his power caressingly over the ground, he returned the grasses and wildflowers to their former glory. The elves watched with delight as a carpet of new, green shoots burst from the hard-packed dirt beneath their feet and grew to their knees. The shimmering dome of magic splashed back to the earth, nurturing it and removing all traces of an encampment from this place. It was as if they were never here. And although the elves felt nostalgic pangs, their connection with the natural world sang with joy at the care and healing freely dispensed by the four Astaris. "All right, everyone, just like at the end of the battle at Helm's Deep, please. Actually, this time, if you can make tea." He circled more like the petals of a flower, connecting to each other and inward to our mates and siblings and finally to me. "The trip will be less unsettling for you." Markonnen's words brought rueful grimaces to many of the lovely faces in the circle, as the warriors recalled the unsettling feeling of being sucked through a tiny tube by their own navels and shot out the other end. Hastily, the elves complied with his request. Had anyone been circling overhead, it would have looked like an elven-made snowflake, spiraling inward to connect with a single head of raven-black hair in the very center. Haldar wrapped a long arm around Ithilwyn's waist and tugged her to his side. He dropped a gentle kiss onto the silken hair as his beautiful beloved suddenly turned her face into his shoulder. "Hi." Ding the sudden misting in her blue eyes. Sidhenadin and Aredin had no released Legolas even once since packing their belongings. They had left the gifts from Rohan in the room, packing only the essentials, and kept Legolas close to them at all times. They touched him constantly, and he was not sure if they were reassuring him or themselves. "Probably both," the gentle mused, allowing his large arm mates to direct his position in the chain. It seemed the two devils felt that he was safest standing with his face pressed to Aredian's chest and with Sidhenadin covering his back closely. He huffed an exasperated sigh, but allowed them this bit of control. He knew that the events of the morning had probably wounded them much more deeply than they had hurt him. Looking around as best he could, with most of his view taken up by Aredian's impressive chest, he caught a sneaky grin from Gimli and brightly winked at the snickering dwarf. Held securely in Glorfindel's arms, with the members of his family pressing hands to their backs and shoulders, Markonnen stared into his husband's eyes and asked for a picture of where they were headed. Once he had a lock on the image he was immediately provided, he closed his eyes, relaxing his aura to expand around and embrace all of his new brethren, and apparated. Once again, he easily carried with him over 200 other people, a feat not even Dumbledore or Voldemort could have done. With a soft crack, the group disappeared, and a soft breeze swept through the long grasses, erasing even their last footprints from the land. Surprises in Lothlorien. For weeks now, the Lady of the Woods had watched in her scrying basin as events from the past, present and future of this world and another played somewhat tetchily before her otherworldly gaze. She had seen the arrival in Middle-earth of the Chosen of the Valar, the four avenging angels, and had watched the events of the battle at Helm's Deep unfold in myriad ways. She knew that the best outcome had been for her to send some of her own forces. Well, all right, technically they were Celeborn's forces, led by her own Marchwarden, also technically Celeborn's, and the General Glorfindel. It had been fun to gently convince the jaded, golden-haired warrior to lead her forces without hinting what was to come. Although, possibly she should have given a hint or two, it had greatly annoyed Celeborn when he learned that there had been multiple fates and that she had warned neither his oldest friend nor Haldar of the possibilities. It had not been certain that the female Astari would retrieve Glorfindel and Haldar in time. In most of the versions she had watched, the lady had seen both the golden-haired Balrog Slayer and her own Marchwarden cut down brutally. And that would have been sad. And she would definitely have written a lovely lament for them. But it would also have been quite interesting, would it not? The changes those two deaths alone would have wrought would have been enough to keep her interested for moons and moons. Still, she'd had a good feeling about it all turning out with the best outlook, and decided mischievously to take the chance that events would play out in a manner best for all concerned. Of course, she had not shared any of this with Celeborn, her Hervin, until he had come upon her laughing softly as she watched the waters, and had heard her murmur something about how she hoped it would be this particular future that played out, as she was fond of Haldir and even had some liking for the arrogant Glorfindel. Celeborn had demanded the full truth of what she had seen, and Galadriel had been quite taken aback by his grim-faced visage as he glared at her. She had even felt a small chill of apprehension when her Hervin had taken her rather tightly by the upper arms and hissed, "You had best plead with the Valar that my friends return safely, Ervase. Truly, pray fervently." Although she was not entirely certain, it had felt almost as if Celeborn were issuing a threat. And although she felt his reaction to be rather disproportionate to her little game, she had nevertheless taken to watching the events of the present diligently. Of course, she had seen that Haldir and Glorfindel were safe, and had dutifully informed Celeborn. She found it odd that he remained stern in her presence. After all, events had played out as he wished. Giggling mischievously, the swan-like lady flushed lightly as she recalled watching the mating antics of her Hervin's two friends. Her brows wrinkled in slight confusion as she recalled how her view had been mostly obscured during those times. The waters fogging and rippling as if being acted upon by the elements themselves. Still, she had seen enough glimpses here and there to feel her own body moisten and ripen again, yearning for Celeborn's touch. When she had gone to him, however, he knew that she had sought his attentions immediately after a viewing, and he had sneered slightly and rejected her touch. It was unlike him to do so. He loved her deeply. Distantly, she wondered if he had taken a lover, but knew that to be unlikely. They were true mates, although so many millennia had naturally resulted in decades here in the Rience. This seemed to be one of those times. Returning to the viewing waters, Galadriel rested her graceful hands on the edge of the basin and gazed closely at a startling image. She saw that the Valar's chosen were coming to her own woods, along with the warriors she had sent. None had been lost. Celeborn would be pleased, the Prince of Mirkwood, and, oddly, the odious dwarf who had recently departed as a member of the Fellowship. Her delicate nose wrinkled slightly, having no fondness at all for any dwarf but this one particularly. He seemed to have a touch of sight himself and had deflected her attempts at a little game with the insecure princeling. Before she could murmur more than one or two pointed remarks about his father's displeasure with such a friendship, the dwarf had somehow sent a little snap of thought through the princeling and pulled the young one firmly out of her mind touch. It had hurt, too. It had felt like someone had flicked her eye, and the head quite hard. Not that anyone ever had or would, but the lady could imagine the feeling. Arrogant dwarf. She had tried to retaliate by directing the Fellowship toward a path that would have ended the overprotective little pretender, but it had always been oddly difficult to see much about any dwarves and particularly any of the line of Gloin. That was why Gimli's father had managed to escape from Thranduil despite the lady's assistance, and she truly hoped that Celeborn never found out about her true role in that little fiasco. It appeared Gimli was cut of the same annoying cloth. And just as his father had protected Glorfindel and Bilbo Baggins from her games, Gimli was protecting Legolas Greenleaf. Galadriel wasn't certain if he was also protecting Glorfindel and Haldir and the others or not. The actions of the waters felt somewhat different to dwarven touch. Still, something was being obstreperous and she was displeased. A thought drifted through the back of her mind, that perhaps she should check on the voyage of the One Ring and the amusing little hobbits, but she did not do so. She knew that the little hobbits' success was crucial to the salvation of their world, and that billions would die and darkness fall over Arda if Sauron found Frodo and his bauble, but the newcomers were just so much more entertaining than watching two little men and an obsessed pie. ECE of filth walk and climb and trudge and fret and struggle. Endlessly boring. She would quickly check in on them later, just so she could reassure Celeborn she was meeting her obligations. The last time he had decided she did not meet her obligations, he had taken truly shocking measures against her. He must have heard of the spanking thing from the human son of Elrond, or possibly even Glorfindel. Certainly none of her people would ever have conceived of such barbarism, much less have administered it upon her person. She had not been able to sit properly for a week, and he had not even soothed or apologized to her. She had been quite put out at the smirk he wore each time she tried to seat herself for a meal. She paused briefly, momentarily convinced to check on the hobbits. But the P.R.E. sent vision is just so much more interesting. She whined to herself. Her basin clearly showed that she was due to be in some sort of a confrontation with the newcomers, although once again the waters were fogged and shivering. She tapped a delicate, slippered foot lightly in mild irritation, because the lovely lady of the woods would never be so crass as to stomp her feet like an elfing deprived of a toy. And frowned into the mirrored waters. There was simply no reason for the waters to deny her, and she did not like it. It was not amusing at all. Galadriel pulled all of her powers to her, and forcefully calmed the waters before her. She needed to know when the newcomers would arrive. Concentrating on the one known as Demon, she caught a brief image of him before it shimmered and devolved into 3, or was it 2? 4 separate figures she did not recognize. Transfixed, she watched as the briefest of images formed before they, too, dispersed in a burst of, how odd. Had that been feathers, white feathers? She wondered if Ithilwyn had dispersed the image, as she had white wings while in her angel form. Was she a seer, too? Well, this was vexing. Even as Galadriel pouted lightly, she felt the boundaries of her woods chime lightly within her senses, telling her of the imminent arrival of the very ones she had sought in her waters. Clapping her hands in delight, she quickly left her private garden and stepped lightly into the center courtyard of their communal lands, seating herself gracefully on the delicately carved rim of a lovely fountain. She had a brief thought at perhaps she should have sent word to Celeborn, but it was far too late now. She wished to make a certain impression, and so remained in an artistic pose, waiting for the newcomers to happen upon her. She truly loved it when people who had not been privileged to see her first encountered her. Their odd appreciation and uneasy fear as she whispered in their minds was wonderfully entertaining. Members of the Fellowship had been particularly amusing. That human Boromir had been so ashamed at his weakness, which in truth was simply love for his people and a willingness to do anything at all to protect them. With just a word or two from her, he could have turned weakness to strength. It was a pity he had been slain, as she knew he would be, of course. Changing his path would have required far too much effort to keep the others as she wanted them. Still, he had been fun. She sighed reminiscently and continued to pose, watching the colorful fish swim through the fountain. She absolutely did not jump when she heard a masculine cough just a few paces away. Looking up in startlement, and when was the last time that had happened, she was amazed to be confronted with 200 elven warriors, Glorfindel, Haldir, Prince Legolas, the dwarf, and Why was he tagging along? And, standing cold and silent with their respective mates, the 4 chosen of the Valar. Spotting movement in her peripheral vision, she cast a cat-like glance to the side and saw her own cold-eyed Remus and Celeborn pacing sternly to her side, accompanied by his guards. She avoided his threatening gaze effortlessly and turned back to inspect the 4 young newcomers. They were interesting, indeed. The first to capture her close attention were the 2 fiery-haired twins who stood protectively on either side of the young prince. She dismissed the elf easily. She had already met him many times, and he was uninteresting. But the 2 tall warriors were fascinating, seeming quite fiery but with very cold, forbidding expressions on their delightfully unusual, handsome faces. Curiously, she sent her mind questing into theirs. She was briefly startled to realize that their minds were both individual and joined. But that was all she saw before a barrier of fire and smoke roared up around her sight. She frowned. That had been unexpected. Next she turned her otherworldly gaze upon the luminous blonde standing back to chest with Marchward and Haldir. Briefly glancing at the powerful elf, she was startled at his cold glare, but dismissed it easily. He was a bit temperamental at times. Focusing on the dreamy blue gaze of Haldir's mate Ithilwyn, she entered the woman's mind, and slid right out again. The lady was confounded at her complete inability to penetrate the woman's mind. Adding strength to her attack, she launched again into the misty mind of the young woman and found her sight was deflected by a barrier of water and air, a barrier that reacted to her increasing attempts to gain access by swirling into tumultuous waves and lashing winds. Retreating. Galadriel gasped lightly, utterly bewildered. How was this possible? Not even Sauron could keep her out of his mind. She had simply not awesome to look at him since his mind touch made her ill. Her experience when Frodo offered her the ring had shaken her a bit. The temptation to evil had been intoxicating and arousing, but in the end, Gay Eldarin did not succumb. Since then, she had steered well clear of Sauron and his servants. She scowled delicately at the newcomers, who were most certainly not of Sauron. They should be open to her. This was unacceptable. Celeborn placed a remonstrative hand on her shoulder and uttered a sharp warning. Galadriel. Darrow. Cease this. Of course, she didn't. She was the Lady of the Woods, and she was not accustomed to being denied. Somewhat incensed now, Galadriel narrowed her eyes and gathered her power, turning her gaze sharply upon the brilliant emerald eyes that glared coldly at her. Locking stares, the lady slammed her power into the vulnerable mind that waited, and found herself trapped. Moaning in horror, she found herself pinned to the bloodied ground of a nightmarish battlefield. Death and decay surrounded her. The stench was overwhelming and she fought the urge to vomit. Skeletons littered the ground, and many bore the life signatures of people she had left to their fates without speaking a word of warning. She heard an ominous rattling of bones and armor to her left, and turned to face the bloodied, rotting corpse of Boromir. Pulling her hand from the ground into which it sank, she was sickened at the blood and worms that painted the delicate ivory skin as she raised it to ward off the accusing glare and raised sword of the latest victim of her indifference. A morbid army began to form from the bones and blood and earth surrounding her, and just as she began to scream in utter, terrified horror, she was seized from below and pulled downward through the moldering earth. To emerge abruptly into the real world again and be thrown forcibly back into her own body. The impact of her ejection from the demon's mind was so powerful that she nearly toppled backward into the fountain. Saved from that indignity only by the angry grip Celeborn had on her arm. She could tell by her lord's rigid control that he was furious. Gasping for breath, the shaken Lady Rhys a trembling hand to grip her Hervan's tunic as she stammered, "Seize them. Celeborn, seize them. Guards." It took only a single, dismissive gesture from Celeborn for the guards to return to their watchful positions. Galadriel shook her head in denial, gathering her composure and preparing to regain control of her realm. Celeborn's grip tightened punishingly on her shoulder as he read her intent. And he leaned down to hiss in her delicate, leaf-shaped ear, "Silence. Once again, you go too far, Galadriel. You have disobeyed me enough for this century. Now, look to our guests and apologize, sincerely." He glared at her as she raised mutinous eyes to his, and winced slightly as he gripped her hair firmly and forcibly turned her head to face the demonic Astari who had assaulted her. She glanced around for assistance from her warriors, and was shocked to find herself the focus of impassive expressions from her own people, and fierce, cold glares from the newcomers, their three mates, that pestiferous dwarf, and, most confounding of all, the 200 warriors that she had sent to Helm's Deep. As she cast her gaze around in confused betrayal, a dark, cold voice began to speak. Reluctantly, she turned to the speaker, and once again met the frightening, gem-like gaze of Glorfindel's emerald-eyed mate. "I was not aware that rape is the preferred pastime of the renowned Lady of the Woods." The words struck the lady like hailstones, and even her guards began to look angrily at the raven-haired Astari. Although he stiffened, Celeborn said nothing. Had she not been so upset, the L-80 would have found his silence most distressing of all. But Galadriel was furious. How dare you accuse me of such vileness? I shall have your life for uttering such filth about me." At this, Demon merely smiled coldly. Unimpressed, none of the resident elves failed to notice that all of those newly arrived or returned to Lothlorien had placed a hand on sword, in defense of the Astari who accused their lady. Demon's gaze did not falter. "You say you are not a rapist. To which part of that do you object? That what you did was rape, or that you did it at all? Where we come from, forcing part of yourself into the body of another without invitation or consent, particularly when that person denies your efforts, is rape. Ah, I see from the reactions of your people that we share the definition, then. So, what? It wasn't you. It Was not you who forcefully inserted a part of yourself into the bodies of my brothers and my sister, and myself, and countless others? It was not why. Oh, you who did so without invitation or permission. It was not you who tried to use greater force when we protected ourselves from your assault. It was not you who penetrated us while we tried to resist, all for your own pleasure. Because, lady, he sneered, I am fairly certain that it was you. He watched her gape at him for a moment, and saw some of the lady's guards exchange troubled glances. Unrelenting, he continued, where we come from, it is polite to at least ask a person before you insert part of yourself into them. Perhaps the elves of Lothlorien are different. Is rape enjoyable here? Do you not care if you are assaulted? So long as it's by your lady. Is it less of a violation, since she is pretty, and old? She flinched at his words, but none were certain if she was reacting to his accusation or his insult about her age. She tried to turn away, but Celeborn held her in an unrelenting grip, forcing her to face those she had wronged most recently. Tell me, Galadriel, if I tried to force a kiss on those lovely lips of yours, and you refused me, and in response I held you down and forced my tongue into your mouth, would that not be an assault? Or would it be just fine because I am powerful? He continued to glare at her as she shuddered in revulsion and dropped her gaze. Demon swept his piercing glare around the wary guards and settled on Celeborn. Tell me, Lord of the Woods, if power is her justification, does she at least employ what she gets out of it to aid your people to the best of her abilities? Can you at least comfort yourself with the knowledge that she does this? And here Demon could not keep his lip from curling, for the greater good. Or does she simply mindrape people for her own entertainment? Celeborn met the hard, emerald stare evenly, and all owed the young Astari to read his answer on his face. No, Galadriel did very little of late on behalf of her people, or of anyone. There had been a time, several millennia ago in their youth, when she had been all that one would wish the lady to be. But that was a long time past, and the Lord of the Woods acknowledged that it was time to either change the lady's ways or confine her abilities. The steady gaze meeting demons assured the young man that Galadriel's punishment was imminent and would be at the hands of her husband. Few realized that Celeborn was the true power in these woods. That is how he had wanted it, up until now. But times of vast change had come to this world, and the elves must change with it or retreat from it. There was no middle ground. Demon read all of this on the Lord's face, and his own face softened slightly as he nodded respectfully at the stern elf standing regally before him. Dropping his gaze to look at an abashed Galadriel, he cast one last cutting remark. Even in the roughest taverns, the one taking his pleasure upon another casts a few coins at the victim when they pull out and tuck themselves back in their pants. Or do you not even have the manners common to a whorehouse, lady? The shame on her face, and the disgust tangible in the demeanor of the elven guards and Celeborn, ended the confrontation. Satisfied, Harry stepped back slightly and leaned into Glorfindel. The muscular arm immediately wrapped around him and pulled him close. Harry closed his eyes and sent gratitude through the bond, fully aware of the amount of restraint it had taken for his glorious Hervin to allow him to fight that battle alone. Glorfindel and Celeborn met each other's gaze steadily, and much was communicated in those moments for the Lady Galadriel that they were such good friends. Because Glorfindel believed the non-verbal assurance of his oldest friend that Celeborn would be punishing his lady very soon and with great impact, seemed a good choice of wording to use. Therefore, Glorfindel did not have to kill her. It was a given that the Lord of the House of the Golden Flower would most assuredly have done so, and would by their laws have been entirely justified. Galadriel's life was about to change radically. As the Lady of the Woods fled in shame, Celeborn visibly assumed the mantle of his own power and authority. With a few words, the returned warriors dispersed, and the newcomers were given their own talons, as in the case of Gimli and of the twins and Legolas, or sent off to their mate's talon. Information was given about a communal midday meal, and within a very short time, the courtyard of Lothlorien was empty, except for a stern-faced Lord of the Woods who stood gazing thoughtfully into the fountain for a few moments before turning and pacing deliberately toward his panicking Ervase, following her easily as she fled through the woods. Devl sandwich. Legolas entered the talon assigned by Celeborn to the three true-mates. He had been gently sent on ahead by Haldir, who had detained Eredin and Sidhenadin for a few moments of conversation just a few feet from their new door. The young prince turned and observed the discussion taking place, worried that Haldir was taking his mates to task for the error of the night. He could not detect any distress coming through the delicate bond with his devils, and from what he could see, none of the three looked angry or upset. Perhaps Haldir simply had some information to share, or was arranging to meet later in the day. He turned quickly and went further into the Talon W. Hen Haldir departed with an agreeable nod, and the fire-haired twins walked to the doorway of their new home. Celeborn had simply turned the Talon over to them in full, saying that it was theirs from now on. Legolas ran a long-fingered hand gracefully over the gauzy curtains that surrounded the bed and reflected gratefully that he had not heard the eerie lady speaking within his mind again. He was shocked at the events that unfolded upon their arrival in Lothlorien. He was not surprised at the defenses of his mates and their siblings, but at the response of the elves. It seemed that no one, not even Celeborn, supported the lady's actions. He shivered slightly as he recalled the look in Celeborn's eyes, and was deeply grateful that he was not in the lady's slippers at this moment. Celeborn looked to be an elf on a mission. Warm arms wrapped around his waist from behind and pulled him back against the strong chest of Sidhenadin. Legolas did not even have to look. He knew his mates by touch alone. Startled into a smile, the elven prince placed his arms over Sidhenadin's and leaned back willingly into the embrace. Sinful, talented lips nipped and kissed his neck and throat, sucking Htly on the graceful arch of his ear and slowly heating his blood. He felt his breathing quicken as Aredin stepped deliberately into his view, watching intently as his brother caressed and aroused their little mate. The look of intense focus Aredin wore as his sapphire eyes ran over Legolas had an immediate effect on the slim elf, an effect that Aredin immediately noted with a slow dawning smile of predatory satisfaction. Feeling his heartbeat speed up, Legolas tilted his head up as Aredin stepped closer, filling his little mate's vision as Sidhenadin began to run strong hands over their elf's body, easily finding the spots that sent Legolas' arousal spinning higher and higher. Aredin placed warm hands on Legolas' cheeks, cupping the beautiful face as he bent down and pressed his lips hungrily on their little one's lightly panting mouth. He did not take the time to seduce Legolas, he overwhelmed him. His mouth moved ravenously over Legolas' lips, his agile tongue sweeping in and easily subduing the small battle Legolas employed. He swept large hands beneath the tunic that was in his way, forcing it up and over Legolas' head with Sidhenadin's assistance. The twins immediately attacked the toned cream and rose's skin revealed to their eyes and hands. Legolas' eyes flew wide as Sidhenadin's hands worked on the waistband of their elf's leggings while Aredin sent their mate into overdrive with a ravenous tongue sweeping against his own and devilish hands that found his nipples and tweaked and pinched and rubbed them into hardened points of sensation. Sidhenadin's mouth returned to suck on his elegant neck as the man uttered a sound of triumph, successfully opening Legolas' leggings and dropping them to the floor of the Talon. Legolas moaned and panted, overwhelmed by the calloused hands that stroked his body, rubbing his buttocks and tormenting his nipples and stroking lightly on the sensitive skin of his inner thighs. He threw his head back in shock when Aredin dropped gracefully to his knees in front of him, rubbing a slightly rough cheek and chin on Legolas' hardened erection. He sent a devilish look upward at his twin, who grinned down at him and captured Legolas' mouth in a no-holds-barred passionate kiss just as Aredin, with no warning at all, took the long, beautiful cock in his hand and plunged his open mouth down upon, sucking and swirling his tongue, delighting in the salty taste of their mate's precum and the silken steel that sat heated and heavy on his tongue. Suddenly captured in a wet, open-mouthed kiss from Sidhenadin, Legolas icked into his mate's mouth when a kneeling Aredin deep-throated Legolas' cock without even a moment's warning. The strong hands that firmly held his hips was all that saved Legolas from thrusting wildly into the hot, wet mouth that sucked and swallowed and tortured him. Oh, Valar, how was it even possible, what Aredin was doing with his tongue whilst still sucking and swallowing Legolas' cock? Together, the twin devils overwhelmed their little elf, one going high, one going low. And poor Legolas, who had thought himself mentally prepared for what 2 mouths and 4 hands could do, had not accounted for magic. Even as his cock was sucked with a talent that could have made Aredin declared a god in some cultures, and as his mouth was possessed by Sidhenadin, who kissed like the devil he was, and his nipples were teased and tormented, still, something else was working upon Legolas' body. There was too many sensations all over, for him to focus, but he was fairly certain he had the trail of tingly heat that wound down his back and between his legs, encasing his heavy testicles and sliding a dangerous tendril up between his buttocks, and his soft blue eyes flew wide and staring in pure shock, entered him. The magic tendril penetrating his nether entrance unerringly found the bundle of nerves that it sought and rested lightly upon it, beginning a pulsing, vibrating rhythm of heat and pressure that squeezed his balls and tortured his prostate, as Aredin worshipped his cock and Sidhenadin kissed his mouth and licked his ears and tormented his nipples, and arching impossibly taut, Legolas screamed into Sidhenadin's willing mouth as a tremendous orgasm was ripped from the graceful body. The twins continued their ministrations, pulling and squeezing and coaxing every last shudder of sensation and drop of his essence that Legolas could possibly produce. The pleasure seemed endless, a long, shuddering, shrieking seizure of ecstasy that rose and rose in R.O.s and finally crested into a point of intense pleasure that was a butterfly's breath away from pain. As his grayed-out vision slowly returned and his heartbeat fought to return to normal, Legolas found himself still the center of attention for his amazing mates. The magic on and in his body turned soothing before fading into a gentle hum, and the strong hands massaged and soothed him in long, gentle sweeps of comforting pressure. The mouths that had tormented him now soothed and delighted him, dropping gentle kisses lightly land. As he returned more fully to himself, Legolas found that he was tucked once again in a large bed between his incredible devils. He was so very tired, but managed to wake himself enough to say, "But, what of you?" His query was met with twin, devilish chuckles and a dark whisper in his ear, "Magic. Little one, that little teaser that entered you was connected to both of us, as well. When you came, so did we." At the thought, Legolas' exhausted cock tried very hard to twitch in interest. Dark laughter whispered around him as his other ear was lightly nibbled and a soft baritone murmured, "Late, beloved. This time, you sleep between us, sent into slumber only for the best of reasons. We promise, we will be right here still when you awake." Unable to resist the pull of the dream gods, Legolas drifted into sleep as two sets of sapphire eyes met in agreement. Haldar's advice that they claim the mating bond fully so that they would always be aware of their little mate's needs and state of mind had not been in vain. Their beloved Legolas would never again feel the sting of rejection for any reason from the devils. It was common knowledge that the devils take care of their own. And Legolas was theirs. After tonight, he would never again be able to doubt that fact. Settling around the lithe, graceful form of their little mate, the two devils joined hands and rested them on Legolas' stomach. Neither would sleep, they would stay awake and guard little mate from the attentions of the Lady of the Woods and anyone else who showed an unkind interest in their mate. No one would ever hurt him with impunity again. Not even them. White feathers, gratefully settling into Glorfindel's talon. Harry would have loved it regardless of its size, large, or decorations tasteful and masculine, as it was set at the highest possible point of one of the remarkable, huge trees of Lorien. The two true-mates took seats on the outdoor porch and simply enjoyed the sushra of the trees and the company of each other. It had been a busy day already, and it wasn't even nooning mealtime yet. Shaking his head as he replayed the confrontation with Galadriel, Harry turned to speak to Glorfindel when a white form suddenly swept silently over their heads. Startled, the two ducked in unison and then rose to their feet to track the form. They watched together as the flowing white form wheeled silently in the air and returned for another overhead pass. Glorfindel detected no hostility from the creature, but he felt that retreating back into the talon would be wise. He reached out for Harry's arm, only to pause as he saw his mate's expression. Harry stood before him, gazing after the winged ghost, wearing a look of the most painful hope the elven warrior had ever seen. Resting a warm hand on his mate's faintly trembling arm, Glorfindel asked softly, "Marconin." "Harry, what is it?" Harry's gaze did not stray from the silent flyer for a single instant. His throat moved convulsively, before his mate gasped briefly for air and then whispered in a near sob, "Hedwig. It's my Hedwig." It took a moment for Glorfindel to recall when he had heard that name, but when he did his wondering gaze also turned on the beautiful, white owl gliding to a silent rest on Harry's outstretched arm. She was a beautiful creature, larger than a normal owl by at least half, with white feathers that nearly glowed in their purity and brilliant, topaz eyes that seemed to hold great character and wisdom. The warrior watched, entranced, as what should by all rights have been a wild, untamable creature nipped gently at his mate's trembling fingers and emitted a soothing, hooting hiss that was utterly distinctive from any other bird Glorfindel had ever seen. Hedwig calmly endured the tears of her master as Harry rubbed his face against her feathers and sobbed again. She turned her brooding, brilliant gaze to Glorfindel, and the warrior felt himself measured and judged. The owl emitted another distinctive call at Glorfindel, seeming to chide him for keeping his distance. Cautiously, the warrior placed a soothing hand on Harry's back, offering the other up slowly to the owl for its close inspection. The owl blinked once, which Glorfindel took for approval. Holding his breath, he reached out and carefully, gently stroked the beautiful feathers. It was like petting silk. White teeth flashed in a handsome smile as Glorfindel heard Harry shakily offer, "G. Deep through her feathers on her breast or her head and really scratch. She likes that. My Hedwig is no delicate bird, you know. Hedwig's tough." Taking his mate at his word, Glorfindel complied and watched entranced as the beautiful owl shivered in pleasure and pushed back against his fingers to deepen the scratch. Sharing a wondering look with his little mate, Glorfindel gently asked the beautiful bird, "Lovely lady, how did you come to be here?" Hedwig simply blinked again, topaz gaze focused serenely on her beloved master. The familiar bond was no longer aching. Her master was happy, his mate was good, the family was here. That was pretty much all she cared about. Well, that and ensuring that her master's mate continued the lovely scratching. Another surprise. The nooning meal Celeborn had arranged was being held in a lovely garden located beneath the shade of a massive tree around which a winding, graceful staircase with distinctive, elven filigree seemed to have grown. Sly. Blushing Legolas avoided their knowing gazes as he informed his amused mates that the tree housed the royal talon of the Lord and Lady of the Woods. Most of their family was already seated at the Lord's table. Celeborn sat at the head of the table. Haldir and Ithilwyn sat across from Eredin, Legolas and Sidhenadin. Next to Sidhenadin was Gimli. The seats across from Eredin and Legolas remained vacant, awaiting the arrival of Glorfindel and Marconnen. The lady's seat was noticeably empty, as well. As the companions conversed lightly with Celeborn, they heard a stir of surprised gasps and exclamations of wonder from the diners seated elsewhere. Looking around, they saw Glorfindel approaching, with Marconnen at his side. Glorfindel had his hand on Marconnen's lower back, and seated between them on his mate's shoulder was Hedwig. The owl's name was shouted incredulously in three-part harmony by Eredin, Sidhenadin and Ithilwyn. Celeborn, Legolas and Haldir could only stare, as the newcomers leapt to their feet and rushed over to pet and coo over the magnificent owl on a beaming Marconnen's shoulder. All of their frantic questions were answered the same way, "I don't know." Glorfindel looked over and smiled at a shocked Haldir and an odd Legolas, then met the eyes of the Lord of the Woods and raised his own eyebrows meaningfully. After a moment, Celeborn nodded in somewhat wry acknowledgement. Galadriel didn't stand a chance against these people. Not as she was now, anyway. As she had once been, perhaps. On a really good day. With luck on her side. And an army. And the Valar. Celeborn watched closely as the others greeted and petted the lovely owl. When Marconnen approached him, he rose to his feet and gently but fearlessly extended a hand to dig long, soothing fingers between the thick feathers and scratched. If Hedwig's eyes could have rolled back into her head in pleasure, they would have. As it was, the long, hissy hoot she emitted sounded embarrassing. Like a lecherous moan of ual pleasure. Celeborn's eyebrows raised in delighted amusement and he could not prevent his hearty laugh as color swept up Glorfindel's mate's face and turned the fright Enning Astari into a blushingly charming young man. Celeborn did not miss the effect that blush had on his fiercest warrior, either. He was happy for his general, but could not resist a mocking grin when he caught his old friend's eye. He laughed again at the half-hearted glare he got in return. For his part, Marconnen was determinedly ignoring their interaction. Instead, he was insistently declaring to the two red-headed devils that he had no idea how Hedwig had come to him. Just as he waited annoyed at their patent disbelief, he was interrupted by a sound he had not expected to hear in several years, if indeed, ever again. Pup, cub. The twin shouts caused Marconnen to whip around so quickly that Hedwig's claw unintentionally drew blood as she fought for balance. She hissed in annoyance, but her bonded didn't even notice. He stood stock-still, shocked to his very core at the unbelievable sight before him. Glorfindel turned to look as well, standing slightly in front of his mate in a protective stance as he assessed this newest surprise. Entering the dining courtyard, escorted by a broadly smiling Gimli and a suspiciously bright-eyed Thorin and Dagian, was a handsome, slim man with cloud-gray eyes and soft dark hair. A pace ahead of him was a friendly-faced, sandy-haired man with unusual, amber eyes and a slightly animalistic grace about him. Both men moved with speed, intensely focused on Glorfindel's mate. The joy in their slightly weathered faces was profound. It was mirrored on Harry's face. Glorfindel could feel the strength with which his mate was restraining himself from leaping for the two new arrivals. He wondered at the delay, but not for long. Raising a cautionary hand, Harry halted the progress of the newcomers and uttered in a strong, slightly shaky voice. Who was especially grim when the ordeal of the cup was too much, and where did he sit? And what does a wolf teach its cub to drink? Sadness and resignation warred with pride in the gray and amber eyes fixed on Harry. The first to speak was the dark-haired man, who barked a harsh laugh and answered, I was, and am grim, and when the Tri-Wizard tournament got out of hand, I would kidnap you and the kids and Remy and go to the other side of Black Lake to play with the giant squid and the merfolk. The amber-eyed man spoke next, with the same emotions mixed in his slightly feral gaze, and I don't know what real wolves teach their cubs to drink, but this wolf taught you to drink chocolate milk, and we experimented with other flavors that we like. We discovered the hard way that nacho is definitely not one of them. Harry's unnatural rigidity collapsed in a drawn-out, sobbing sigh of pure joy as he launched himself into the open arms of the two men. Sirius, Remus, oh, Morgana, how? And Hedwig, how? What? He continued to babble as he was pulled into the warm embrace of his godfathers. Glorfindel and Celeborn watched for a moment, before it occurred to both to turn and look at Harry's siblings. Luna, Fred and George each sat frozen in their seats. Halder had an arm around Luna as he stood behind her, trying to urge her to stand on her wobbly legs. Legolas had an arm around the waist of each of his stunned mates. A long-fingered hand buried in the fiery hair of each head, as he tried to pull them up against all logic of weight and mass. Fortunately, Harry recovered enough to whip around in the arms that held him fiercely, casting a piercing emerald stare at the seated siblings before he growled out, Devils, Angel. Get your asses over here. With that, energy seemed to flow back into the three, and a few seconds later the small family was united in a happy reunion. They clung together, the two older men somehow managing to get each of the four siblings under their touch. They were watched with gentle smiles on the lovely faces of their mates, many of the elves of Lothlorien, and one bright-eyed dwarf. Harry suddenly broke the hug apart, much to the confusion of the others, and stalked over to grab Glory's hand and tug him back to the group. Luna immediately leapt into Halder's arms, wrapping long legs around his waist and directing the laughing love of her life to join her family. Legolas was lifted in a joyful set of arms that belonged to George as Fred seized his face and kissed him fiercely before dragging them over to join the growing crowd. Standing next to a broadly smiling Celeborn, Gimli saw the four siblings turn and gaze meaningfully over his head, only to emit a startled snort as a chuckling Dagian and Thorin picked him up by the arms and tossed him toward the group. The towering Devils and Glorfindel easily caught the airborne dwarf and settled him into the group as well. Finally, their family was complete. Feeling a weight on his shoulder, Celeborn turned startled eyes to see that he was now serving as a perch for a snowy owl. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Will you not be joining them, beautiful one?" Her dismissive hoot and deadpan stare were remarkably communicative. Fluffing her feathers, she rotated her head to stare behind her at a snickering Thorin and Dagian. Caught in the deadly topaz glare, both warriors froze and then carefully straightened their postures. It was quite an odd experience, to be chastised by an owl. Shaking his head ruefully, Thorin reflected on the fact that this was actually twice in a day that he had been singled out for the amused attention of his peers. Again taking the lead, Harry quickly introduced his mate to his godfathers. The golden-haired warrior found himself fixed in feral stares as the older human men evaluated him. He returned their looks openly, unafraid of what they would see. He knew who he was and what he would do for his beloved mate, and he was certain that these men were only concerned with how well he would treat their son. Getting approving nods and extended hands, he shook their hands one after the other and returned their nods with his own appraising stare. This seemed to win them over completely, and smiles broke out briefly before they turned to meet the others. Luna serenely introduced Halder, who mirrored Glorfindel's stance and attitude. The Marchwarden would kill for his mate, and these men, if they meant to harm his beloved in any way, would shortly be dead. Oddly, the clear threat in his eyes resulted in a glare-off between the alpha of the pack, Remus, and Luna's mate. The matter was decided when Luna reached over and smacked Remus on the nose, then turned and shoved her tongue down Halder's throat. Suitably distracted, Aldir immediately forgot all about the two new men and returned his mate's attentions with interest. It took a while before the two actually heard the uncomfortable coughs of Remus and Sirius, and Lon Jeer still before they separated and turned back to face the snickering siblings and broadly grinning mates. Halder blandly met the aggravated stare of Remus, who finally huffed and looked aside. Sirius immediately leaned over and shook Halder's hand, uttering a laughing, "Well done, well done. Don't ever do it again in front of me, please." Halder simply smiled in return and made no promises. Next, a giggling Legolas was pulled from his haven in Aredian's chest by the warm arm of Sidhenadin, who introduced him to Remus and Sirius with a shocking statement. "Pa, Dad, this is Legolas, he's our mate. We choose him over everyone. Even you. Understand?" Legolas blanched at the deadly serious looks on his devil's faces, and was just about to try to qualify their remark when he felt a soft touch just under his chin. Turning, he found himself caught by compassionate, amber eyes. Legolas' breath caught unexpectedly in his throat as the feral man said gently, "Welcome to our family, young Legolas. You will find that we are all intensely loyal and protective of our own. Don't worry over the way the boys introduced you, just know that, should the time come for defense, we will be standing by their side and in front of you." Heniak Nin. Legolas looked wonderingly between the gentle amber eyes of Remus and the soft gray eyes of Sirius, standing comfortably by Remus' side. Nodding shakily, the elf clung to Sidhenadin's hand and softly said, "Tankiv. Jen Hannon." Satisfied, the gentle hands released his chin and Legolas stepped back into the comfort of Aredian's chest, still clinging to Sidhenadin's hand tightly. Remus returned to his position as Sirius Simple stepped forward and pressed a light kiss on Legolas' forehead, whispering, "Be welcome in our family." Smiling slightly, he, too, stepped back and swept his gray gaze over the circle of gray eyes paused on an uncomfortable Gimli, who had been trying unsuccessfully to back out of the circle, prevented by a strong grip fro. Glorfindel on one side and Halder on the other. An amused smile lightened his narrow face as he asked, "And who is this?" "Clearly a family member, unless you routinely ask people to hurl you through the air." The embarrassed dwarf was promptly introduced as Gimli, who is Legolas' heart-father and seems to be father number 3 now for we 4, as well. Amber and gray eyes locked assessingly on the short, auburn-haired dwarf, registering the kindness in his blue eyes and the lines of laughter and worry on his face. An instant affinity sprang up between the three, and Gimli found himself welcomed and actually believing that he was a bona fide member of this odd little family. Glorfindel beckoned to Celeborn, who had no qualms about walking over to them despite the fact that by rights they should have approached him. He was a lord when necessary, but there was no need to stand on ceremony in situations such as this. He accepted Glorfindel's friendly grip on his shoulder, carefully avoiding Hedwig's sharp talons, and nodded his head in genuine welcome as he was introduced to Remus and Sirius. Hedwig's position served as a stamp of approval for the protective men, and Celeborn joined the ranks of those sincerely welcome in this unusual company. Although he gestured for an extension table to be brought to the Lord's banquet, Harry nonchalantly waved his hand in the Astoni. Shed Lord and residents of Lothlorien watched the table lengthen and more chairs appear. Those Ardens who had come from the encampment and already witnessed such magic chuckled in delight, watching the wonder in the eyes of their kin. Celeborn seated himself again at the head of the table, and had a small, potted tree brought over for Hedwig to perch on. She hooted her thanks and settled down for a nap, tucking her head beneath her snowy wing and willfully ignoring everyone and everything else. And for the first time, ever, the entire family complete with parents and mates and benevolent friends in the persons of Celeborn. Thorin and Doggian sat and ate together. It was the best meal Harry had ever had. Family dinner. Glorfindel watched in amusement as Remus, seated to Harry's left, sneaked a little more food on his Hervan's plate while Harry was looking over at Sirius, who was seated across and further down on the right, between Luna and Sidhenadin. He shook his head in bemusement as Harry mechanically ate the food. So focused on the conversation he didn't notice he was eating something he had not even put on his plate. Seated at the end, with Remus on his right, Celeborn also watched the byplay with sheer delight. Briefly, his thoughts strayed to his lovely wife Galadriel, who was currently reclining in their talon on the divan with her newly reddened but still delectable backside facing up to avoid friction. He sent a few pulses of interest and curiosity and fascination down the bond at her, greatly enjoying his ability to torture his beloved troublemaker with images of the wondrous newcomers and all of the unheard of things that he was witnessing in her absence. Sensing her shrill shriek of frustration, he tipped his head back and laughed heartily, causing a brief silence at the table at the seemingly random burst of amusement. Eyes alight with enjoyment, he said simply, "Galadriel. Bond. This." His encompassing gesture toward all that this entailed at the table caused everyone except Remus and Sirius to burst into laughter, too. Glorfindel and Haldir were both particularly amused, having wanted to see the ladies' comeuppance for quite some times now. Una lightly explained the situation to the bewildered Marauders, glossing over the details of their meeting. Meeting Harry's eye sternly, Sirius said unequivocally, "And you will explain this in more detail later, won't you?" Perhaps a pensive memory. He waited for Harry's reluctant nod before releasing the green gaze and returning to the prior discussion with Haldir on the merits of dragonhide leathers. So these were two of the original Marauders? Glorfindel asked his husband, watching in amusement as his husband was fussed over like he did to everyone else. He noted that Sirius magically placed a little more food on Harry's plate, fruit, this time, as Harry turned to look up to answer his question. As Harry explained more fully about the original Marauders, sneering as he briefly mentioned the rat, Sirius and Remus worked together to place tiny bits of food on Harry's plate as soon as his attention was turned away. Glorfindel had to admire these men. They were as sneaky as Elrond's twins. They worked in balance with each other, never putting so much on the plate that Harry would notice. They simply kept up the cooperative effort until Harry eventually ate an entire meal and settled back, bewildered at feeling so sated from a meal he had barely eaten. And during the entire course of the meal, the two men pulled most of the details of the past several days out of the siblings, absorbing infinitely more information than any of them actually expressed. The warrior elf was certain that there was no one else in either world who could successfully outwit his little mate. Finally, with the constraints of elven propriety met by having properly fed his guests, Celeborn asked the question everyone wanted to know. "Master Sirius and Master Remus, would you share with us how you came to be in Arda?" All attention was immediately focused on the two. Sirius raised an eyebrow and gestured to Remus to begin their own tale. Raising his glass in acknowledgement, Remus took a sip and considered a brief moment where to start. "First, you should know, if you don't already, that time moves differently between Arda and Terra." Did the goblins explain this? At that, Celeborn nearly choked on his ale as he sputtered. "Goblins. Excuse me." Laughter rippled around the table as everyone realized they had left one part of the tale out. Glorfindel quickly summarized the situation, with the lost tribe returning as Harry summoned the letter from Ragnarok for Celeborn to read. The elven lord read the letter twice, before raising astonished eyes to Glorfindel's. At his friend's reassuring nod of confirmation, a slow smile spread across Celeborn's handsome face as he breathed, "At last, we Eldar may keep hope for ourselves, as well as for the race of man. Truly, my new friends, Gil Sila na Lu Govadid. A star shines on our meeting." The dining companions allowed the emotional lord a few moments to regain his composure. He stared at the letter in his hands, and slowly a truly evil grin formed on the beautiful face. Those who could see such things saw a small pulse of bond magic around the elf, almost immediately followed by a distant scream of rage from the Lady of the Woods. Glorfindel and Halder both dissolved into helpless laughter as they realized that Celeborn was torturing his Hervés with tiny tidbits and minuscule hints of the wonders she could have seen. ND learned if only she had acted like a grown-up instead of like a spoiled rotten merchant's daughter. When the laughter died down, Celeborn smilingly gestured for Remus to continue. The amber-eyed man cheerfully complied. So, as I was saying, time between the worlds moves differently. The few days that you have apparently been here have been several months on Terra. During that time, we complete the tasks you set before us and established proctors and regents to serve in our stead on those issues that require it. We met our goals much more quickly than expected, thanks to the body of work you four did before the final battle. It took us mere months instead of the many years we had all anticipated. Remus paused to take a sip of his drink as Sirius piped up. There was no way we were waiting years to see you again if we didn't have to. Even if we could have endured it, which is doubtful, Lady Hedwig would have insisted on leaving as soon as possible. Nodding ruefully as he remembered all of his shredded scarves and from Hedwig making her position clear, Remus continued, when we went to Gringotts to set up the regent work for the wizarding orphanages and the magical creatures' sanctuaries. Ragnarok took us into his office and explained about the lost tribe situation. The instant we learned that they had a way to come to Arda, we demanded to come ahead. We would have agreed to anything. But he said that it was his right and his privilege to serve the Lord Demon and his family in any way he could. He gave us a portal key and instructions, and that was that. After a few more arrangements, here we are, dining with elves and dwarves and our kids and their wonderful new mates. And at an irritated hiss from a grumpy owl, he added hastily, and Hedwig, of course. He dismissed Sirius, snickering easily. After all, it wasn't the canine's belongings that the owl kept destroying, now was it. He knew whose ass to kiss, and it was white and feathered. As if hearing his thoughts, Hedwig gave a self-satisfied hoot and settled pompously back into sleep. Watching the amber-eyed man as he related his story and interacted with his family and new friends, Celeborn had the odd though UGHT that he needed to make sure he introduced Remus to Aristo. Both males seemed to be remarkable scholars. He felt they would form a strong friendship. Looking speculatively at the bright, gray eyes of the dark-haired Sirius Black, he ruminated over which of his acquaintances would first seek the handsome Astari's companionship. Celeborn did not know whether Sirius or Remus preferred the company of elves or eliths or both, or, well, men or women, he supposed would be more accurate up to this point in time, but he was certain that neither would lack for companionship in any form it was desired. If he were not truemated to the troublesome Galadriel, he would not object to sharing close companionship with either or both of these men. They were fascinating, attractive, unusual, and wonderfully honorable people. He felt a little bit of envy for Halder and Glorfindel and young Legolas, and sighed in resignation as he accepted that he would only ever have friendship with any of these delightful people. He smiled slightly at the thought, and realized how much more he had now in his life to keep him happy and involved compared to mere hours ago. Suddenly, the world was new again, and Celeborn embraced the adventure with the entirety of his remarkable soul. Grasshopper. At dinner that evening, Sirius immediately began the discussion. Forgot to tell you kidlings, especially you kiddo, he nodded meaningfully at Harry. We have a few letters in our possession from some people who might surprise you. It seems not everyone is happy to stay on Terra. I don't think they know exactly where you four are and what you're doing, but apparently two facts have been figured out. You aren't on Terra, and these people want to be wherever you are. One of your favorite teachers and her apprentice, in fact, are very eager to pack up a couple of greenhouses worth of stuff and follow you. I'll give you the letters later. The six eagerly discussed the possibilities for a little while, then decided to save the what-ifs until they had read the letters. After a brief pause to take a few bites, the discussion turned to some of the more memorable pranks that had been played by the people who, the listening elves were agreed, would put Elrohir and Elodin's pranksterism in the dust. Elrond will be horrified. Halder snickered, catching Glorfindel's eye and gesturing at the living Marauders. Raising their glasses in salute, Celeborn, Glorfindel and Halder all toasted the soon-to-be beleaguered Lord of Rivendell. As another furious shriek echoed from the vicinity of Galadriel's rooms, the three elves snickered into their drinks. The remaining diners had become accustomed to the occasional shriek or crash from that direction. Few knew that her erratic bursts of temper were due entirely to Celeborn's efforts. Although Celeborn was sure that both Haldir and Glorfindel suspected the extent of his efforts. They all looked up as the quick footsteps of a harried Eleth sounded across the courtyard. Celeborn greeted the Eleth who approached him and tipped his head toward her to listen as she whispered hurriedly in his ear. At his negative response and broad smirk, the Eleth asked, "You met a pleading expression and tried again." Haldir was the first to crumble when Lord Celeborn sat back in his chair and said in a normal tone, "The Lady Galadriel has made her bed and now she has to lie on it, face down. Unless her tastes for pain have changed. Recently, the humans at the table were unsure if they should laugh, but odds of them resisting were reduced to 0 when Glorfindel raised his glass in toast and offered. To the rosy-cheeked Lady of the Woods, may her complexion ever bloom." Celeborn solemnly drank to the toast, and joined in the laughter that swept the table. As the hilarity faded and the defeated Eleth trudged away, conversation returned to past pranks. Remus, Sirius and Celeborn, as well as the eavesdropping elves all around, were fascinated and amused by the description of their arrival at the celebratory dinner at Helm's Deep. The favorite of that event seemed to be Gandalf's head of fruit, although the fact that the 8 departed by air under their own power would have won if any of them besides Sirius and Remus could have accurately envisioned it. Harry promised to try and get a projective pensieve memory from Theoden when next they met, but in meantime Luna gracefully leapt to the center of the table and called her wings. In the fading light of the setting sun, the delicate blonde looked utterly ethereal, and when Hedwig landed on her outstretched arm and also spread her wings, the stunning vision left more than one elf inspired to render the image artistically. Casting Hedwig back into the darkening sky, Luna called back her wings and Dee dropped straight down into Haldir's strong arms, which were open and ready to catch her, as they would always be. The devotion and love in the Marchwarden's eyes as he held his angel brought lumps to many throats that night. As they gazed into each other's eyes, the conversation continued around them. "So, there's Fred and George, planning on pranking Sirius when he left the kitchen. Unfortunate, Ely, for them. Sirius has enhanced smell thanks to his animagus form. Actually, his vast pranking experience was probably more than enough to warn him, but the super sniffer helps. Anyway, he was paired and came out with a big pitcher of freezing water," Remus recounted, smiling at the put-out faces of his twin sons. "The beauty that it was," Sirius crowed. "Second-generation Marauders, supposedly the pranksters extraordinaire. Defeated by a dog nose and a pitcher of plain water. Ha, face it, if you two are smart, then I am a genius." Sirius howled, grinning like a loon, laughing at his chortling godfather. Harry wondered if the man had consumed a little too much ale, but decided it really didn't matter. This was a time for relaxing with family. Of course, hangover payback was always fun, too. Smirking to himself, Harry began to plan a nice wake-up call for his godfather tomorrow morning. Considering what Harry was about to make happen, he was fairly certain that there would be volunteers to help wake Sirius up. Glorfindel and Haldir both saw the same demon is plotting look they had seen the day before the return trip to Helm's Deep and exchanged wry, slightly worried glances. These pranksters were a little bit frightening in terms of sheer ability. Yeah, well, that resulted in a declaration of prank wars, and if my memory serves me correctly, which it always does, we won that war. Fred huffed indignantly. It was still a sore point that they had been outmaneuvered by water, considering their element was fire. Mortal enemies and all that. The only consolation was that they had lost that prank to an original Marauder. Actually, Legolas' comforting hand rubbing circles on the inside of his thigh was another consolation, a big one. Growing bigger by sending a perplexed look at his twin at the weirdness that was coming over their bond, George added loyally, "You are correct, brother dear. I have the same memory. He won the battle, we won the war." As George took a drink of water, he suddenly realized what was happening with Legolas' hand and Fred's growing happiness, and his snort of laughter was quickly followed by a bout of choking and coughing. Fred grinned knowingly at his gasping twin, who sent him a glare full of laughter and dark promise. Caught in the center of the bond and being inundated with erotic thoughts from a devil on each end. Poor Legolas stared hard at the plate in front of him and pushed his chair closer to the table to hide his inevitable reaction. Unfortunately, he could not hide his flushed cheeks. Fortunately, everyone at the table was too considerate of the gentle elf's shyness and did not comment, although numerous glares were aimed at the twins. As everyone was paying attention to the twins, Harry grinned evilly and summoned a pitcher of icy water, placing it casually by his dad's hand. Neither Remus nor Sirius betrayed him by a single flinch or glance. All of them knew that within the next few moments, Sirius would send the pitcher flying towards the twins accidentally. Remus was fully aware of the situation and was ready to instantly cast a shield around Legolas, unwilling for the nicest person at the table to be caught in the prankish antics that followed the Marauders of both generations. And they would never know that Harry had planned the whole prank war to help enliven the days of the staid elves of Lothlorien. Their original 200 had proven that elves had wonderful senses of humor, and there was just nothing like the harmonic symphony that resulted when hundreds of elves laughed together. To hear that again, Harry decided, was worth a lot more from a prank than a simple pitcher of water, but this is how it would start. Harry counted down to the precise moment and watched gleefully when Siri let his hand fly and connected with the water pitcher. Sirius was completely shocked at how easily the pitcher took off under the impact of his hand, and immediately realized that Harry had gotten him again. The scamp had put a weightless charm on the water inside, leaving only the negligible weight of the pitcher itself to keep it resting on the table. Just as the water went flying, Remus cast a shield over Legolas. Sirius and Harry barely had time to feel the flash of gratitude before the icy water tipped from the pitcher and drenched the twins' face first. They sat there, gasping in reaction with icy water dripping down their face and running in rivulets off their hair. Legolas sat between them, completely bewildered, and completely dry. Everyone froze, especially the twins, because wow, that water was cold. Even Harry, the consummate little actor, seemed to be shocked into stillness as Sirius' face paled at how much more, well, just how much more. Ignoring Legolas' twitching lips and shaking shoulders, and carefully not paying attention to the hilarity flaring through the bond from their sweet little mate, the twins ominously rose to their feet, pushing their chairs back and declaring in one voice, "This means war." Sirius, forced to choose between an apology and a co-declaration, remembered that he was no damn Hufflepuff and stood up as well. Lifting a calculating eyebrow, he asked, "Terms as usual." Agreed. With a flourishing sweep of their robes, which would have looked much more imposing and less like runway models if any of them had actually been wearing robes, the three men imperiously departed to go plan in their separate talons. Also, Fred and George wanted to change, because wet leather made squelching sounds and left welts when they walked. And drying charms didn't work on Dragonhide. Those remaining at the table sat stunned and gaping, not entirely certain what had just happened. The silence was broken as Legolas broke down into an incredibly infectious bout of giggles, which immediately spread to everyone else. It was made that much funnier as they watched the shy young elf, who had collapsed onto the table and currently had his hands clenching his own hair as he tried to reassert control. Every time he was almost calm again, Gimli would lean over and offer another snickering commentary on the affronted departure of his oh-so-manly mates. And Legolas would dissolve again, and the rest would join because it was impossible not to. Honestly, it was seriously one of the cutest things Celeborn had ever seen. The little prince was adorable, flushed face, sparkling eyes, tears of laughter running down his cheeks, and the cutest giggles ever just kept flowing. Celeborn could not understand why Galadriel so easily dismissed little Legolas as uninteresting and unattractive. With another evil grin, he viciously sent this latest image winging her way through the bond, and the ensuing scream from their talon was music to his ears. It helped that Glorfindel and Haldir had a renewed attack of out-of-control laughter as his grin widened at the discordant bellow his delicate little Hervé produced. Truly, that Elith had a set of lungs on her that would do a barmaid proud. He made a mental note to do something nice for the Eliths attending Galadriel. They deserved a reward for, well, mostly for not killing her where she lay. Or at least adding to the bruises on her butt, which Celeborn assumed is still bared to the open air rather than risk fabric literally rubbing her the wrong way. Finally, Remy turned to Harry and evaluated him. "Pup, I don't recall a water pitcher on the table at all." Harry met the piercing amber stare and kept his face expressionless as the silence grew and the minutes ticked by. After 5 solid minutes of staring down his Papa Mooney, Remus tousled his black hair and said approvingly, "Nearly a master, grasshopper." Harry's blank expression dissolved into a proud smirk, which then quickly disappeared beneath Glorfindel's lips. Emerald eyes fluttered closed and all of his pranking thoughts stuttered and shut down, leaving Harry with only one clear thought. Merlin, my glory can really kiss. In defense of family. The hour was fairly late. Night had taken over the woods, and beautiful, aromatic lanterns glowed throughout the courtyard and gardens and stairwells of Lothlorien. A soft, elven song was being performed in some remote talon, and the harmonious music drifted lightly through the garden pathways that Legolas wandered. He had decided that the actions of his mates and Harry and Luna the prior night were not only understandable but wise. Finding himself unsettled by all of the wondrous and horrible things he had learned and seen and experienced since joining the Fellowship. Not to mention just in the past several days, the introspective prince decided it was more than time for him to organize his thoughts and center himself again. After an hour or two of ambling thought, he had come to a conclusion. He had left the Mirkwood for the conference at Rivendell as an unappreciated prince with one good friend, Estelle. He had many acquaintances, N.D. knew people that he would enjoy knowing better, but his father the king had forbidden personal relationships. Until such time as the king arranged a marriage with a politically advantageous Elith. And, of course, it had to be an Elith. Thranduil disliked same relationships and forbade them to Legolas on the basis that he could not produce heirs. The fact that the last elfling born to any of their people was over 1500 years old meant nothing to Thranduil. Since the conference, Legolas now had a number of people he cared about personally and who, he could finally accept, cared about him. In addition to his friend Estelle, and his friendly acquaintanceship with Gandalf, Legolas had found, and lost, a friend in Boromir. He discovered that he could be paternalistic toward someone when he met the 4 hobbits. In Gimli, he had more than a good friend. He had, for the first time, a true father. At Rohan, he found he genuined by King Theoden. Despite the ominous times, Legolas had been happier than ever before, although the sanitation of the place still made his skin crawl. And then, the demon team. And suddenly, what he had though was life in full color turned out to be muted pastels. As the vibrant life and vivid personalities that are Marconnen, Ithilwyn, Oredan and Sidhenadin exploded into his world and sent him reeling along with them. And now, he had his amazing mates, an incredible brother, a phenomenal sister, 3 heart fathers, the kinship of Glorfindel the Balrog Slayer and of Haldir the Marchwarden, and even the friendship of Lord Celeborn O.F. Lothlorien and over 200 of Lothlorien's best warriors. His heart and life were so full he felt like leaping into the air just to express his sheer happiness. And he suspected that tonight, Redan and Sidhenadin would truly make love to him and take their true mate bond to its purest strength. He shivered in anticipation of the night to come, and turned with a small, happy smile to retrace his steps to their new talon. Like a spear of ice, a cold, frighteningly familiar voice pierced the night. This is how you spend your valuable time away from the Mirkwood. Wandering in the garden, thinking happy thoughts with an insipid smile on your face. Is it, Prince Legolas? Momentarily frozen in horrified recognition, Legolas drew a shallow breath and turned to face his father the king. Thranduil stood partly in shadow. Tall and cold, his piercing stare swept over his son with contempt, a sneer marring his fine features. He missed nothing as he inspected his offspring, pleased O.N.L.Y. at the signs of unease in the clenched fists and rigid posture. He waited impassively for the whelp to gain the courage to speak, knowing that the unpleasant tenor of his son would be shaking in fear. He was to be surprised. He did not enjoy surprises. Legolas met the cold gaze of his father the king. He never called the elf, Ada, not even in his thoughts. Taking strength from his recent conclusions, Legolas' voice was steady and even as he replied, emotionlessly, I was merely clearing my mind and organizing my thoughts, as you have had your chamberlain instruct me. Thranduil's eyes narrowed hatefully, displeased with the seeming retort from his spineless son. You are a disgrace, to your name and to your people. Your word clearly means nothing to do. You can't even stay with the fellowship you pledge yourself to. Weakling. Failure. The sneered words sank through Legolas like sharpest knives. Swallowing against his rising fear, Legolas remembered his resolution of yesterday. in which he pledged that if he were again faced with his father's withering wrath, he would simply recall 3 perfect memories of his mates and of his own British bathroom. Faced with the familiar sneer, it was very hard to picture specific memories, so instead Legolas summoned to mind all of the joy he felt with his mates in their Talon, with his family and friends at the noon and evening meals, and forced down the familiar feelings of self-hate and doubt ingrained deeply within his soul by his loving Ada. Sending a burst of need and fear through the delicate bond with his mates, Hen squared his shoulders and simply regarded his father with cool, blue eyes. He inspected the elf before him in the same manner he had been inspected, and was equally dissatisfied. Thranduil Co. Old not believe that the weak-willed little nothing that he had been forced to name, Prince, was looking upon him as if at a filthy dwarf. The blue eyes did not show the respectful fear that should be there. Legolas stood unbowed and looked him straight in the eye. How dare he look his king in the eye? Legolas watched the elf who had caused his birth, because in no way had this person actually raised him, and saw the all-too-familiar rage rising rapidly to the surface. Thranduil was not known for an even temper. Legolas was unsurprised to see the king clench his fist and raise it preparatory, sending it crashing into his son's face. This, too, was familiar to the young prince. His only concession to the inevitable explosion of pain as fist met face was to close his eyes prior to impact. He found that doing so seemed to reduce the jarring pain in his mind afterwards, whenever the noble king was done beating his son for the crime of seeing him clearly. The impact never came. Instead, Legolas heard a slap of flesh hitting flesh, and then he heard his father, gasp and whimper. Soft blue eyes flew open, to focus uncomprehending on his father's fist, mere inches from his face, but frozen in place by the crushingly tight grip of a strong, masculine hand with distinctive rings on the fingers. Markonnen's hand. Risking a look at the enraged Astari, Legolas rapidly reassessed. This was not Markonnen. This was Demon. Blinking again at his furious, whimpering father, Legolas realized that a wall of magic shimmered between Thranduil and himself. Taking a step back, he realized that Devl was on his left and Devl was on his right, each holding out a hand and maintaining the shimmering wall of magic in front of him. Aredin offered him a sideways grin as he calmly stated, "He couldn't have touched you. 2 more inches and he would have crushed his hand against our shield. I almost regret that Demon stopped him." His mate's voice was much too calm. Frighteningly so. Looking up at Sidhenadin, he realized that this Devl was too furious to even speak. His jaw was clenched and pure murder burned in impossibly hot blue flames within the sapphire eyes. Aredin was not much better. He could speak, but only because Legolas needed him to. Rage roared within this Devl, as well. Demon stood like a carving in coldest stone. His emerald eyes glowed with power, and his iron grip on Thranduil's wrist was unmoving. The King of Mirkwood twisted and flailed in the implacable grip, and finally spat contemptuously, "You would do well not to meddle in what doesn't concern you, boy." The last word had the effect of a dropped, lighted torch in a field of driest grass. In short, Demon ignited. Thranduil barely had time to register the burning pain in his wrist before he was screaming and twisting through the air, effortlessly hurled 3 meters from his mewling son by the demonic man who was clearly possessed by Sauron. Hitting the ground with a graceless thud, the king painfully gained his feet, clutching his burned and bruised wrist, and began to shout and scream for Celeborn and his guards. As Thranduil looked around and saw that he was surrounded, not just by his worthless son and those strange, red-haired men with glowing eyes at his side, and not just by the possessed man who had burnt him, but also an oddly familiar red-headed dwarf was coming up behind him swinging an axe expertly. To his left, a feral-looking pair of men prowled toward him, eyes glowing like a cat's or a wolf's may. A little further forward, a delicate wong, and twirled twin short swords with effortless ease, never taking her deadly gaze off of him. To her right was Haldir. King Thranduil gasped, "What is this madness? Stop them. Summon aid." He led into silence as he realized that Haldir was looking particularly deadly himself, and was holding a cocked arrow pointed directly at the king's heart. Thranduil gaped, backing away as best he could and casting his gaze wildly around, past the crazed man with the glowing emerald eyes and saw. "Oh, thank the Valar. Glorfindel." The king breathed in purest relief. And Celeborn, oh, my friends, what goes here? All I did was chastise my worthless son, and suddenly I am the focus of maddened people from 3 separate races. And, with a somewhat frightened look at Remus and Sirius, who were growling, he added tremulously. Possibly. For, it was not Celeborn who answered him, nor Glorfindel. Actually, Glorfindel looked more like he wanted to spit him whole, roast him over an open fire, and feed him to the orcs than aid him in any way. And Celeborn was cold and impassive, and also not helping him. Absolutely right, King Thranduil. One should never meddle in the affairs of others. I can see that you believe chastising your son, using your fists as well as words that burn into his soul, is entirely your business. I can respect that. The words that came from Demon settled one by one into Legolas' lungs, slowing his breathing and making each breath hurt more. Was Demon truly telling the king that beating Legolas was acceptable to him? A reassuring pulse of pure love and comfort came rocketing down the bond from both of his devils, pushing aside the old patterns of rejection and self-doubt and clearing Legolas' mind enough to see the truth of the situation, rather than to react in the familiar patterns forced upon him by his father. However, the son you are chastising with your fist is my family. He is the mate to my brothers. As far as I'm concerned, that makes him my brother. So, here's my solemn advice, from me to you, noble elf. The mocking tone was sharp and painful. Leave Legolas alone. Forever. Thranduil reacted with typical rage. Shoten. Gee, that no one had the right to keep him from his heir. At that, his devils leaned into Legolas and nuzzled his neck and ears, and Aredin asked him gently, what do you want, baby? Do you want to be his heir? We'll support you, if you do. And Fred, pressing a gentle kiss on the corner of mouth, whispered gently, and we'll support you if you don't. Whatever you want, little one. We will never leave you. And either way, that bastard will never abuse you again. Legolas leaned into the strength and warmth of his very own devils, and looked around at all of the people who had come to his defense. No hesitation and no questions asked. In the center, glaring at him with hate and disgust written clearly on his face, Thranduil stood, clutching his burned wrist. Legolas knew what he wanted to do, he just wasn't sure if he could. Turning to look at Celeborn, he met the Lord's steady gaze and asked simply, can I? Is it allowed? Celeborn's expression warmed as he looked at the little elf, who was clinging to the protective devils who had truemated him. He took a moment to order his thoughts, before he spoke gently, directly to Legolas and ignoring Thranduil's sputtering. Oh, young one, I am so sorry that we did not see what was being done to you. It is clear, now, as I look back, that you have been on the wrong side of Thranduil's fists and words for far, far too long. I confess that I wanted to intervene on several occasions, for lesser offenses than this, and that I followed very poor advice from my lady. I am ashamed that I did not rescue you, Legolas. I am so very, very sorry. And I pledge to you now that you will always have a home and protection here within my realm. You are now and forever an elf of Lorien, wheresoever you travel. And your family, your real family, have homes here, too. He cast a dismissing glance at an enraged Thranduil, making it clear that the King of Mirkwood was not included as Legolas' real family. Turning back to meet Legolas' astonished, hopeful blue gaze, he continued, as to your question, yes. You have every right to reject the role of heir. It is my feeling that Thranduil would never have turned the throne over to you anyway. Considering how greedy and power-hungry he is. Now turning a regal, cold gaze on the shocked Thranduil, Celeborn cast a killing blow. As for you, you bullying piece of filth. You will never enter my realm again. I cast you out. You will never consult my lady again, and she will never assist you again in your many covert endeavors. That you thought me blind to your machinations says much of your ego. And little of your intellect. Drawing himself up regally, Thranduil sent a cold glare of ownership at his weak-willed son. Enough of this nonsense. Remove yourself from the filthy touch of those disgusting humans and come here at once. We leave Lorien and will never return, not even when they beg for our aid, and they will. This war is already in the murk, it will be here soon enough. They will need our help and we will turn them down coldly. He stared at his son, who had not moved even a single pace closer to him. Legolas, now, to me, It was odd, that such a soft, happy smile of pure peace and contentment spreading across the face of his own son could cause the king to feel dread and fear. He shook his head in denial as Legolas opened his mouth and said words that hit him like blows from his own fists. I, Legolas Greenleaf, reject you. I refuse the crown of Mirkwood. I am no longer the heir. And I am no longer your son, Thranduil of Mirkwood. You are nothing to me, as you have always assured me I was nothing to you. Thranduil whirled to glare at Celeborn, raging at the impassive Lord of Lothlorien. Stop this. His defection is invalid. I refuse to witness it. And I am his only family. He faltered to a halt as Celeborn smiled darkly, and began reciting Legolas' formal biography. Legolas Greenleaf of Lothlorien, true-mated to Lord Devl and Lord Devl. The twin warrior Astaris of the House of Potter, brother to High Lord Demon, the warrior Astari and head of the House of Potter, whose true mate is High Lord Glorfindel of the House of the Golden Flower. Brother to Lady Angel, warrior Astari of the House of Potter, true-mated to Lord Halder, Marchwarden of Lothlorien, son of Gimli of the line of Gloin, son in line F. Or the chieftainship of the dwarves of the Mountain Realm, son of Lord Remus Lupin, warrior Astari and shapechanger of the Houses of Black and Potter, son of Lord Sirius Black, warrior Astari and Shap. Each anger of the Houses of Black and Potter, and second heir to myself, Lord Celeborn of Lothlorien, who by my words do hereby assign Legolas Greenleaf to the royal line of Lothlorien. He sneered at the flabbergasted king, gaping at him, and gestured to the guards. Once the lords establish terms with this piece of filth, escort him forthwith to the border and ensure he departs fully without speaking to anyone else. Do not allow him to pass along any notes or leave any possessions of any kind. As the guards bowed in understanding, Celeborn turned an understanding smile on the stunned Legolas, his own newly named heir. Albeit secondary, few knew that he had not named his first heir yet. Celeborn wanted to get to know the twins mated to his new heir before he confirmed that they were right to govern Lothlorien with Legolas at their side, or, more appropriately, ensconced between them. Legolas, we will talk sometime tomorrow. After these events, I hope you all rest well and sleep late. Perhaps we can meet after dinner to discuss this. Your mates and your family are welcome to join us, or not, as you wish. Soft blue eyes blinked at him before the young prince regained his composure enough to nod agreement and say, "Certainly, my lord, I am at your disposal." He was immediately corrected by Celeborn, who said gently, "No, Elfling. We are at each other's disposal. You must never hesitate to tell me if my requests do not suit your schedule or your wishes. I am not your former father, nor your former king. I do not punish honesty." He held the soft blue gaze until he got an affirming nod. Then met the burning sapphire gazes of each twin in turn. And as Celeborn left to go see his troublesome lady and interview her on the subject of Thranduil, he felt relief sweeping through his system. Truly, the world was on the right path now, and his own realm was once again a place of hope and refuge. After watching Celeborn depart, the remaining members of the family turned back to fix Thranduil in their stares. He stood in the center of the circle, locked in the predatory stares of 6 warrior Astaris of various, terrifying abilities, a royal dwarf with a very sharp axe, and a wish for blood showing clear on his face, 2 of the most renowned warriors of the elven race, and his own former son, who was a master archer and the newly named heir to the throne of Lothlorien. That last bit rankled most. Thranduil detested the fact that Lothlorien n as wealthy and powerful as his own Mirkwood. And now, he had no son, no heir, no allies in Lothlorien, no seer to show him easy gold, and a long, cold, dangerous trek back to the Mirkwood to report his losses and failures and to lick his wounds. But first, the threatening. He shook his head in disgusted fear as he watched the 2 flame-haired Astaris caress and kiss and fondle his former son while glaring purest murder at himself. Flinching, he turned to meet the glowing, emerald gaze of the single most frightening being Thranduil had ever met. Glorfindel watched with pride and barely suppressed desire as his little mate controlled and frightened Thranduil, the biggest bully known to Elvenkind, into a shivering, sweating mess. Harry stood over the shivering elf and spoke in a falsely light-hearted, sickeningly kind voice. Ah, Glorfindel and Halder thought, this is when his strange allure and false face is best employed. Now, I understand. They sat back to watch the show as the Shivering King was equally terrified, enticed and aroused. Here are the terms, Thranduil. You want to meet my terms, don't you? Thranduil nodded desperately. He wanted to meet the terms, whatever they were, because he wanted to please the emerald-eyed boy in front of him. He was also quite desperate to not displease the young man, which was a different thing entirely. The first was desire, the second was fear. No comparison. Harry continued speaking, gently and kindly, striking pure terror into the king's soul. Term 1. You stay away from Legolas. Term 2. You stay away from Legolas. Term 3. You do not seek to harm or inconvenience Legolas or his allies in any way, ever. Term 4. You stay away from Legolas. Term 5. These terms is non-negotiable, and will be followed both in spirit and in letter. Harry's tone never wavered. He continued to speak to Thranduil in the chilling, kind voice that had frightened 200 of Lothlorien's finest warriors. Thranduil felt his bladder quiver and he began to pray that he could make his escape before he shamed himself even foo. RTHER by pissing down his own leg in purest fear. AGR. Ahem. Agreeable, the royal elf responded, waiting tensely to see if he would be released from the strange grip of the demon, who held him pinned. Ned by his kind voice and terrible smile in the center of these threatening, frightening people. Perfect. Good elfling. Harry purred approvingly, sending a shudder of terrified arousal down the quivering elf's spine. Go, now. Thranduil shot from the courtyard like an arrow from one of Legolas' bows and headed for the border of Lothlorien, the guards who were supposed to escort him racing to catch up. Remus and Sirius exchanged glances, before turning into a huge wolf and an equally huge, black dog before the surprised elves. Sirius yipped a bark as the two chased after Thranduil, hoping to get in a few nips before he reached the border. At the very least, they wanted to make him piss his pants. Almost as one, those remaining in the circle turned concerned eyes to Legolas, Stan. Ding wrapped safely between his protective mates. He had begun trembling in reaction, but his eyes were clear and his smile was bright as he met the concerned looks with gratitude and a new confidence that he wore well. Thank you, he said simply. He knew that none of them wanted florid prose from him, as he would not want it either, by thanking them for their help, and not expressing shock that they had done so. He said all they needed to hear. As they each paired off and wandered away, Gimli and, oddly, Hedwig, moved toward the river to watch the moonlight on the water. Legolas heard the soft crack of disapparition behind him. Before he could look, he found himself shivering as Sidhenadin turned him to face their Talon, pressing a warm, muscular chest against his back as the devil's moss sieve erection jutted proudly against Legolas' backside. A warm tongue licked a slow, erotic line up his chin to his leaf-shaped ear, where Sidhenadin purred, "Look up at our Talon." Beloved. Drawing in a shaky breath, trying to resist the urge to press a hand against his own hardening cock, Legolas looked up the tree to their Talon. He inhaled sharply in a rapid increase of pure desire. There, standing naked and unashamed in the window, looking down at Legolas and Sidhenadin, was Aredin. One hand was outstretched in a beckoning welcome to Legolas and his twin. The other was fisted around his huge, hard cock and was lazily pumping it as he sent all of the images of what he intended to do to Legolas this night down their slowly strengthening bond. Shivering and weak-kneed at his own intense arousal, Legolas looked at the winding staircase and was certain that he was going to die right here in this courtyard from sheer, unfulfilled desire. He was wrong, of course. Sidhenadin swept him up easily in his heavily muscled arms and smoothly apparated them to land directly in front of Aredin, who lunged forward and seized Legolas' mouth in an open-mouthed kiss full of passion and promise. Together, the twins carried their little mate into the bedroom, closed the curtains and strengthened the wards before stripping Legolas and descending upon him with ravenous desire. And as their TTLE elf arched in shocked pleasure under the hands and mouths and cocks of his devils, the wards flared and sizzled as if a bug had hit a powerful, muggle insect-repelling light. From the direction of the royal Talon, the lady's latest shriek echoed throughout the settlement. This time it had a different tone, as if she were somehow in pain. By this time, however, none of the unwilling victims of her piercing wails and screams was willing to even consider checking on the spoiled Elith. Let Celeborn do it. As for Celeborn, he was standing open-mouthed, staring at Galadriel, who, just as he entered her room to begin to question her about her dealing with Thranduil, had suddenly shrieked and tried to leap from the bed as a handprint slapped her on the bright red, bared skin of her delectable ass, and sizzled. Folding his arms and leaning back to watch, Celeborn cocked his head and contemplated. It would seem that his lady wife had been caught peeking again. He was startled into shocked, hearty laughter when the distinctive, albeit husky and slightly panting, voice of one of the demons spoke from everywhere and nowhere in the room. "Since you're punishing her for peeking where she isn't wanted, Celeborn, we decided if we caught her at it we'd just give you a hand." Galadriel just uttered an exhausted whimper. Lesson learned. Ch9 by the Valar. Here it is. Thank you all for your patience and Pikachu Mama. For your understanding, your support during the drama, trauma and tragedies of my RL was incredible, and I am so very grateful. I wish I could reply to each and every one of you. But I'm just not that good. Because you were all so patient with my long-winded ANs, I'll keep this one short. Happy reading, and blessed be. Wordsmith. Coneflowers. Haldir could not keep himself from smiling as he walked through the familiar pathways of Lothlorien with his true mate dancing beside him. Ithilwyn was nearly bubbling with interest in all she encountered. Every plant that caught her eye was touched and smelled and chatted with and, twice, even tasted. Watching the pink, agile tongue of his wicked little mate dip into the tip of a red coneflower while Ithilwyn's sparkling eyes peeked up at him through long, sultry lashes had nearly caused the Marchwarden to throw his little temptress over his shoulder and scale the nearest tree for immediate satisfaction of the reaction she had knowingly provoked. Only the lilting laughter of the curious residents of Lothlorien who had observed from a distance stopped him, but just barely. The promise of retaliation lay dark in Haldir's eyes when he wrapped a strong arm around the tiny waist and hauled his delightful mate to stand pressed against his chest, luminous blue eyes laughing into his own as thestful seduction. Hat lay heavy and throbbing between them. He watched her eyes grow heavy-lidded as her actions against his vaunted control began to work against her. Fixing his gaze on the lips that delighted and tormented him in equal measure, he slowly leaned down and watched them part in anticipation. At the last moment, he moved slightly to the side, rubbing his cheek against hers as he placed his lips again. Saint the ear that peeked through the moonbeam hair, murmuring, "Remember this the next time you chose to tease me in public, my love." Quickly nipping her ear, he then spun her away, back into the flowers that had begun this little challenge, and strolled onward down the path, arms crossed behind him and a smug smile on his face as he heard his delicate beauty swear like a professional soldier as he landed on her rump amidst the multicolored blooms. Musical laughter from many observers, hidden and not, echoed throughout this part of the garden as the residents of Lothlorien enjoyed another EPI soda in their newest and most favorite pastime. Each of the newcomers was fascinating to observe, but it was always the reactions of the elves closest to them that were most entertaining. Stern, sardonic Haldir had become lighter and brighter with the bonding to the mercurial Ithilwyn. Weary Glorfindel shone with wonder now that the incomparable Marconnen shared his light and life. Little Legolas has begun to open like a flower beneath the warmth of his Eredin and Sidhenadin. Even the dwarf Gimli, who many remembered from the time the fellowship had stumbled into their midst, was less bird and often wore the smile his face seemed best crafted for. The arrival of the amber-eyed Wolven Astari Remus and the smoke-eyed prankster Sirius had delighted all who met them with their warmth and vitality. Even the owl Hedwig was a wonder to the residents of the Golden Woods. She had taken a particular liking to their own Lord Celeborn, who was often seen in the company of the newcomers and their mates, walking in his dignified fashion with the glowing white owl perched upon his shoulder. Life had begun anew for the Eldar race. It was a joy to live again. Bond inversion. Legolas drifted in a sea of warmth and contentment. The true-mate bond with Eredin and Sidhenadin had roared to life during the last hours of the night, bursting forth along with the mind-melting rush of what felt like endless moments of ecstasy that were the culmination of long hours of pleasure his mates had wrung from him after bringing him to their talon. Their bonding had been so protracted, so exquisite, so tortuous, that even now his mind could barely accept all that his body had undergone as his devilish mates had turned the full force of their creativity upon their captive elf. Stretching slightly, He winced in sudden reaction as he became aware of his spine in a way he was not enjoying. He experienced only a few moments of the pain, however, before a soothing hand was placed on his spine and something was murmured softly in Aredian's distinctive voice. A gentle warmth sank into the pain and eased it to nothing. Color flooded Legolas' face as the hand then moved to settle on his buttocks, gently parting them slightly as another healing spell was sent to soothe the much-abused passage. Although he greatly appreciated the removal of the soreness he had been willfully ignoring, Legolas could not help but bury his hot face into his pillow in mortification. His pillow chuckled, and warm arms wrapped around his naked back to rub soothing circles with Sidhenadin's large, strong hands. Legolas tried to dig deeper into the warm skin of Sidhenadin's chest, scowling in embarrassment when Aredin patted him teasingly on the butt before letting his own large hand begin to rub the naked skin that sheltered the area he had just healed. Working very hard to concentrate on being mortified rather than aroused, Legolas tried to wiggle away from the hand on his butt, an action that prompted a very different reaction than the one he had been going for. Rather than taking the hint and allowing Legolas his mortification, his twins seemed to take his resistance as a challenge. Legolas had just enough time to feel the flood of dominance rush at him from both sides of the bond before he found himself hoisted full length atop a now prone and erect Sidhenadin, staring shocked into gleaming sapphire eyes and unable to move away from the sudden warmth of Aredin stretched along his back. The transition had been so sudden that Legolas had to take a moment or two to let his mind catch up. When it did, and he fully realized the position he was in, he defiantly forced down his instinctive submission and stared boldly down at Sidhenadin and said wryly, "I suspect this is what Gimli mean when he said I would soon be the creamy filling in a Devl sandwich." He was rewarded as humor began to replace the glare of dominance in Sidhenadin's heated gaze. Wicked hands drifted down Legolas' naked sides, exciting shivers and sensitive flinches in the elf atop him. Looking past Legolas at the face of his twin, who still wore a look of pure challenge as he pressed down upon their rebellious elf, Sidhenadin grinned darkly and waited to see how Legolas would react. Legolas drew a sharp breath, then tentatively pushed back against the engorged cock that was suddenly pressing between his cheeks. Glancing back at Aredin, he said somewhat breathlessly, "You realize this makes your motivation in healing me somewhat suspect now, don't you?" Aredin simply dropped his head to whisper harshly in the leaf-shaped ear, "In serving you, we do but serve ourselves, little one." His haze of dominance cracked and shattered as Legolas immediately retorted, "Ha! You do but serve yourselves, little one, indeed. More like, you do serve yourselves one little butt." Aredian's incredulous eyes met Sidhenadin's sparkling blue before the twins collapsed around their elf in delighted laughter. Would seem all it took to bring out Legolas' inner smartass was a long night of incredible UAL pleasure. That was doable. Legolas, still smiling smugly, was trying to use their distraction to extract himself from between his snickering mates. Considering the fact that he had only managed to rub himself against them, top and bottom, and excite them all further, he was of two minds about the nature of progress. When Aredin, still smiling widely, suddenly parted Legolas' buttocks and guided himself fully into the still loosened passage, he used his beloved's shocked silence to growl heatedly against the silken shoulder. "You cannot possibly believe you're going anywhere, my mate." Legolas' moaning whimper was answer enough, as Aredin ground his hips against the rounded cheeks and, pulling back slightly, began to thrust steadily into his responsive mate. Once again, Legolas found himself the sole focus of the erotic attentions of his fiery mates, but whereas last night had been all about skill and seduction and protracted pleasure, this morning was about pure, primal pleasure. Every time Aredian's rigid length plunged back into him, Legolas felt the dizzying shock of pleasure. That meant his mate was ruthlessly hitting the bundle of nerves within his body that the twins had awakened him to last night. With every plunge, Legolas' body was pushed firmly into and rubbed along Sidhenadin, who was gripping his hips and thrusting upward in counter-rhythm to his twin. Legolas' rigid cock was now leaking copiously and rubbing tortuously against Sidhenadin's with every one of he alternating thrusts from above and below. Sidhenadin's huge hand wrapped firmly around their cocks, holding them together and allowing the slick slide of bodies and the thrusting rhythms to carry them together to orgasm. Legolas. Hands were pressed against Sidhenadin's strong shoulders, gripping tightly in an effort to somehow ground himself as his breathing turned to gasping and his vision whited out. The bond between the three was overwhelming him, as he received a building rush of sensation from both sides of the bond, with him caught in the process his own pending orgasm. With a final, hard snap of hips from Aredin and a last, decisive, twisting tug from Sidhenadin, Legolas surrendered to the agonizing pleasure. Pressing his head back into Aredian's sweaty chest, Legolas closed his eyes and screamed as his own orgasm doubled and then trebled through the effects of the bond. He felt Aredian's hand wrap around his forehead, supporting him as he arced into pained spasms of ecstasy, sobbing in despair as their bodies continued to shudder and tremor together. Finally, the torrent began to ebb, leaving the three newly bonded lying wrapped around each other, shocked and shaken. George and Fred stared into each other's eyes, understanding that they were both somewhat frightened by the intensity of what just happened and deeply worried for their beautiful, devastated little mate. There had been so much sensation. It was too much, even for them. On the ends of the bond, they had caught backlash from the other two that had turned the pleasure into nearly pain. For Legolas, trapped in the middle of the bond, it had become, literally, an agony of ecstasy. This must not happen again. It must not. And yet, the rush to dominance had been overwhelming when Legolas had challenged them. Even though his actions had been minimal, merely teasing, it was as if neither twin could counter the sudden surge of purely primal emotion that seized them and sent them into the dominant display that had resulted in their beloved little mate lying in their arms, sweaty and covered in their essences, with tears rolling from tightly squeezed eyes as his breath came in gasping, broken sobs. Even as they clung together in distress, their bodies continued to spasm in discordant bursts of leftover pleasure. It was terrifying. As the two devils tried to comfort and soothe Legolas, they felt an implacable presence glide among them. The need to protect Legolas was all-encompassing, but the presence allowed them no action. They were helpless and afraid as they, and Legolas, were overwhelmed by power and fell deeply asleep, to lie tangled and vulnerable on the rumpled bedding. New dynamics. Seated together in Celeborn's airy, main living space, Marconnen reclined against Glorfindel's broad chest and accepted a sip from his Hervan's glass. Ever since that first night, when Marconnen had offered Glory some of the crisp, citrus-flavored soda water, Glorfindel had chosen it at every opportunity. Celeborn seemed to like it, too, as his look of appreciation showed each time he took a sip from his own icy glass. Celeborn was seated across from them, leaning comfortably back in a large, woven chair with one long leg extended and propped on the center table. The three had taken this time to simply visit together, allowing the two old friends to visit and letting this new dynamic settle into place. Ithilwyn and Haldir were off walking somewhere, and no one had seen Legolas or the twins yet this morning. Remus and Sirius were off visiting with Gimli and Tauren. It was a quiet morning, made the more so by the Lady Galadriel's exhausted sleep. Celeborn had just finished a light-hearted account of the payback rendered upon his lady's posterior by the twins. Glorfindel and Marconnen joined him in his laughter, amused that the lady had further been tormented by the sensual waves that had pulsed through the handprint as the bonding of the three commenced. She had apparent been reduced to begging Celeborn for his attentions, which he had refused. He had made it very clear to her many times that he would never share the pleasures of the body with her if her arousal was due to spying on the carnal activities of others, and last night most certainly qualified. He had also prevented her from easing her own distress, although he did not go into detail on his methods and they did not ask. It was sufficient to know that the lady had, indeed, suffered. Marconnen felt deep compassion and respect for Celeborn. The Eldar Lord was everything one of his race and status should be: dignified, kind, stern, wise, strong, gentle, and in every way a wonderful person to know. His bond as true mate to the Lady Galadriel seemed more a punishment to the Elven Lord, as by all accounts his lady had long ago abandoned all efforts at wise and beneficent rule and had instead indulged her whims and childishness and played with the lives and deaths of everyone around her. Only Celeborn's unwavering attention had prevented whole-scale disaster from erupting out of the lady's machinations. Marconnen could have compared her to the unlamented Dumbledore, except that even as he had confronted her All of his senses told him that the lady was truly not evil. She was still somehow pure, as only an elf can be. But she was morally as if still a child, despite her vast age. She had no more wish to do right or wrong than the average, self-motivated 5-year-old of any race. Celeborn had just met Markonnen's compassionate gaze and had begun to smile in gentle acknowledgement of the young man's insight when a violent sense of alarm slammed into all three males and sent them to their feet. Celeborn felt the wards of Lothlorien vibrate in a clash of chords he had heard only once before, when Glorfindel had returned to life. He had no more time to think, before Markonnen summoned their weapons to the two elves and then seized them both before apparating from the room with a sharp crack. We meet again. Appearing together in the bedroom of an unknown Talon, it only took the two experienced elves moments to assess the situation. They saw the unconscious, naked figures of Ared, Ion and Sidhenadin huddled protectively over Legolas, and registered the fact that two unknown elves were standing over the three with their hands extended. In the barest moments that it took for Celeborn and Glorfindel to see the threat and raise their swords, Demon had already launched a ferocious magical attack and was halfway across the room with his sword flashing. A second later, and the two elves were at his side, and reaching for the blood of the two who threatened their family. Another second saw the three standing across the room, disarmed, silenced and gently confined by magical NDS that were invisible even to elven eyes. The two figures standing over the bed had not moved. Demon had been forced to retreat, and so Glorfindel felt Markonnen's panic through their bond. He would have most likely mirrored it, but he began to feel something familiar. With the limited movement the gentle magical bonds allowed, he looked over at Celeborn, and saw a similar recognition on the Lord's face. Celeborn turned to meet his gaze, and made the sign for prayer with his elegant hands. And then, Glorfindel remembered. Dying. Meeting people who were so much more than simply elves. Long discussions about life and fate and the needs of the world. A rush of purest power moving through him. So much light, and awaking again, alive, naked, staring at the sea as it foamed around his body as he lay on the beach of fine white sand. Turning wondering eyes to the two figures at the bed, Glorfindel reached out and placed a reassuring hand on Markonnen. Once again, he turned, this time, to capture his mate's gaze and demand that the young man use his mental abilities to see into Glorfindel's mind. As he felt Markonnen's immediately compliance and the careful touch that told him Markonnen was there, he showed his memories and then left a single word echoing through his mind. Valar. Markonnen's presence retreated from his mind after a burst of understanding, and immediately Glor Ed worriedly at the two Valar who remained motionless by his defenseless family. No, he thought fiercely. They are not defenseless. They have me. They have us. He knew without doubt that Glorfindel, regardless of his reverence for these beings and Harry's own, it was true, would join him without question if he had to defend his family from their attentions. Glancing at Celeborn, he read both wonder and concern in the beautiful eyes, and also saw a dawning determination as the Lord's jaw firmed in his way. With a slight nod, Celeborn joined their efforts, should they be needed. For now, the three could only wait, and watch, and assess. Glorfindel's hand slid from Markonnen's shoulder to clasp his mate's hand firmly. He was pleased to see Markonnen extend his other hand to Celeborn, who glanced at it in surprise and then looked to Glorfindel in question. At his old friend's nod, Celeborn accepted Markonnen's hand, and the three stood united, sharing comfort for now but prepared to link their abilities and attack if needed. Thank the Valar, it would not be needed. And in this case, truer words were never spoken. With a shared breath, the two motionless figures by the bed relaxed, dropping their hands and turning together to face the three defenders. The one on the far side of the bed, a female, waved her hand and warm blankets covered the slowly relaxing forms of the twins and Legolas. The other, a male, released Glorfindel, Markonnen and Celeborn from their confinement and said simply, "Peace. Your family needed us, else they would have been lost. It was partly our fault that such occurred. It was our duty and our pleasure to act." Celeborn and Glorfindel dropped their heads in respect, bowing slightly as they released Markonnen's hands. A lesser elf may have thrown themselves prone to the floor, but such a person would never have become an ancient elven lord of a powerful realm, nor been so treasured in life as to have been returned to the life he had left through honorable death. Thus, the two elders simply offered their reverence and left it at that. Markonnen's reaction was more surprising. He stared piercingly at the two Valar, unafraid of their immense power, and silently commanded them to meet his eyes. When they did, a fact which further surprised Glorfindel and Celeborn, silence fell heavily in the room for a few moments, before Markonnen blinked and the tension drained away. Raising a shaking hand to his head, Markonnen then said unsteadily, "Thank you. Will you explain?" He glanced at his family in concern, and was greatly reassured at tea. He relaxed breaths and comfortable arrangement of the three in the bed. Celeborn watched the young Astari with his respect growing exponentially. This impossible young man stood unfazed in the presence of gods, and dared to suppose that they would be willing to explain themselves and their actions. He could clearly see that Markonnen did not do so out of arrogance or pride. The young Astari truly felt that his behavior was normal and reasonable. He shook his head in awe as the Valar smiled at the raven-haired man and simply nodded in unison. He started a bit as a long, graceful bench appeared behind him, extending behind his companions as well. The Valar simply seated themselves at the foot of the bed, a sight that both elves found equally shocking and comforting. It seemed that, in the presence of Markonnen, even the gods became approachable. The male god snorted slightly and glanced smilingly at him, as if he had heard his thoughts and found them amusing. Accustomed to this behavior from Galadriel, Celeborn instinctively recoiled and hardened his shields. The look of sorrow in the god's eyes confused him. Was he offended? To this thought, the god said, "No, Celeborn. I am not offended that you try to guard your thoughts from me. I am saddened that you have been trained to such an instinctive reaction by Galadriel's behavior. Such was never desired for you, and I hold deep regret. This, too, needs to be addressed." Quote, "But first," the female continued, "we must explain what happened here today. When we brought these three together, it was not the first triadic true-mate bond we have joined. Still, all others, few though they were, consisted of 3 elves, and, in 2 cases in another world, 2 elves and 1 Astari. We did not take into account the sheer, magical power that would be running through the bond. This time from the outside into the center, where Legolas resides. The others placed the Astari in the center, with her power running outward to her mates. E3 listening began to realize what must have happened to Legolas and the twins. Celeborn's hushed whisper was husky with horror as he said, "It would have been as if Legolas stood at the apex of 2 rivers rushing from twin mountains. He could have been crushed. He could have drowned." Markonnen's eyes were wide with pain as he gripped Glorfindel's hand and said harshly, "What happened?" Glorfindel, returning the strength of Markonnen's grip with his own, simply watched closely, hazel eyes hard. His words were not needed. The goddess sighed mournfully and admitted, "It was as you imagine. We intervened just in time to prevent disaster and put a halt to the cause." Seeing the rage forming upon the 3 faces, she hurriedly added, "Not to the bond. We ended the conflict." "How?" This time, Glorfindel spoke. His jaw was tightly clenched as he glared at the Valar, a thing he would never have imagined himself doing before this moment. The only way to ease the rush of power to the center, Legolas, would be to ease the amount of power. Had the Valar stolen some of the twins' magic from them? The god and goddess exchanged long looks, communicating silently, before the god turned to gaze upon the 3 with eyes that showed he had accepted his actions and was content with his choice. "We could have done as you suspect. It was our first thought. But we had no wish to take more from these children. Nor would such an action have benefited the coming events of this world. To keep to your analogy, we could have lowered the mountains to ease the harm to the valley between, but we did not. Instead, we raised the valley, and made a new mountain." The goddess's words dropped quietly into the room, but by the shock from their impact, she could have flung them down like boulders. The elven lord, the warrior elf, and the warrior Astari froze, completely, utterly stunned by the sheer import of what the Valar had done. The twins were the mountains. Legolas was the valley between. The Valar had made of the valley another mountain. They made Legolas a mountain. The mountains are the Astari. They made Legolas an Astari. Later, Glorfindel and Celeborn would laugh as they recall. Ed the delighted amusement on the almost faces of the Valar at Harry's explosive exhale and long, drawn-out, "Fook me." It would be much later, though. For now, the two were still struggling to grasp the fact that Legolas Greenleaf, second heir to the Lord of Lothlorien, was the first elven Astari ever. Celeborn raised an unsteady hand and ran it through his long hair, saying with finely honed sarcasm, "It occurs to me that Thranduil and Galadriel's opinions that Legolas is boring becomes exponentially less correct with each passing day." Left unspoken was the heartfelt relief that Legolas had abdicated his role as Thranduil's heir and accepted his place in Celeborn's family before this latest event. The young elf would never have believed Celeborn's sincerity in the offer had he waited even a day. The thought of Thranduil's use of the young new Astari had Legolas remained the king's son made Celeborn shudder, and cast a speculative eye at the Valar. To his unspoken question, the goddess seemed to smile. "No, Lord Celeborn. Your welcome of Legolas into your family and your heart was entirely your own wisdom and was not influenced by us. That you wrote your intensifies regarding Eredin and Sidhenadin into your journals just this morning is further testament to your good heart and careful rule. We were unaware of the ramifications of our inattention to detail until last night's bonding of these three. The event of this morning forced our immediate action. You may know in your heart, and tell your new heirs, that your decision was made solely on the basis of Legolas himself, and had nothing at all to do with his new abilities." Marconnen spoke as if to himself, "We must train him immediately to control the magic. Most human wizards begin to learn at age 11, Legolas is, what? 2 millennia old. 3. How can we even budget his resisting it?" He turned blazing, green eyes upon the Valar, and the god found himself resisting the urge to flinch. "You owe him more than just power. You owe him control, and instinctive understanding. There's much we can teach, but he is well past the age for a person from any race to be expected to fumble after his magic like a baby learning to use a spoon." The goddess was taken aback. "Surely you do not truly expect further gifts from us?" She recoiled at the rage Marconnen turned upon her. "Gifts? You call these gifts? The only gifts you have given my family and me are our soulmates, and they are gifts beyond imagining in their scope and place in our lives. The fact that you couldn't even do that without endangering one of the soulmates and both my brothers is a bit of a negative for you, don't you think?" His sarcasm sliced deep, and the glaring agreement of Glorfindel and Celeborn deepened the wound. "But, lady, if you are implying that ripping my siblings and I from one world that we had just managed to save from magical holocaust with barely a span of days to plan before dropping us into another world that hovers on the edge of its own Armageddon, then allowing your own conceit to keep you from little details like, oh, let's see, will our one worthwhile gift to these people kill the innocent elf who bonded with my brothers, thus killing them, thus assuredly causing a horrific cascade of events that would have decimated us all and probably ruined the hopes of the bright races to survive Sorin's forces? Then you have a greatly exaggerated sense of your own bloody self-importance." By this point, Marconnen was on his feet and practically towering over the goddess, who was leaning away slightly from the force of his anger. She looked to the god and was unsurprised that he gazed back at her with reprimand written clearly across the face that only she could see. It seemed that the flaw in the nature of her godhood had emerged again. She sighed in regret, and turned back to look coolly upon the three angry males who glared at her. Distantly, she wondered how she had lived so long as to find herself in a time when lesser beings dared confront her in such a manner. She knew, however, that the god would say this was a good sign, and that she would agree, later. "Enough," the god quietly spoke. "You are correct, Marconnen. In all that you have said, you are correct. We agree to give Legolas instinctive control and understanding of his abilities. I believe that this may be the course of wisdom. Anyway, it seems to me that much harm has come to those who had no control over their powers, in many ways. Further, on your world as on others, the Learning Institute, ions that should have been dedicated to training the young became places to recruit or conscript them, instead. Perhaps, as these abilities grow on this world, the nature of elves will give greater balance to this new power. And the inherent understanding of this power will lead to wisdom in its use." With that, the Valar turned as one to face Legolas, each extending their right arm, hands cupping. over the sleeping form as the channels were opened within his mind that would allow Legolas to control, understand and use the magic he had been given. Within moments, it was done, and the Valar turned back to face the three Watchers. They smiled at what they saw. Both Glorfindel and Celeborn had moved supportively to Marconnen. Glorfindel had the young Astari pressed to his chest, one arm around the slim waist. Celeborn stood slightly in front of the two, facing the Valar, as if he were willingly placing himself between the two he protected and the gods themselves. It was a telling posture, and showed the Valar that their next decision was the correct one to make on behalf of the Elven Lord who had endured an untenable situation for far too long. Celeborn froze as the attention of the Valar focused upon him. He was not blind to what his position meant, and he was fine with that. His concern was not for himself, but for his world. It must have shown in his thoughts or his face, as the god asked softly, "What troubles you, child?" The simple compassion in the indescribable voice brought tears to the Lord's throat, and he had to clench his jaw. For a moment before he could speak, he stared at the small figure of Legolas on the bed, desperately worried for the gentle elf. For his sake, he had to speak. Raising his eyes to the god, having an instinctive desire to avoid the goddess, he said quietly, "Galadriel has great power. She has tremendous control. She has always understood her abilities. She is an elf, one of the Eldar, in fact." The god had simply nodded at each point, understanding now where this was leading. Celeborn swallowed, then spoke the words that would condemn him as the betrayer of his true mate. "She does great evil, and as long as it is amusing, she does not care." The silence in the room was profound, and he felt it showed that the Valar, Marconnen and Glorfindel condemned him for his words. He was overwhelmed when Marconnen and Glorfindel appeared to either shoulder, each wrapping an arm around his waist and pressing against him in warm support. Blinking tears back as his soul wailed at his agonized conscience, he accepted, just this once, the sea Omfort that was offered and leaned back against the two with a nearly silent, trembling sigh. Keeping his eyes on the floor, he awaited the judgment of the Valar. In betraying his true mate, he had done the unthinkable. It was with bewilderment that he heard the words of the goddess, uttered not in the ringing tones of condemnation he had expected, but softly and with sorrowful compassion, for him. "Celeborn, you most of all have been wronged by we the Valar. All these thousands upon thousands of years, you have been faithful and true and loving to your true mate, serving your people with all honor and love and wisdom as well. You have balanced the needs of your people and the excesses of your true mate and have never asked to be relieved of either duty. Even now, faced with the truth of the nature of Galadriel, you choose the needs of another over yourself, and expect to be cast down for it. Celeborn, I am so sorry to have burdened you so." He shook his head in incomprehension, lost to the goddess's meaning. She spoke as if this was her guilt, not his own. He did not understand. Breathing heavily, he looked to the god, and was wrapped in the strength of the god's love and pride in him. If not for Marconnen and Glorfindel, who held him securely upright despite their own confusion, he would have stumbled beneath the weight of the god's regard. "Celeborn, it is time we balance this scale as well. To do so, I must explain something that we had hoped you would never need to." "No." He hesitated a moment, then looked at Glorfindel and said firmly, "Glorfindel, my favored soul. I charge you with the sharing of the truths I am to utter. I will not allow the actions we took, and those we will take, to further burden Celeborn. It is past time he is allowed to enjoy the treasures of life that he ensures his people enjoy." He waited for Glorfindel's slow nod before he turned back to Celeborn. He spoke simply, in quiet tones that made his revelations that much more incredible. "Because of Galadriel's abuse of power, you are worried that the elven nature will corrupt any elf who has magical power. But the truth, Celeborn, is that Galadriel is not a full elf." The three males simply stared at him. His words made no sense. Galadriel, the Lady of the Woods, the personification of what it meant to be a royal elf, was not a full elf. "What?" The god smiled sadly at them and quietly continued. "Galadriel is half elven, and half Valar." Their shocked expressions were not unexpected. Poor Celeborn looked as if he had been told that the world was ending at daybreak. For him, it may well be, his world, as he knew it, was certainly shattering. "Galadriel is my daughter." This came from the goddess, whispered into the room as if voicing the words aloud for the first time. The look on her face. If only they could have deepest sorrow. She is my daughter, and her father was Noldoran, known to many as Finwë, High King of the Noldor. I will not share the reasons for our union, just that it occurred. And that Galadriel is the result. I should have kept her with me. I knew that my godhood would seep into her nature, and that her own aspects as a half-Valar would limit her understanding of mortals. And even of the ancient Eldar race. But she has such joy in the natural world. In the Shadowlands and Valinor, there is less to keep her interest, and despite her abilities, she is not given to cerebral pursuits. I wanted her happy, so I convinced the Valar to allow her a life among mortals. Her first millennia or two were so successful that I believed it could continue. I chose to allow her to play with lives as an elfling does with toys. And I used you, Celeborn. I chained you to her through a bond you did not deserve, and yet you never wavered once. Celeborn was nearly catatonic. He heard the words and understood, but how could he possibly comprehend this? His entire life, so many thousands upon thousands of years, spent trying to honor a true-mate bond, with who? Was Galadriel even his true-mate? Was that why he had never felt the joy in their connection that the few other true-mates he knew seemed to share? It had been so long since the last true-mate he knew had gone to Valinor that he had managed to forget the lack he found in his own, until the arrival of Marconnen and his family. The changes in Glorfindel and Haldor had stunned him. They were alight with the joy they felt. A joy that he, Celeborn, had not truly felt even once. What did this mean? What does this mean? His pained voice shocked him. He had not meant to speak. He barely even recalled that he could. Glorfindel and Marconnen wrapped him even tighter, pressing into him, holding him, supporting him with all they could possibly offer. He felt their furious glares burning into the goddess. And warmth began to wake him up again, warmth in his soul, for their friendship, for their caring. The god allowed them their rage, accepting their glares at his companion, willing to accept them at himself. It was true that Valar were omnipotent, but they were not omniscient. They knew much, so very, very much, but even they were susceptible to the needs of their hearts. And, although some gods and goddesses had no compassion or regret, the Valar were of a different ilk. These mortals deserved their answers, and, like the others come of late to their attention from this extraordinary group. It was time for Celeborn, too, long held prisoner to the whims of the gods, to be released from his torment and given a gift. It means, Celeborn, that you are free. Your suspicions are correct. The true-mate bond you shared with Galadriel was false, laid upon you by the goddess in an effort to win happiness for her daughter. I will say she did not mean you any harm, nor did she pick you lightly for this duty. Your soul proved to be the one that would have true-mated Galadriel had she been fully elven. It is why the bond could be laid upon you. But you never felt the joy of the bond, as was your right. Instead, you felt only the burden. And yet, despite the fact that the one you believed was your true mate was such a terrible trial to you and your people, you protected both, sometimes from each other. And you never wavered in your honor and your fealty to Galadriel. He saw Celeborn's brow draw heavy and his eyes darken, and held up a slightly glowing hand to halt the confession before it began. Do not consider the occasional lovers you took as comfort, so few over so many thousands of years, Celeborn, to be betrayals or weaknesses. They were necessary, or you would have fallen to the despair that sometimes tried to take you down. Without those lovers, all would have been lost long ago. You did not betray Galadriel. You know full well the sport she made of far too many. In her bed and in worse ways. You have no stains on your soul, Celeborn, and I will not allow you to believe that you do. The force of truth rang in his voice, and that small part of the Elven Lord's soul was eased. What happens now? What do I do now? Celeborn could not help the plaintive tone in his voice. He had never even allowed himself to truly consider a life without Galadriel. The closest he had come was at dinner yesterday, watching Marconnen's newly arrived fathers and enjoying the life that sparkled around the garden simply from these 6 wonderful new people. With a small smile, he added Hedwig. Surely, she was a person, too, albeit a feathered one. None of the 3 were prepared for the joy that showed in the auras of the Valar as they answered him, the goddess speaking first. Now, Celeborn, we fix this mess, and you get the gift you should have had all along. Galadriel is already home. The false bond is gone. Your near catatonia a few moments ago was when I severed the bond I laid upon you. That you did not notice, says so much. I will grieve in private for the harm I have done you, but for now I take joy in telling you that my daughter is home and you and your people are free. She will not meddle again. Celeborn could not help himself. The habit of the age is strong in his character. Will she be all right? Will she be safe and happy? The goddess's expression softened, or seemed to, and the eyes they could not see gazed at him with love and gratitude. Your duty to her is done, child. But yes, she will be safe, and eventually, she will be happy. In truth, she has not been happy since her youth in this world, all else has been simple entertainment. The words seemed cold, but the voice was far from it. Now, my favored soul, you have a choice to make. The god said seriously. Celeborn and the others focused intently on him. You may remain free and unencumbered, allowed to enjoy all of the variety that will be offered to you as an unmarried, unmated elven lord. There was clearly an unspoken consequence to this choice, one that seemed to involve Marconnen as the god's attention flickered briefly to the young man still pressed to Celeborn's back. Celeborn said gravely, if it is to be heard, I would hear it all, as will Marconnen and Glorfindel. I am weary of godly secrets. Surprisingly, the bold words won a smile of approval from the god. And even the goddess seemed to glow a little at this further proof of Celeborn's strong character. The god's next words were unexpected, although not as shocking as may have been they not already weathered a day of unparalleled revelations. Your true mate, the real one, the only one with whom you will ever experience the joy of the bond like your companions, and these three. Gesturing behind him to the deeply sleeping figures on the bed, is within Lorien. If you wish to remain free, Celeborn, you must send that one away. Silence, as Celeborn, Glorfindel and Marconnen considered. It didn't take any of them long. The glance toward Marconnen had revealed much. Celeborn's actual true mate was associated with Marconnen, and the only unmated people who could fit those parameters were Remus or Sirius. At Marconnen's harshly indrawn breath, both Celeborn and Glorfindel reached comforting arms to the young man. There was zero chance that Celeborn would voluntarily bring even one more moment of loss to that young man or his family. His choice was already made. Besides, a chance at rampant dalliance was nothing like what Celeborn yearned for from life. He had He spent several thousands of years in a relationship that had managed to remain shallow and unfulfilling despite the geese of a soul bond made by the gods. He was not an elf who wished for variety of bed partners. He wanted only one lover in his life, so long as that person and he shared the deeply loving, joyful, life-changing bond that seemed to be ready and waiting for him, finally. He did not even need to speak. His decision was clear, as was his contentment with his choice. Marconnen would have no need for guilt, this was no sacrifice at all. The Valar simply nodded in unison and raised their arms in BSS, cast a last glance at the sleeping forms on the bed, and faded out of the room and their world. The god remained behind a moment more, seeming to gaze with deep love and joy at the 6 people in the room. As he, too, faded, his whispered words hung in the air like the blessing they were, "Live happy, my children. I will watch over your progeny. Your numerous, remarkable progeny." Waking, alone in their bedroom, Sidhenadin and Eredin watched with worry as Legolas stirred in his sleep, moaning slightly as he shifted. They had awakened to Marconnen, who had stayed only long enough to drop a kiss on each forehead. Lingering over Legolas, and to tell them that the dream they had shared was not a dream. It had really happened. They had no idea why Marconnen knew about, but some the Valar had summoned him when they elevated Legolas. Or possibly, it was simply their incomparable brother, whose instinct for the welfare of his family was unrivaled. Their orders were to stay in the Talon and rest, to care for Legolas and call for any help they needed or anything they wanted. After threatening to bind them into their home if they didn't agree, and even with all 3 of them being bonded Astari, they still could not have defeated a determined Marconnen. He accepted their promise and joined the smirking Glorfindel, who had watched from the bedroom doorway while keeping an eye on someone who was apparently in their front room. They had heard the door close and felt the gentle vibrations of 3 sets of feet crossing the porch and descending the stairs, before using all of their wonder and attention on their little elf. They had been completely terrified when they lost consciousness, knowing that Legolas was in torment and that powerful invaders had entered their home. Even in the dream world, they had attacked the two figures that appeared to them, desperately keeping Legolas sheltered between them. The fact that their elf had remained unconscious even in the dreamscape had nearly undone them entirely. Only when the male dropped to the floor, the ground, the bottom of the dreamscape, and sent a pulse through his hand to Legolas, completely bypassing the twins' defenses. Had Legolas stopped moaning and begun to relax slightly from the pain seizure that had gripped him. That had caused the twins to re-evaluate, which gave the invaders time to talk. Which gave the twins time to recognize them as the two who had first shown them Legolas during the imprinting. When the twins fully understood the ramifications of what the inverted power structure of their bond was doing to Legolas, they were ready to suicide, but would not do so because that, too, would have harmed their mate. The Valar's solution, to make Legolas the very first elven Astari, had seemed like a godsend. They would gladly have accepted a reduction in their powers, would have agreed to become squibs, or elves, or trolls, anything to save their little elf and prevent further pain to the gentle soul that owned them so completely. To have the gods raise Legolas up, rather than knocking them down, had been overwhelming. Now, they just had to wait to see how Legolas received the news. Would he be excited, furious, terrified, ecstatic? The answer to all of those questions was an emphatic affirmative. He would be all of that and more, at first. Hell, they were all of that and more. But the possibilities, and, frankly, the idea of the fun they could have and havoc they could wreak with Legolas having powers too was enough to keep them grinning madly. Glancing at each other, they abruptly removed the crazed grins and focused again on their mate. It wouldn't do for his first sight upon waking to be them grinning like they were nutters. Although, Legolas might pop a crazy grin or two himself, when he got to the part where they figured out the best way to give Thranduil the news. 1 or 2, either or, which 1 am I fated for. Stepping off the stairs to the Devil's Talon, Celeborn walked between Marconnen and Glorfindel, who had refused to leave his side or to allow him to leave theirs. There was much to do. His people had to be informed. Galadriel's absence had to have been noticed by now. Her staff was quite attentive due to her erratic ways. Oh, blessed night, he had to inform her staff. What to do with her things? Had they even remained? He had to check, but did not truly want to enter their talon and see her absence for himself. Not alone. He was alone. He knew she was gone. The bond was not there, gripping his spine like a vicious wife. The wards of Lothlorien told him she was not there. His soul told him she was not there. The Valar told him she was not there. Celeborn, she's not there. He simply nodded at the seamless continuation of his thoughts, then looked askance at Glorfindel. His golden-haired friend grinned sideways at him, wrapping a strong arm around his back as they walked. On his other side, Marconnen held Celeborn's hand, quietly supportive, showing Celeborn even more of the remarkable nature that won this young man the intense loyalty of so many, including 200 of Celeborn's own warriors, and, truth be known, Celeborn himself. Pulling his friend into a one-armed hug, Glorfindel relaxed his arm to allow Celeborn to keep walking but did not release his oldest friend. He knew full well that his friend was nearly panicking. How could he not be? Given even an nth of the same situation, the average person would panic. Fortunately, Celeborn was not average, he was extraordinary. And Glorfindel was delighted that his steady, honorable, dignified friend was finally free of the unstable Galadriel. That alone would have made Glorfindel host celebratory parties and dinners for decades. The fact that Celeborn's real true mate awaited his friend, and that person was one of Marconnen's fathers, ensured that the House of the Golden Flower may well become known as the House of Drunken Revelry. He wondered when it would occur to his old friend that being true-mated to Marconnen's father would make Celeborn technically Glorfindel's father-in-law. He couldn't wait. Where do you want to go first, Celeborn? The people can wait a bit. I've already sent a message to Ithilwyn and Haldir and they're handling that aspect for now. Preemptive damage control. Ithilwyn is unsurprised. Not that any of us are surprised by that, of course. So, we can either go to your talon to look around and help the reality sink in a bit, or we can go to dinner. Dinner. Sirius and Remus would be at dinner. With him. One of them was his true mate, his real true mate, and they would be at dinner. Which was now? Or he could hide. What? Not hide. Go to his talon. He could go to his talon. But he might run into Sirius on the pathways. Remus. Or, why am I staring at my feet? Celeborn asked politely. It seemed odd. He didn't recall bending down to look at his feet. Glorfindel replied with amusement. Because you started to hyperventilate, I pushed you to the bench and Marconin shoved your head between your knees. My compliments on your flexibility, by the way. Your true mate is going to appreciate it greatly. Celeborn dimly registered a thud, followed by Glorfindel's yelp, but his thoughts had begun to spin again. His true mate would appreciate what? My flexibility. My flexibility. What? Why? Oh, breathe. Celeborn. Slowly. In. And out. In. And out. Marconin's gentle baritone urged him. Apparently he had begun hyperventilating again. Why was he doing that? Remember that pattern, Celeborn. It's important. There'll be a test later, I'm certain of it. Glorfindel's laughing voice sounded on his other side, followed by another distinct thud, louder this time, and Glorfindel's hissed, damn it. Marconin, that one really hurt. Good. Marconin growled, rubbing circles on Celeborn's back as the elf started to sway and gasp for breath again. He really felt badly for the poor, terrified elven lord. He knew the elf was to all intents a king more so than Thranduil, for certain, and that he was also a warrior and married to Galadriel for several millennia. Would be a testament to the mithril balls of the elf in front of him, but right now Celeborn was just a scared, overwhelmed person about to meet someone he had dreamed about his entire, incredibly long life. That would freak out anyone. Having your oldest friend mock you as it happened was just not cool. Glory was so not getting any tonight. Glaring his threat over Celeborn's bent head at his snickering mate, he watched as Glorfindel absorbed the threat and abruptly grew up again. Glorfindel leaned down and spoke quietly to Celeborn. Within moments, the frightened elf was gone and the Lord of Lothlorien was back. Celeborn accepted Glorfindel's hand as he stood, then turned and pulled Marconin into a gentle hug. Leaning down, he whispered in the surprised young man's ear, "Go easy on him, young one. He's been joyful since he met you, and now he finally gets to be happy for me. It's making him stupid." He smiled into the raven dark hair as Marconin huffed a laugh into his chest. The N surrendered the tempting imp to his glaring mate. Heading toward the dining area, Celeborn grinned over his shoulder at his possessive best friend. "Fear not, Glorfindel. You may keep your delightful mate all to yourself. I have my own to hunt." And as he joined the elves migrating toward the tables, Celeborn wondered if his mate would be the warmly rugged, intelligent, amber-eyed Remus, or the slimly exotic, smoky-eyed, tempestuous Sirius. Looked like a win-win, to him. Connections. Chapter 10. Connections. The 6th of April 12. Pikachu Mama and I are delighted to post the newest chapter in this FIC. We are sending big smiles and hugs to those who have encouraged us and who enjoy this story, and thank you most sincerely. To the two readers who feel cheated because this isn't 100% Harry and Glory, we never said it was. The summary even says so. Still, there's enough to go around. To the 2 or 3 snarks who have decided that this sucks, well, take your toys and go home, because someone clearly needs a nap. To the several thousand others who read regularly and have marked this as a favorite, and the dozens of faithful reviewers who like our story, see those snarks over there. Sick nop. Wow, kids are really stupid to fight against such things, aren't they? 'Cause being a grown-up is so much fun. All that control we have over our own lives, getting to spend money wherever we want. Eat without penalty, nobody bosses us around. Blessed be, y'all. Happy reading. Wordsmith. Celeborn again. Slowly and gracefully, the elves of Lothlorien and their delightful EU resident Astaris gathered for dinner in the serenely beautiful, open-air dining pavilion. Overhead, the intricately interwoven branches of numerous living trees spread a canopy of green above the lovely dining tables. In the woods of Lothlorien, such was the magic of the elves that no harsh weather was ever inflicted upon the residential center. Gentle, nurturing rains fell late at night or in the early rays of dawn. Winter did not belong in the heart of these woods. Only the surrender of the lightest race of Arda to the darkened tides would change these circumstances. But such was not a concern tonight, nor, so far as many of the elves who had met and even served with the newest residents of Arda believed, would such sorrow ever come. Not now that the demon team and his kin were here. And thus, this evening meal again wore the seeming of a celebration, as hope that had been gently rekindled began to flame bright and strong in the hearts of those who had given all hope to mankind, and kept none for themselves. Tonight, as tens of thousands of nights before, Lord Celeborn strode regally into the pavilion, dignified and handsome, blue eyes the color of seawater moving observant Ly around his people and ensuring that all was well. Apart from the beautiful owl that glided silently above the heads of those already gathered to alight upon the Lord's outstretched arm with an unnecessary, deliberate flutter of wings as if to announce her presence, nothing else marked this occasion as being obviously different from so many others. And yet, the people of these woods knew Celeborn well. They loved their lord with a loyalty and affection that was not often felt for those who rule. Amongst the elves, certainly Lord Elrond of Rivendell shared with Celeborn the special love their people had for their leader. But it was rare even amongst this long-lived race. Certainly, King Thranduil had never known such power, nor did he merit it. In truth, it was a point of sarcastic amusement amongst those not of the Mirkwood that their leader was so weak, so insecure, so petty, as to insist his people call him king, when in truth, his rule was not even a third so large as Mithlond, the seaport known as the Grey Havens. To be a king of Mirkwood, amongst the elves, was akin to being a king of a small city. Compared to either Lord Elrond or Lord Celeborn, for whom a royal appellation was unnecessary, King Thranduil was as a bantam rooster compared to one of the great eagles. Only Thranduil's royal lineage allowed him such conceits. And that elf would never know the love and respect of his people that both Elrond and Celeborn shared. For this reason, despite his usual demeanor of quiet composure and friendly reserve, most of those dining that evening at the community gardens saw within their beloved lord a new light, in his eyes and in his step, that could not help but lighten their own hearts, as well. News of the Lady Galadriel's departure had begun to spread, first through the alarmed cries of the lady's personal attendants. Marchwarden Halder and Lady Ithilwyn quickly intervened and clarified at least some of the truth regarding the lady's departure. Although most of those present were much too mannerly to discuss what they had heard whilst their lord was present, enough had been learned that most knew the gist. Even the bare ones of the truth were shocking in the extreme. To learn that their tempestuous lady of the woods, known far and wide for her mind powers, love of trouble and shallow concern for her own people read to her non-existent concern for other peoples was not full elven was astonishing. Despite all the conflict and the pain their lady had caused, all had believed her to be the epitome of an elven elf. Her flightiness was attributed to her power, one not shared by any other of their race, and was believed to have made her unstable. Now, it was rumored that Galadriel's powers had come to her through her non-elven mother, one of the Valar in the White Lands. Of course, it was well known that Galadriel's father was Noldor, but it only now began to occur to the people that none had ever discussed much of the lady's parentage. Now, in retrospect, it was clear that meddling by the Valar had caused that effect, as such a long-lived race had essentially talked every possible topic to death and then some. To have completely overlooked the parentage of the most recognizable of all the elves was not possible without godly intervention. For now, their outrage waited in the shadows. The Lothlorians processed the more immediate truths of the day, that Galadriel had been half Valar, that she had not been the natural true mate of their beloved Lord Celeborn, that their lord had been the beneficiary victim of a bond falsified by the goddess who birthed Galadriel, that the Valar had seen their error and acknowledged their debt to Celeborn and released him, finally, from the bond. That Galadriel was gone to the White Lands with her mother, to never play with and plague the people again. That Celeborn was free. It was this last fact that kept most of the Lothlorians from inundating the Valar with furious prayers and petitions for revenge, for balance, for at least an accounting of Galadriel's actions throughout the thousands of years in which she abused her gifts and tormented the very people she had claimed as her own. Those words would come, certainly, but for now the people waited. Much they had suffered, even unto the deaths of their loved ones, it was Lord Celeborn who had first claim for vengeance. It was he who had suffered the most, and it was he who had sacrificed himself endlessly to secure the well-being of his people and the containment of the lady. As always, it was to Celeborn the people of the woods looked for guidance and information, and in his bearing, they saw a deeply weary soul lightened by the loss of the burdensome lady, and uplifted by some act or information that was, for now, a mystery to all but a few. And as the weight lifted from their lord's shoulders, so did it seem to lift from the hearts of the people, and even from the world itself. New life was dawning for the ancient race of elves. Cleansing the pain. As Celeborn seated himself at the head of the long table, he greeted the guests of his table with a warm smile. He had expected, indeed, demanded, the absence of his second heir Legolas and his true-mates who would soon be declared as Celeborn's first heirs, Eredin and Sidhenadin. Those three needed to recover, to regain their confidence and affirm their bond now that it had become what it should have been originally. He had heard how wounded young Legolas had been the night prior to their arrival here in his woods, when his twin true-mates had stayed the night reconnecting with their siblings. The red-haired Astaris had done nothing wrong, except in light of the newness of their bond and the fragility of their elven mate. Understanding now how even their beginning bond had already been somewhat unbalanced, it was more remarkable that Legolas had forgiven them, than that he had been hurt in the first place. Although Celeborn was certain that Legolas would remain the submissive in that triad, he was equally certain that Legolas would now have the confidence and faith in his true-mates that would allow him to show his own vast strength. In truth, Legolas reminded Celeborn of himself, many millennia ago, when he was just 2,000 or 3,000 years old and the world was still a place of uncertainty and wonder. Magical power in the care of young Legolas, whose gentle nature and compassion were balanced against a strong will regarding right, wrong and personal responsibility, was magic well placed, indeed. Now, as he joined in light conversations with those who did grace his table this night, Celeborn felt that there was once again something new in the world. He had felt this yesterday, of course, and ever since the arrival of the Astari warriors. Even while still tethered to Galadriel, Celeborn had delighted in the interest and curiosity that these newcomers brought to his people and himself. But now, knowing that he sat at a table that suddenly held not just his friends, new and old, but his family, and that among these people was his soulmate, a phrase that helped him say, "Parate this new mate from his false, true mate," put Celeborn in a frame of mind he had not occupied in dozens of centuries. He felt happiness and anticipation and anxiety, all emotions he had thought long lost to him. Beneath the weight and growing dullness of an Hervés in a world that had held none but dark surprises for him. To his immediate right was Marconnen, then Glorfindel. Celeborn knew that the choice to seat Marconnen next to him was deliberate, and declared that young man's unflagging support for Celeborn. It was a subtlety that the ancient elf would not have thought belonged in the capabilities of such a young human. And yet he had clearly seen that it was Marconnen who directed the seating and Glorfindel who acceded. Next to Glorfindel was Ithilwyn, and then, of course, Haldir. While Celeborn cherished his oldest friend Glorfindel deeply, it was for now the latter two who held his interest and gratitude. They had managed to release the most sensitive of the information surrounding Galadriel, the Valar and himself, without causing what he had thought would be inevitable outrage. Instead, his people seemed thoughtful and observant, watching with hope in their own eyes to see that which was certainly in Celeborn's. He was truly, deeply happy for Haldir, knowing how much the Marchwarden adored his young mate. It was like watching springtime come to an ancient grove, where the new blossoms woke the old trees and they celebrated life together. Such was Haldir, with Ithilwyn. Furthermore, considering that young Astari's sight, Celeborn felt that Arda would not sooth fare for the loss of far sight and second sight, if one could even count low enough to tally a loss from those rare instances where he could wrest all information from Galadriel regarding what she saw in her basin. He had already learned that Ithilwyn shared what she gleaned with her family, and that there were at least a few people who could correctly interpret her words during such times. He suspected that Haldir would soon be her foremost translator. Furthermore, there were hints dropped by the new Lady of Sight that Gimli, son of Gloin, also shared some gift of sight, although he knew not in what measure or direction that gift laid. He suspected that this was the main cause for Galadriel's antipathy for the dwarf, if he shared her gift in some measure and was able to prevent her incessa peeking into the minds of Gimli or those he protected. On Celeborn's immediate left was Gimli, the most recent subject of his thoughts. Once, he certainly would have prefaced that, even in his own mind, as the dwarf, Gimli. But now the red-bearded father figure to Legolas was simply Gimli, likable, affable, fierce, protective, paternal, and very much a worthy person to count as friend or ally. Next to Gimli sat Thorin, the elven warrior best known amongst his people for his lack of facility on the ground and his astonishing grace amongst the trees. He had accompanied the warriors sent to Helm's Deep due to his remarkable ability to scout overhead, unseen and unheard amongst the branches and leaves of any forested area. Thorin and Gimli had become fast friends, sharing an almost filial bond much like that of Glorfindel and Celeborn. Although it was not usual to have a tree scout seated at the table of the Lord, with the lady gone, there were none who objected. Certainly, Celeborn saw it as just another welcome change. And there, seated on the last two chairs to the left of Thorin, farthest away from Celeborn, were the subjects of Celeborn's most intense interest, Astaris, Remus, Lupin, and Sirius Black. Not a twitch of muscle nor glance of eye betrayed Celeborn, but virtually the elf's entire being was focused on studying these two unmated men. One of them was Celeborn's true mate. But which one? Knowing that it would be best to appoint one more Lothlorien to be as fully informed on these most recent events as were his new family and old friends, thus providing another source for accurate information to his curious people, Celeborn sent for Doggian to join them. When the experienced warrior arrived, Celeborn simply gestured him to sit next to Thorin, moving the two at the end to shift down one. The Lord grinned slightly at Lord Sirius's obvious discomfiture at finding himself on the end of the table, in what was traditionally the lady's seat, but set the man's mind at rest by saying, "We have much to explain, and it is best that we get to it. It would cause more havoc to place Doggian in that seat, believe me, Master Sirius. For now, please disregard the usual formalities of manners and seating. And let us simply share a meal and conversation." He held the embarrassed gray gaze until Sirius dropped his eyes in resignation, nodding slightly and aiming a sideways glare at his oldest friend when Remus politely offered him his displaced glass, eyes twinkling. After raising his arm so that the beautiful Hedwig could waddle up it and settle onto her living perch in the form of her potted tree that was to remain permanently next to the Lord's chair, the meal commenced. From then on, the diners at the Lord's table shared deep attention and quiet conversation as Harry, Celeborn and Glorfindel informed them of the earlier events with the Valar. Carefully listening from nearby tables, expressed anything but happiness for Legolas and the Devils. The shock about Galadriel had been tempered by the advance spread of the news by Haldir and Ithilwan. Nothing was mentioned regarding the existence of Celeborn's actual true mate, much less that he was one of the Father Astaris. Glorfindel, who was narrating, left the topic at the point where Galadriel was removed and Celeborn was freed. Feeling the weight of another's gaze upon him, Celeborn glanced up and found himself the focus of two sets of sympathetic eyes, one amber and one smoke. Narrowing his own eyes slightly in rejection of pity, he was surprised to find that both Remus and Sirius merely seemed to grow more understanding. As if they were each intimately familiar with the task of bearing with as much dignity as possible the weight of an undeserved burden, and the utter disorientation that comes when the burden is removed. Looking more closely into the steady gazes of the demon's fathers, Celeborn acknowledged that both of these men did, indeed, know how adrift and excited and intimidated and utterly bereft he felt at this moment. Either man would make a wonderful mate and partner. But which was he? Celeborn wished, in retrospect, that he had caused Doggian to sit between the two newest human Astaris. He hoped that even a small distance between the two would allow his raging bondtide to lash in one direction or the other. Instead, due to their proximity to each other, Celeborn could only sit in torment and wonder, knowing only that the bondtide surged in their direction and hoping he could contain his own actions enough so as to conduct this courting with some circumspection. The longer the meal continued, however, the greater was the Lord's impulse to simply seize each in a kiss and let the bondtide free to make his claim in the most public manner possible. He resisted, with the mithril will that he had honed through numerous millennia, and spent the rest of the meal simply watching the two men as discreetly as possible. Celeborn would be delighted with either male. Despite their long familiarity with each other and a shared sense of maraudership, and paternal care for the children. These two men were markedly different from each other and different from anyone else Celeborn had ever met. Remus was all warm, comfortable safety. He was physically strong, with an affable, attractive face from which amber eyes glowed. There was a definite, feral edge to the man that declared him the alpha of his pack, as Marconin had just this morning explained was the best analogy to define the way in which a wolven, known to the Terrans as a werewolf, saw his family and friends. Despite the edge of danger, Remus most reminded Celeborn of the warm, sweet candies made from the running sap of the winter trees. Even his amber eyes would soft end to taffy when the man's heart was full. There was a vast, comfortable intellect hidden in those amber depths. This was a man who would live in a library, given the chance, emerging only to spend me with his beloved family or to protect the pack. Remus was like one of the great, strong trees of the Golden Woods, stable, strong, faithful, sheltering and possessed of a deep, quiet knowledge that was immensely comforting. Such a man would be a remarkable change in Celeborn's life, which had been defined by the elder elf's struggle to contain the flightiness, shallowness, instability and short attention span of Galadriel. Celeborn suspected that such a man as a lover would be loving, sometimes mischievous, always strong and safe, and occasionally with an edge of wild nature and the call of the moon lending a pagan quality to their bed. Furthermore, Celeborn believed that Remus Lupin, as an alpha, would be the taker more than the taken, a prospect that, although exciting in a way, caused a curl of rebellion to roll through Celeborn. His beddings with Galadriel were always unsatisfying, knowing that he was a distraction for the Elith rather than her focus. Her own disinterest had given her too much power even in their bed, as he tried too hard to keep her aroused and serve her needs. It had gone against his nature, because at heart, Celeborn was a lord. Although generous of spirit and willing to compromise, it was not in Celeborn's nature to submit, not even to the pressure that came from trying to keep his lady entertained. It did not sit well with him. Although he very much doubted that Remus Lupin, even in a dominant mating position, would be anything less than fully attentive to and concentrated on his partner. And, frankly, the very idea of having as a mate someone who mirrored Celeborn's fidelity and loyalty, who would provide for Celeborn the occasional place to lay down the weight of lordship, who would stand beside him and share his own strength and certainty, made a very tempting image to the exhausted lord. Then, too, there was Sirius, physical opposite to Remus in every way. Sirius was slim, graceful and deadly, like an elven dagger. His features were well crafted and beautiful. Long, straight black hair with hard-earned streaks of silver often escaped the bands used to tie it, as if, like its owner, even the man's hair had too much energy and will to remain confined. Mischief ran rampant throughout the man, sparkling in his smoky eyes and snapping off his energetic hands. His laugh was ready and infectious, his smile bright and delightful. And yet, there was an incisive intelligence within those distinctive, gray eyes. There was a depth of character to the man, an immense capacity for love and intense loyalty, that fairly radiated to those with the ability to see it. As all elves had, and Celeborn had heard some of the tale of Sirius's life, including his hellish imprisonment and incredible escape, his determined survival in the face of all obstacles, his refusal to surrender to overwhelming pain and torment, his defiance of everyone and everything he had ever known as he fought to get to his godson's side and protect the children he and Remus considered their own. Not once had Celeborn heard Sirius ever refer to his own dark past, and yet the scars of it showed in the steel of the man's spine and the man's ability to empathize with others who were in pain. If Sirius were his mate, Celeborn's life would be changed irrevocably, as he had no doubt that Sirius Black would bring laughter and inventiveness to every aspect of life, and yet would provide his mate with the unshakable certainty that nothing and no one would ever tear Sirius Black from his side. Fidelity was of no question. The man's strength of character fairly shone from his very skin. He, too, would be a wonderful mate, and their marriage bed would be incredible. The very idea of running his hands through the long, shining curls of silken black, of possessing those teasing lips and watching smoky gray eyes darken to slate, of rolling that slim, lithe body beneath him, quickly drawing in a shuddering breath beneath the cover of taking a long drink from his soda water. Celeborn forced himself back under control. In truth, Celeborn was glad he did not have to choose, that the choice was made for him already. Given the promise in the god's eyes, Celeborn believed that both of these men had a wonderful future and made ahead of them, but which of them belonged with Celeborn? In truth, based on what the god had said, Celeborn thought he knew his mate already. While Remus would make a delightful mate and Celeborn would be certain of happiness, it was Sirius Black who most captured his imagination. And, given the god's comment that he would have been Galadriel's true mate had she been full elven, that seemed to solidify his certainty. He suspected it was Galadriel's elven half that provided the impishness, the gaiety, the laughter, even the inability to not poke at people and events just to see what they would do. Those were the small traits that had allowed Celeborn to not hate his wife. And those traits, Sirius Black owned in tremendous volume, along with so many others that held Celeborn's fort at all. Born, Celeborn. Celeborn heard his name being called faintly and brought his wandering mind back to the present, far from those sinful thoughts of debauchery. Yes, Marconin, I was just telling Remus about your wonderful library, and it occurs to me that perhaps you wouldn't mind if our history enthusiast took a look. Marconin answered. He had a knowing half-grin on his face, but the look in his emerald eye was sympathetic and understanding. Celeborn immediately realized that Glorfindel's mate had found a way to separate his two fathers so that the Lothlorien lord would be able to follow the bondtide to his true mate. Deeply appreciative, Celeborn allowed a smile to warm his own eyes as he nodded in agreement. Thankful that Marconin was obviously his ally in this. Of course, that would be fine, Celeborn agreed. Would you like a guide, Master Remus, or will simple instruction suffice? He smiled gently into amber eyes, briefly puzzled at the worry he read in them as Remus rose to walk to his chair. Within seconds, there was enough distance between the two that Celeborn knew for certain who his mate was, and had to close his eyes to seize control of his own urges. He jumped in surprise when a demanding finger suddenly tapped his nose, and opened his eyes to stare shocked at the close proximity of worried amber eyes. Remus grinned briefly, belying his own worry, and said in a low, teasing voice, "You seemed distracted. Given the pheromones you're suddenly emitting, I can imagine why. I doubt I need to say this, my friend. But if you hurt him, I promise what you suffered with that crazy bitch ex of yours will seem like several millennia of purest paradise compared to what I do to you. Understand?" Remus did not flinch or look away while Celeborn searched his eyes for any signs of trouble or hurt over the fact that Remus was, apparently, the only unbonded member of his family now. Satisfied, Celeborn offered him a solemn smile and said quietly, "He must first agree, of course, but the very idea of harming one I treasure so much is anathema to me. Should that happen, I would plead with you to take vengeance for him. I swear it." His steady gaze was searched by sharp amber eyes, before a ready smile broke out on the friendly face of Remus Lupin. "Welcome to the family, Celeborn," was all Remus said. Given the man's long friendship with and deep understanding of Sirius Black, Celeborn read his welcome as reassurance, and nodded back. After providing Remus with general directions to his private library, Celeborn watched as the amber eyes darted worriedly toward Marconin. His own, assessing gaze turned to the young man after Remus departed, saying to Celeborn, "I believe I can find it just fine. Thank you for this. If all goes as it normally does when I find a library, expect me, heir. Well, actually, you'll probably have to send someone for me when you need me next." His sheepish grin was amused as the werewolf ambled away from the pavilion and headed down the indicated path toward his version of nirvana. As the others rose to leave the dinner table, it occurred to Celeborn that no one seemed to be suffering from any grief or sorrow regarding Galadriel, despite the fact that their lady had departed forever, without farewells, mere hours ago. He wondered if the Valar had some hand in this. But in truth, the general air of relief and growing relaxation amongst his people convinced him otherwise. He was both happy and saddened that they did not grieve. Despite her excesses, Galadriel had been amongst them for as many millennia as he had been. It felt improper that no ceremony was planned, no loss was felt. It felt as if all of his own effort was no longer of value. As if all it had taken was the blink of a god's eye and suddenly, everything was perfectly fine. Lost in dark thought, Celeborn did not notice that the pavilion had emptied of people, including the slow, reluctantly departing figure of Sirius Black, nor did he sense the one who joined him until a warm hand suddenly rested over his clenched fist. Startled, he stared at the hand before he allowed himself to look up and see its owner. Somehow, he was surprised to find himself looking upon the luminous face of Lady Ithilwyn. And then he felt silly, because, of all the people he knew, who else would have known his pain that wasn't? She smiled sadly at him, and rubbed her hand comfortingly over his still clenched fist. You grieve, that you do not grieve. You mourn for your people, that they do not mourn. You care for Galadriel, because she would not care. What you are left with is loss, of your innocence, of your hope, of your newness, of the tremendous, unrelenting work that you put forth all your long life on the one, truly hopeless aspect of your vast years. You feel cheated, somehow, that it was this easy, that all it took was a few minutes of the Valar's attention and why. Oh, you could have been spared millennia's worth of pain and strain and heartache. She watched with deep empathy as Celeborn's throat worked painfully as he tried to swallow the growing lump in it, as he tried to clench his jaw against the sudden unsteadiness of profound emotion, and her own eyes filled with tears that overflowed as he lost the battle for self-control and lowered his head into shaking hands to weep. He did not weep as elves were meant to. He cried. It was not beautiful and serene. There were no silver tears rolling silently down delicate skin. There were no soft, musical sobs. This was a harsh, horrible rending of the Lord's spirit. This was not a gentle purging of sorrow. This was emotional amputation. This was raw pain, expressing itself in aching, tearing moans and furious growls and wrenching gasps. Tears poured from swollen, reddened eyes that were tightly clenched. Snot was halted by a hurriedly grabbed napkin, and strong, dignified shoulders bowed and shuddered Bene. The weight of the rage and loss and denial and sorrow the Lord had tried to carry. Too much agony erupted in too brief a time from too small a form to contain it all, and the result was ugly and awful and traumatic, and necessary, and cathartic. It was so intense, in fact, that the Lord did not even notice the horror of apparition, as Ithilwyn transported them directly into his private rooms in his Talon, there to be met by Haldir, who did not hesitate to pull Celeborn down with him to the floor and wrap him in a tight, comforting embrace. There, on the floor of Celeborn's lonely bedroom, Haldir rocked the Lord of Lothlorien in his arms and held him secure within the storm of pain that come upon him so suddenly. Later, when he had calmed, Haldir and Ithilwyn placed Celeborn into the deep hot bath Ithilwyn had drawn for him, settling in with him to bathe and comfort him, heating the water further with magic as it began to cool, adding healing oils and scented herbs into the waters, to draw the ache from long clenched muscles and to open and soothe the sinuses and tear ducts abused by the emotional storm. Celeborn was vaguely aware of the naked skin and comforting warmth that surrounded him, and the soothing hands that soaked and massaged him. Long bereft of physical touch, he was distantly embarrassed as his body reacted to the smooth glide of hands on his skin, but was soothed again by the deep voice in his ear and the reassuring strength of the smooth, naked chest against which he was urged to recline as he was comforted and accepted and reassured by two loving companions. He had no responsibilities here. Gentle hands and voices moved him as they would, and he simply complied. He closed his eyes and turned his head to listen to the strong, steady thump of a heart beneath his ear. Strong, calloused hands caressed his chest and stomach, and silky, delicate hands ran long, soothing lines down his legs. Obeying the gentle directions, Celeborn allowed his legs to fall open and, for once, allowed himself to be cared for and nurtured, and allowed someone else to be strong. And they were. Strong chest behind him, strong thighs on either side of his, and soft legs atop his knees. Str shaft guided it into a soft, warm mouth that sank down upon it. Strong, knowing hands stroked his shaft and fondled his testicles as a hot, slick mouth surrounded and suckled him. And soft hair tickled his thighs and groin. His weak attempt to regain solitude, to fight against the rising tide of pleasure, was defeated by the safety of the muscled arms around his chest and stomach that lifted him slightly, and the one muscled arm that held him pressed bonelessly to a powerful chest as the other stole down his body, to stroke between his buttocks and press one strong, thick, oiled finger gently into his heated core. Fierce suction and a slick, agile tongue around his cock worked in harmony with gentle hands rolling his sack and the strong, calloused finger that stroked deep within his center. spreading his cheeks for added tension as that talented finger crooked knowingly and pressed unerringly against Celeborn's prostate. Unable to resist, still barely aware, Celeborn arched his strong neck and pressed his head, mouth gaping open and gasping for air, back against the chest and arm that sheltered him, held securely against the powerful body of his marchwarden as he elf and his mate brought their lord to long-denied fulfillment. Long spasms of pleasure sent Celeborn's essence pulsing into Ithilwyn's willing mouth, aided in intensity by Haldr's strong talent. Finger stroking and caressing deep within his lord. Daring, luminous eyes locked with Haldr's as Ithilwyn suckled the pulsing cock in her mouth, watching her mate's eyes darkening in lust as they joined in soothing and delighting Celeborn, taking him past his grief into a place where relaxation is impossible to resist and healing begins. Dimly, Celeborn was aware of Haldr's hard cock pulsing. Hot jets of essence against his buttocks, aided by the encouraging strokes of Ithilwyn's hand as she buried the other between her own legs and brought herself to ecstasy as well. Their cries and gasps, seemed somehow appropriate to Celeborn, welcomed by him in this rare moment of truest comfort and friendship. Briefly soaked and rinsed again, Celeborn's eyes were already closing as he was lifted from the tub and dried magically. Then carried by a naked Haldr to his bed and settled upon the silken sheets. After a brief hesitation, in which apparently his weakly seeking hand even as he drifted further toward sleep was adequate argument, he was joined by two sleek, naked forms. Strong, powerful Haldr pulled Celeborn into his arms and settled the exhausted lord upon his chest, as sleek, so uthing Ithilwyn wrapped herself against his back and ran gentle, caressing circles of silken hands on Celeborn's stomach. Finally drifting into fullest, deepest sleep, Celeborn was aware of the fact that he had never, in his long life, felt so beloved. Having entered from the side deck of the Talon, a lithe form was gracefully perched on the windowsill, gentle, as gray eyes filled with understanding and a small amount of jealousy watched over the three in the Lord's bed, one more line of protection between the Lord and his pain. Siriusly devilish. The next morning could have been painfully awkward, if not for the light-hearted and delightful teasing of Ithilwyn and a simple, straightforward hug of reassurance from Haldr. They had acted out of love and concern for Celeborn, as his dear friends. If needs be, they would do so again, although, as Haldr dryly observed, they would probably have to involve bindings of some kind and be forced to work harder to ambush him next time, as he now knew what they were capable of. Celeborn had just stared for a moment, half in and half out of his leggings, then sank down onto the bed and laughed somewhat helplessly. He had wanted something new in his life. He had not expected to become the prey and prize in the newly invented game of commando comfort. He hadn't realized he had muttered this thought aloud until Ithilwyn cheerfully offered. But just imagine the training exercises. Haldr's forces will never before have been so skilled. Haldr added laughingly, nor quite so plentiful. I can see the recruitment lines. Now, shaking his head as his friends continued to tease, Celeborn gently nudged a helpful Luna back over to Haldr so that he could sort out his own leggings without any more accidental slips of that mischievous hand. Finally dressed, despite Luna's faux pout that forced a smirking Haldr to growlingly remind her just to whom she belonged, Celeborn turned bemusedly back toward the dining pavilion to join the others for breakfast. Usually, he and Galadriel had shared the morning meal in their rooms, but change was upon him and Celeborn was determined to embrace it. During breakfast, they were joined by a blushing Legolas and a fiercely protective pair of devils. It was evident that the new boundaries of their bond had been tested, repeatedly. Celeborn had ordered that the long table be exchanged for a large, round one. Much to Sirius's relief, although the gray-eyed man laughed when Celeborn rolled his eyes at first sight of the taller, more ornate chair that was obviously set aside for the Lord. He was pleased, though, with Hedwig's tree. Understandably, Celeborn had insisted that Legolas sit near him, although Aredin and Sidhenadin insisted with equal fervor that they sit on either side of their elven mate. Still, Celeborn was able to talk with his second heir and, although they still did not know it, his soon-to-be-named first heirs, and was greatly reassured at Legolas accepting matter-of-fact manner regarding his new status as the first elven Astari. The others listened carefully as Legolas described what he knew so far. I can feel the magic, humming all around me. My mate, said that they did not feel it as I do until they gained their elemental abilities, but I suppose as an elf I would feel it as simply another aspect of the natural world, to which we are already connected, he explained, steadfastly pushing aside the second helping of toast urged on him by Sidhenadin. I do know how to manage the power, and how to guide it. It's like breathing or blinking, I needn't think about it at all. Although I have much to learn about the possibilities. However, although I am certain I could produce something offensive or defensive magically if I had to, I have no urge to do so. He hesitated, obviously mulling over how much he wanted to say. Celeborn caught his slightly shadowed gaze and smiled gently at him, watching with pleasure as the younger elf's gaze lightened to the soft blue he knew so well. You needn't say anything you don't wish to, Legolas. I imagine this is intensely personal to you, especially as it is so new. Legolas could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. Thranduil would have been interrogating him the second he opened his eyes. Nothing would have been allowed to remain private. Had he needed it, here was yet another bit of proof that Celeborn was sincere when he said that Legolas did not serve him. It was this gentle acceptance that gave Legolas the courage to continue speaking. Meeting Celeborn's eyes and refusing to look at anyone else, Legolas drew a deep breath and said cautiously, I may believe that my abilities lay more along the course of healing, my lord. He was very aware of the indrawn breaths from the eavesdroppers behind and around him, but kept his gaze locked on Celeborn. Magical healing was something believed to belong only to the Valar. With the news of Galadriel's true heritage, and the terrible wrongs done to Celeborn by the very same gods that had birthed the lady, Legolas was very afraid that this revelation may be the one to cause Celeborn to retreat from him. As if he could see clearly into Legolas' worried heart, Celeborn's gaze immediately softened and he leaned forward and gripped Legolas' clenched fist in his own warm hand. Seawater eyes held tightly to the gaze from Sky Blue eyes and did not waver as Celeborn said with quiet conviction, Legolas, if you have the gift of healing, it will be nothing but a blessing to our people. Howsoever your magic revo are a blessing to us and to me. Do not for an instant allow yourself to worry over such things. I brought you into my home and family when you were no more magical than any other elf, and I saw you then as extraordinary. Anything you achieve beyond that is merely proof of my own good judgment. It took a moment for them to realize that the smirking lord had just complimented himself, but the resulting wave of laughter dispersed the tension that had arisen with this newest revelation. On the other side of the table, Sirius Black smiled slightly, eyes thoughtful, as he watched the gentle interplay between his newest son, Legolas, and the elven lord who was occupying most of Sirius's thoughts since they had first arrived in Lorien. From the moment he and Remus approached the dining pavilion, escorted by Gimli and Torrent who, in response to Gimli's own sight, had been waiting just yards from where their portal opened, Sirius had found himself inexplicably drawn to the tall, dignified lord of this realm. To Sirius, Celeborn stood out amidst a veritable sea of beautiful, graceful, dignified people. He had been crushed to learn that Celeborn had a true mate, and had taken malicious enjoyment from the tales of the lady's punishment at the hands of her lord. Sirius was particularly incensed when he learned what her actions had been against his own children, and it was only Celeborn's steady guard upon him that silenced Sirius' need to crush the bitch with his darkest magic. He would have done it in a heartbeat, but knowing that Celeborn was true-mated, although he couldn't stand the thought of it, stopped him. Hurting Galadriel would have hurt Celeborn, and so Sirius had restrained himself and directed his emotions into instigating a prank war with the twins. As if he really hadn't known that Harry had messed with the pitcher's weight somehow. No matter how good the kid got, Sirius would always be the master marauder. Facing Celeborn across the breakfast table this morning had been difficult for Sirius. He had watched the dignified elven lord over dinner last night, had seen the elf's fierce struggle for self-control as the meal wore on and Galadriel was barely mentioned and in no way mourned. Sirius had his own wealth of experience with sudden freedom from a crushing, unfair burden that had been forced upon him. At the time, everyone had acted like it was best to not talk about it. As if he hadn't really just spent over a decade in horror being tortured for crimes he did not commit. No one except Harry and Remus even mentioned Azkaban, as if avoiding the topic eliminated his awful association with that darkness. Very few people had even apologized for believing the worst of him, and none who mattered barring Remus and, oddly, the Hogwarts librarian, had admitted, much less apologized for their failure to take action on his behalf, at least in the interests of true justice. Only Harry and Remus, and later Luna, Fred and George, had truly tried to share his burden and to soothe his pain. He had still managed to destroy a fair portion of Remus's woods, though, when the dam finally broke and his ugliest emotions rushed through. Last night, Sirius had watched Celeborn enduring the same thing. The Lord's raw pain and outrage seemed to be set up on a mirror spell, reflecting back to Sirius even as Celeborn slowly lost control. Sirius had not wanted to leave when all the others did. He realized Celeborn barely even knew him, but there was no way in hell Sirius was leaving the Lord alone to deal with pain like that. Only Halder's firm hand on his back, urging him away down the path. And the solemn pledge in little Luna's eyes as she turned back to Celeborn, earned the gray-eyed wizard's cooperation. He didn't go far, though. The second Halder left Sirius at his talon steps. Sirius tagged him and then followed the tag until he found himself perched high up on a side deck of one of the topmost talons, clearly the home of the royals if the GUARDS and elaborate architecture were anything to go by. Casting a blend me and a notice me not, Sirius had quietly approached the open window and observed the care with which Halder and Luna treated Celeborn. From the window, he could see into the bathing room and witnessed the gentleness with which the two caressed and comforted the grieving lord. He did not consider himself a voyeur, he was not there for prurient reasons, and Luna had known he was present, as she knew most things. Had she disapproved, he would have been removed. Sirius had no illusions about his own power compared to one of the demon team. His own tears had spilled in benediction for the three, and when they laid down together in the bed and Halder and Luna had wrapped reassuringly around the exhausted Celeborn, luminous blue eyes had met solemn gray and a promise was made. Thus, Luna had allowed herself to join her mate and their friend in vulnerable sleep, trusting to the vigilance of her marauder father to ensure their safety through the night. Sirius had spent the night deep in thought and memory, systematically dealing with his own pain, new and old, and forcing himself to see Galadriel as Celeborn did. Somehow, Sirius knew that he was connected to the dignified elven lord, and it was crucial that he genuinely understand what the elf felt, even when it was distasteful to do so. Sirius really did not want to feel compassion and pity for the cold-hearted lady, regardless of the reasons for her disassociated emotions with her own people and husband. Still, it was vital for Celeborn's well-being that someone other than Luna and Halder understand the reserved lord, and so Sirius went after this bone like any other that he was determined to have, until he had successfully uncovered and explored it and recognized it from a personal perspective. Once that was done, he had been vastly relieved to spend the remaining hours until dawn replaying the adventures of the Marauders in preparation for the coming prank war. He especially enjoyed thinking about their grand departure from the dinner table once the gauntlet had been taken up. He had heard that Legolas' reaction had been priceless. Even now, eyes focused on the still tense form of the Devil's mate, Sirius could not help but snicker quite a bit at himself and the boys. He had been doing so ever since he and the twins left the table, and he realized how they had basically all flounced away like a bunch of drag queens. It was hard to get used to not wearing cloaks, especially when you wore them all the time and had gotten really stoned to walking in a way that made them flare and billow around you. When you did that without the cloak, you mostly looked like you had a wedgie you were hoping to shake loose. He had heard about Legolas' giggle fit and found himself just that much fonder of the little one. In fact, he had just thought of the perfect way to make the little elf feel better. "Hey, Legolas." Startled, the young elf looked over at him, eyes narrowing suspiciously at Sirius's mischievous grin. "I've got something for you." Without pausing, Sirius called forth the memory of his and the twins' swishy departure and sent it over the table in a large projection memory, then sat back and enjoyed the show as a wide-eyed Legolas stared at the scene of his magnificently masculine demons mincing away like pissy fashionistas. Watching Legolas gulp a deep breath and freeze, trying desperately to hold to his dignity, before slowly dissolving into the adorable giggles that Sirius had heard about from a chuckling Remus, was completely worth the replay of his own flaming getaway. Even more so when Sirius caught sight of the warm, approving gaze Celeborn sent him, as Legolas' tension and worry evaporated in the light-heartedness Sirius had intentionally evoked. Sirius was honestly surprised. He figured most of the people around would have taken his actions as just another burst of mischief, which would have been perfectly fine with Sirius. But apparently, Celeborn saw right through to the heart of his motivations and approved. Caught in the clear, sea-green gaze, shed back to his observations of the night before. And how those eyes had darkened to the color of a stormy sea beneath the passion the Lord experienced as Luna's mouth suckled that incredible cock while Haldir held Celeborn's straining body tightly against his gleaming chest. Sirius could feel how aroused he had become, watching Celeborn move and writhe as the Marchwarden finger at him. Feeling his cock harden beneath the memories and the warm, seawater gaze of the Elven Lord. For the first time Sirius could ever remember, at least since he passed puberty, he dropped his eyes in confusion and blushed. Mortified, he cast an ice-air spell at his genitals. Ignoring the sudden pain as he pushed his chair back and stood, summoning his inner marauder like a shield and sent a challenging glare at the twins, who were watching their little elf with complete enchantment as Legolas giggled away. Activating the trigger on his trap, he said with a devilish grin, because, seriously, he had totally owned the devilish grin thing long before the freckle faces ever found their alter egos. This prank war started yesterday. I gave you enough of a pity break, and for my compassion I declare this is now a timed challenge. It ends at midnight, and Celeborn, Tauren, Doggian and Gimli are the judges, with Hedwig as the tiebreaker. Tick-tock, little imps, step up or lie down and show throat. With that, he swept away, very carefully not swishing a non-existent cloak, and cackled mockingly as, back at the table, Fred and George suddenly found themselves wearing bright red leotards, complete with arrow-tipped tail, small pointy ears, tiny little horns. Hair in two adorable ponytails tied high on each side of their heads with bright pink bows, and wearing bright white diapers. Even as they stared at each other in complete shock, small explosions erupted from the seat of their diapers, which immediately expanded and drooped slightly beneath a sudden load complete with a noxious puff of green smoke that trailed behind them. And a childish voice giggled and announced, "Baby devils made a doo-doo." The stunned silence at the table slowly shattered beneath the frantic head shaking of Legolas, who had both hands pressed tightly over his mouth as his shoulders began to shake with the attempt to keep control. He lost the battle when he saw the horrified disgust on the faces of his devils. Closing his eyes did not help, as the rank odor was a more than adequate reminder. Unable to stop himself, Legolas finally pushed his chair back and dove for Celeborn, seeking the Lord's protection from his outraged mates as the elf surrendered to a truly spectacular fit of giggles. For his part, Celeborn had one arm protectively around Legolas, which was pretty much all that was keeping the elf upright, and one hand pressed firmly against his own mouth. But even as he bit his lip and slowly shook his head in denial, he lost the battle and erupted into full-throated laughter. As if he had released everyone else, HTER erupted from the gathered elves and the few Astaris present. It doubled as the twins, unable to cancel the spell or to apparate, had to walk away with attempted dignity, which was already impossible. Without the second eruption from their diapers that resulted in the two have to waddle beneath the weight of the doo-doo. It didn't help that the twins started snickering halfway out of the pavilion, either. They had to give it to the old man, he really knew his shit. Heart to heart, as the newly recovered breakfast companions began to depart, following the guidance of Remus Lupin as he hurried off again to the Lord's library. Celeborn noted Remus' concerned glance back at Marconnen. Throughout breakfast, even before the prank war reignited, they had noticed that something had been off with the young Astari. During the descriptions of the events in the Devil's bedroom, Marconnen had seemed much too controlled. Even Sirius opening salvo against the twins had not earned the type of laughter one might have expected from Marconnen. It was definitely worrisome. Celeborn watched Glorfindel have a private discussion with his mate, and observed with concern the agitation in his old friend as Glorfindel finally nodded reluctantly and walked over to Celeborn as Marconnen slipped away. He instinctively reached out a long arm and rested his comforting hand on Glorfindel's shoulder as soon as the warrior was within range. Based on your shock over the goblins 2 days ago, Marconnen is concerned that perhaps we may have missed sharing important information with you. He would lick Me to catch you up to speed on our adventures, while he takes a little time by the river to think. Glorfindel tried to keep his tone even, but his frustration must have slipped through as Celeborn merely nodded in agreement and replied levelly, I believe the best place for you to catch me up to speed, as you will, is at the gazing gazebo. He did not need to mention that the gazebo was a right place to sit and look upon the beautiful waters of the Golden River. Glorfindel hesitated for a moment before nodding, gesturing for Celeborn to precede him. The two lords left for the gazebo knowing that their sharp sight and hearing would enable them to keep watch on Marconin, just in case. Harry was sitting by a small stream that fed off of the Golden River, watching the colorful fish play and swim as his mind wandered back to his childhood. Despite everything, he had been doing well in containing the memories within the basilisk he had built into his occlumentic defenses. The most skilled in the mind arts succeeded in creating elaborate mindscapes in which they housed their memories, established mental defenses and offenses, and often sought succor within as they meditated. Because he had needed to look at each memory before he could safely put it where it belonged within his mind, Harry had not felt the need to look at the basilisk for a long time now. He had left it blind. That just seemed fitting. Considering how blind everyone was to his childhood, he simply gave each memory to the basilisk to consume, allowing their pain and poison to make the basilisk progressively deadlier. The fact that she served as his best offensive mind weapon was no accident. One bite from her, and anyone invading his mind would be shrieking in horror and pain. The only reason he had dealt with Galadriel differently was because he could tell that she was genuinely unaware of how vile her actions were. Now, of course, he understood why she was so removed from the pain of her people. Still, he had scared her, and he definitely found that smirk worthy. The smirk on his face faded as he heard once again a mental echo from his past. It was Thranduil's fault. Hearing Legolas call him boy, in a voice and manner eerily similar to Vernon had triggered a wave of rage from deep within Harry's soul. He felt that the punishment meted out to the so-called king was justified and kinder than he deserved. In truth, he would have had no qualms about simply executing the bastard, but he wanted Thranduil to suffer for his actions against his own son. Given what Harry knew about that type of person, it was a fair bet that Thranduil's execution was not all that far off, and would be earned through the elf's own actions to regain power or control over Legolas, particularly considering the most recent events, which will have dramatically increased Legolas' desirability to the greedy ruler of the Mirkwood. But that was the future. Right now, Harry was left to to deal with the residue of rage and the memories it had summoned. He would have managed it, but the near destruction of his family due to the Valar's ineptitude and the machinations of the goddess reminded him almost unbearably of Dumbledore as he played with lives as if it were all just a grand game for his amusement. He had tried so very hard to contain his emotions and keep his mask firmly in place. But the rage and hatred shrieking from the memories of his past were overwhelming him. He had to take some time to MGAIN, for everyone's sake. His Hervan had wanted to protest when Harry asked to be alone for a while, but could not resist the pleading eyes Harry had turned upon him. When Glory relented, albeit unhappily, Harry had suggested he take time with Celeborn to ensure the Lord was up to speed on all that had been and would be happening. He hoped they might also devise tentative plans for group discussion. He felt badly about the fact that he had to deny his glorious mate's protectiveness over Harry this one time. But there was no enemy to fight here, except the demons that dug festering wounds into his soul. No matter how much Glory wanted to help, these were enemies that could only be defeated from within, by the strength of one's own will. He had spoken the truth, though, when he reassured his Hervan that the elf's love and care gave him sharper weapons against the darkness within. And so, Harry sat on the riverbank, lost in painful memories, until he heard a twig deliberately being cracked beneath a careful foot and sensed someone silently sitting down next to him. Even without his ability to sense auras, Harry would have known his companion was his youngest, figuratively, brother, Legolas. Neither looked at the other. Instead, they sat in silence together for several moments, gazing meditatively at the water. Eventually, Harry offered a quiet greeting. Lasulan, Legolas. Lasulan, Marconin. Man Mathich. Any unanticipated problems? Harry asked, concerned for the young elf. Better than I had anticipated, truthfully, came the wry response. Legolas' eyes remained fixed on the hypnotic rush of water. And have you had your talk with Celeborn yet? Lau, not yet. My mates have been quite adamant about staying near me, Legolas replied with a small blush. Harry chuckled a bit. I can well imagine. It seems since you first caught sight of us, your life has been pure turmoil. The chuckle was belied by the somber look in the emerald eyes that glanced over to him. Harry, I regret nothing. I have never been happier than I am at this moment. I am blessed to have you all in my life. Legolas' earnestness was almost painfully sincere, and a deep knot of guilt began to untwist within Harry. Although, Legolas, my brother, we are blessed to have you, as well. I feel badly for our actions. We had no sooner pledged to welcome and protect you as a brother than we hurt your feelings. I am so sorry, Legolas. I never meant to cause you distress when we stayed out your first night. We were thoughtless and foolish. Neither had we known about, nor even considered, the flaw in the Valars' plans, Harry responded almost pleadingly, guilt and regret remaining heavy in his heart. Oh, Harry, please, don't. It wasn't anyone's fault. I hold nothing against any of you, Marconnen. Especially not the folly of the first night. Not even I am usually so sensitive. I can only think it was the newness of the bond and, well, just everything, all piled up and confusing me. I'm afraid you have discovered one of my worst failings. It is very hard for me to believe it when someone says they care about me and welcome me. But I swear I understood why you all stayed out, that you needed to ground yourself within the familiar once more. I had no valid reason to react as I did, but I couldn't seem to help it. My father has always said that my emotions are a weakness, a flaw. He was right, too. And now, with magic, I don't just wish, I need to be stronger. Legolas ended helplessly. You have it all confused, Legolas. Blame Thranduil. I know I do. Harry cast a sidelong glance at his companion, pleased at quirk of lips that had been downturned and pinched together. You were remarkably strong, Legolas, and quite brave, as well. Never doubt that. It took courage to join the Fellowship, and emotional strength to carry on when the hobbits had been taken. It took a strong heart and sense of self for the elven son of the most bigoted king around to befriend and bond with a dwarf. It took an amazing feat of personal strength to stand firm when facing your former father, and to not waver when the barbs in his insults scraped over some of your private fears. And the very idea of you thinking less of yourself for the role you held in an upside-down bond shocks me. Not being able to withstand all the power being sent into you was most emphatically not your fault. That was lack of thought on the part of the Valar themselves. If you question yourself about that, then you must also question the gods. Actually, question them first. They deserve it. Legolas, the fact that you are handling the situation quite well and not freaking out proves your strength of character, Harry told him, looking the elf straight in the eye. His voice was quiet and powerful, and the look on his face was purest respect. Legolas was beginning to understand the devotion his mates felt for this young man. Beyond Harry's obvious strength and prowess, beneath the exterior that changed to reflect the situation, was a heart of pure love and sincerity and honor. Legolas could well understand why his mates reacted as they did to a simple word of praise from the emerald-eyed Astari. Lost in thought, they again lapsed into silence. Although Harry would like to have labeled his thoughts as contemplative, he was certain it was closer to brooding as he once again wrestled with memories from childhood. Legolas, too, was struggling with those issues, and was debating about talking to his older brother about their childhoods and their magic. He knew from Ithilwin's tale that Marconnen's abuse had been extensive. For the most part, Legolas had dealt with a plethora of verbal abuse, mostly degenerating to the odd slap here and there on special occasions. It was only as Legolas got older that the slaps turned to closed-fist assaults. Given from Thranduil anytime the elf realized that Legolas saw him clearly and did not like what he saw. Marconnen, he finally ventured hesitantly. Yes, Legolas. Rai's immediate response gave Legolas courage. In your opinion, why do people, especially caregivers, abuse children and people like us? Legolas asked, expertly skipping a stone across the dancing water. He figured he would get through the hardest part first. There was a stretch of silence and Legolas feared Marconnen wouldn't answer. He was slowly learning, however, that Marconnen would always answer. Even if it was only to explain why he could not. There are a lot of theories about abuse. Some say that abusers are just continuing a pattern their own parents started. Some say it's about power, or poor self-image, or fear. I'm not sure what I believe in general, although maybe Thranduil was intimidated by your pure soul. You have the capacity to capture the love of the people, something I doubt that bastard ever had. People would accept your rule because they love you and you love them. That would definitely give you the ability to usurp Thranduil, especially since he had to name you his heir because of his so-called kingliness. A lord has the right to pass power and authority down through his own blood without regard for who is most directly related, or through Annette. Her qualification he deems vital, like honor. Because of that, he doesn't actually have to name an heir, he can just name the guidelines and rules by which a group of electors would select his successor. But a king has no choice. His heir is his nearest blood relative. So, there you were, perfect, and his heir by his own law. He had to keep you oppressed, or you would have seized the throne sooner rather than later. He saw out of the corner of his eye Legolas' move of denial, and answered the unspoken rebuttal, and you would have. If you saw him mistreating his people, you would have taken the throne regardless of whether or not you wanted it. He smiled slightly as Legolas glared out over the water, admitting at least to himself that Harry was right. He probably also saw you as a tool, maybe a means to political or financial power. The one thing he never saw you not trying to hurt you, little brother, is his son. He didn't want a son, because having a child makes a person the older generation. For a conceited like Thranduil, you basically represented everything that could take away his power, wealth, status and authority. Legolas was openly staring at Harry now, fascinated at the glimpse into a powerful intellect that was often missed beneath the flashier aspects of Harry's persona. Unruffled by his inspection, Harry simply continued his train of thought. As for why I was abused, I could give a bunch of reasons, and they would all be right, and they would all be wrong. I think the vaguest but most correct answer is the one that fits. I had to become a certain type of person. To fulfill the prophecies made about me. I wouldn't have done that if I'd been treated well or honorably by most people. In the end, as the song goes, though I may not know the answers, I can finally say I'm free, and if the questions lead me here, then I am who I was born to be. Once again, Legolas was speechless, lost in admiration over this remarkable man. Eventually, He shook himself out of his contemplation and asked quietly, "Does it get easier?" Harry's smile was slightly bitter, but comforting in its honesty. In time and with love, yes. But, occasionally, there are moments when it comes back. Is this one of those times? After a long, tightly constrained sigh, yeah. Legolas stared at the grass Harry was picking and tearing apart restlessly, feeling a strong affinity for the quiet young man sitting next to him. He had probably personally devastated an entire field of grass throughout his own lifetime of nervous plucking and shredding. Am I disturbing you, Harry? Would you prefer to be alone right now? No, Legolas, it's fine. It's true I sought solitude, but I always have time for family. Legolas nodded slightly, trying to accustom himself to that concept. Celeborn had expressed it several times. His mates said it constantly. Gimli, naturally, had proven it to him time and again. And now, Harry was saying it, as matter-of-factly as he had discussed his own abuse. For some reason, it was Harry who made him believe it. Could I talk with you again, sometime, if I have one of those times when it comes back hard? The reply was simple and immediate, and immensely believable. Of course, little brother. I need to work with you and Ithilwyn and the others, too, with my powers. I know much already, and I have you to thank for that. He grinned at Harry's offhand wave of dismissal, as if the man had not actually challenged the gods on behalf of an elf he barely knew. I do, however, think I need some training with regard to how to fit my abilities into a battle scenario. Quote, Harry glanced around them, looking oddly alert for some reason, then said teasingly, I would be honored, Legolas, but for now you had best go find those devils. Considering the state I last saw them, they will be out for vengeance. Lothlorien has survived millennia, but I'm not sure it will survive the devils in a fit of pique. If it goes too long, I would expect the Golden Woods to, at the very least, become rainbow-colored. Legolas chuckled and rose to his feet, dusting off his hands and the seat of his leggings as he waved an almost jaunty farewell to Harry and went off to find his mates. Once he was gone, Harry called out sardonically, "You can come out now, Glory and Celeborn." Although Celeborn looked somewhat sheepish as they stepped out from the shadows of the trees in which they had been waiting, Glory merely moved forward swiftly to pull his beloved to his feet and hold him close. He would never be ashamed of his concern for his Hervan. Pulling back slightly, he inspected Harry's face carefully, looking for something he would not define. Finally, satisfied, he tugged his little mate back against his chest and held him close, looking out over the water. Standing next to them, for some reason comfortable with these two even though he should have felt like the odd man out, Celeborn tossed a rock across the water and murmured thoughtfully, "Someday, Harry, I would like for you to sing that song for me." Harry just nodded, and allowed the overwhelming reassurance of these two powerful elves to soothe the ragged remains of his anxiety. The Wolven and the Archivist. As urged by Harry, Legolas was looking for his mates. He had just entered one of the little side gardens when he startled back at the sight of a huge black wolf hound trotting away with what seemed to be a fiendish grin. Furrowing his brow, Legolas walked cautiously in the opposite direction of the snickering dog to find his mates trussed up high in a tree. They were no longer wearing the baby devil costumes, for which Legolas' nose was endlessly grateful. Their present attire wasn't a vast improvement visually, however. There they were, two massive, masculine warrior wizards, suspended from the tree by impossibly fine golden threads and wearing pink and yellow tutus. Delicate, feminine little collars were chained around their necks, attached to pink leashes tauntingly hooked over an open branch. Even his simple elven sight allowed Legolas to see that it would be easier to take down the tree than to unhook a leash. On their muscular upper backs were dainty, glittering insect wings that fluttered frantically with their agitation. Their corded, muscular thighs were coated in lovely aqua glitter that sparkled lightly in the midday sun. From this angle, Legolas could look directly up their tutus, and, quite frankly, their massive packages clad in see-through pink lace was just horribly wrong in all possible ways. Not even Legolas was turned on. Taking a moment to get his voice firmly under control, Legolas sternly controlled his urge to once again dissolve into hysterical giggles and, ignoring his mates' urgent head shaking, questioned calmly, "Loves, dare I ask?" Fred glared down at him and, judging by his clenched jaw muscles, seemed to be concentrating very hard on keeping his mouth closed. George's willpower was apparently weaker, as he couldn't contain himself and immediately began to sing in a sweet, childlike voice. "We are the fairies of the woods. We spread our love around. And when we fly and flutter by, our shadows kiss the ground." Legolas stared in horrified fascination as the glittering wings began to buzz wildly, twirling his mates in an erratic, stomach-twisting pattern. All Legolas could think was that it was a good thing his mates were accustomed to daring aerial maneuvers, or Legolas would even now be decorated with the remnants of their breakfasts. Once they had settled into a flat hover, Legolas allowed his gaze to return to them as he said with careful control over his quavering voice, "I'm fairly certain I know how to fix this, but I need to make sure I don't make it worse. Wait until I find some witnesses, I mean, help. Preferably, help who can use that memory projection spell from this morning." He muttered to himself, before smiling encouragingly up at the lace-covered genitals and chirped, "I won't be long. I'm sorry, loves, but, hang in there." Ignoring their frantic gestures, who knew? The middle finger thing was universal, apparently, and renewed aerial hysteria. Legolas turned on his heel and marched away, forcefully controlling his own giggles until he was far enough away to laugh freely. Remus's first experience in Celeborn's library had only whetted his appetite for the magnificent place. Despite his concerns over Harry, Remus had sternly ordered himself to trust his son's care to Glorfindel and sent himself back to the library rather than remain in the area and risk surrendering to his own parental urges. Certainly, he would continue to be needed as his children's father, but Glorfindel was Harry's mate, and there simply couldn't be a more dedicated and loving person for Remus's emerald-eyed son than the ancient warrior. Turning his thoughts to the library that awaited him, Remus's anticipation rose the closer he got. Although he had learned much of Middle-earth's history the week before their departure, their summary could not possibly cover the depth and breadth of the rich vitality of several millennia worth of various races interacting on this strikingly beautiful world. Besides, any bibliophile knows that there is just something special about reading history from a book or a scroll written from someone's personal perspective. In his hurry, Remus barreled right into the small figure he saw just a moment too late, although his quick reactions did allow him to catch the person and control the fall to the ground. Briefly pausing to process what had happened, Remus found himself slowly and appreciatively appraising the absolutely exquisite elf who sprawled gracefully on the grass at his feet. The dark hair, beauty on the ground before him was a small, delicate-looking male with beautiful, cat-like, violet eyes and rosy pink cheeks. Remus stared until the remarkable eyes gained a slightly embarrassed look and dropped somewhat shyly, causing Remus's eyes to follow the violet gaze downward. That was when the Wolden's amber gaze focused intently on the delectable mouth with the most tempting bottom lip Remus had ever seen or imagined. White teeth nibbled nervously on that lip, finally waking Remus from his daze and causing him to offer a strong, gentlemanly hand to assist the siren to his feet. Rising gracefully with Remus's aid, the elf standing in front of him barely reached the bottom of Remus's jaw. His delicate figure and delicious scent were sending Mooney into overdrive. "Down, boy," Remus sternly ordered his wolf, and turned his full attention on the vision before him. "I am terribly sorry about that," Remus apologized. "I wasn't looking where I was going. Are you all right?" He couldn't help but smile at the ruffled look of irritation the delightful little elf wore. Having forced his rampant blush to recede, the elf frowned up at him and answered with a hint of annoyance in his smooth, musical voice, "I am fine. Thank you. I wasn't precisely watching my own path, either. If you'll excuse me, have a pleasant day." It was clear from his dismissive tone that the little elf was now done with this encounter. Unfortunately for him, Remus was not. More important, neither was Mooney. He stepped easily into the elf's path, again stopping him, albeit not quite so profoundly this second time. Undeterred by the irritated glare aimed up at him, Remus smiled charmingly down into the lovely face and watched an unwilling flush rise in the porcelain cheeks. "My name is Remus Lupin. I'm one of the new arrivals. Perhaps I can escort you to your destination." Violet blue eyes stared coldly at him, in determined denial of the blush coloring his cheeks. After several seconds of silence, in which Remus made it clear with his smiling patience that he was not going to step aside, the little elf huffed in irritation and said sharply, "My name is Aristo. I'm Lord Elrond's archivist and assistant at Rivendell, and I am quite familiar with Lothlorien and do not require an escort." His coldness had no impact at all on the charming, amber-eyed Astari smiling at him. How was that possible? Aristo huffed to himself. He could scare any elf with just a glance, and yet here was a human who wasn't in the least intimidated. Remus's smile broadened in amusement as he asked, "I didn't presume you needed one. I merely asked if I could serve as one. If you don't mind, may I ask where you were heading?" "You may," Aristo answered coolly, violet eyes openly assessing the unusual man standing in his way. Remus laughed, a true, free, appreciative laugh, and asked agreeably, "And where were you heading, my dear Aristo?" Cursing the fact that he had blushed again at the endearment, Aristo replied shortly, "To the library." "Now excuse me." He moved to step around the tawny-haired man and almost stamped his foot in aggravation when Remus simply turned to walk alongside, offering his arm in the manner of a true gentleman despite Aristo's petulance. "It seems we were destined to meet today, lovely Aristo. I was returning to the library when we collided. Although I'm delighted at the new acquaintanceship, I would have chosen a less forceful introduction for your sake, had I only known." Remus smiled, tilting his head downward to look more fully into the lovely face that tipped up at him curiously. After a few paces, Aristo grudgingly accepted Remus's arm, stating sharply, "I have come to the conclusion that it is better to work with you and keep my balance." He was at a loss for a snappy retort when Remus replied with delicate threat, "I assure you, little one, I will be doing my level best to keep you as off balance as possible." Aristo finally settled for ignoring the last comment. and instead asked why Remus was going to the library in the first place. They began a light discussion about their mutual scholarly interests. Remus's passion for history surprised Aristo, a fact which amused Remus, which in turn flustered Aristo. Remus watched with delight as an increasingly flushed Aristo stammered, "It wasn't an insult to your intellect, it's just that Saint people who profess an interest in me aren't of a scholarly mind. Not that you've said you're interested in me, of course, not that I'm hinting I want you to be, or that I am, you. We." He finally stuttered to a halt when Remus suddenly loomed close to him, faces mere inches apart, and lowered his head to press his mouth to a delicate, leaf-shaped ear and whisper, "I am most definitely interested in you. Beautiful little scholar. And you." He dropped a tiny kiss on the shell of Aristo's ear, "are definitely." This time a longer kiss was pressed to the delicate jaw, delightfully, now a gentle, sweet kiss in the corner of Aristo's tempting mouth, off balance. He ended huskily, staring directly down into wide, violet eyes and savoring the lightly increased breathing and gently parted mouth. Remus lowered his head slowly, giving Aristo enough time to back away. Instead, the delectable little face tilted upwards slightly, lifting to meet him with the barest brush of lips before. "Papa Remy." Aristo startled back, quickly retreating a few steps and looking somewhat shaken at his own, out-of-character behavior. After a moment, he turned and glared up at the handsome, tawny man who was watching a younger elf approach and said accusingly, "Papa Remy, is it?" He wasn't prepared for the dashing grin Remus sent over to him, nor for the strong arm that reached over to wrap around his slim shoulders and draw him closely against a warm, powerful body. Aristo was once again at a momentary loss for words, surprised at the way the odd, casual clothing disguised the man's muscular build. Remus simply dropped a quick kiss on the tip of Aristo's nose and said gently, "I am not mated, yet. Legolas is one of the children of my heart and my pack. He is my cub." Aristo then recognized the elf who had called out to his bewildering companion and flushed fiercely to be found in this compromising position. He was grateful to Legolas for his discretion. The younger elf merely nodded a greeting to him before turning fully to Remus and hurriedly explaining. It sounded like complete gobbledygook to Aristo, but to his surprise, Remus merely nodded resignedly, an amused smile quirking the sensuous lips, and asked, "Would you like to accompany us to rescue my cubs? I promise, it's a sight you won't soon forget." Nodding a befuddled agreement, Aristo frowned slightly as he asked about the term Remus had used. "Cub." Remus smiled gently down at him, and again pressed a kiss upon Aristo, this time on the frown line between his eyebrows. "He see me." Completely unconcerned with the proprieties of the situation. "Well, as you may or may not know, we who have recently arrived to Lorien are all Astari, and we are all shape changers, although I also carry some of the living spirit and character of the animal I change into. If you're ever accosted by a very friendly, handsome timber wolf, don't be afraid, it's just me as Mooney. Why? Because of my eyes, the eyes of an animagus shape-changer, do not change significantly from one form to the other." He nodded approvingly as Aristo quoted as if to himself, "I thought to flee, but my fears o'erthrow. As 'twas true 'tis the eyes that carry the soul." As if they had all the time in the world, Remus shifted his weight comfortably, somehow luring Aristo to lean even more daringly against the strong body. He looked thoughtful for a moment, as if searching his memory, then said, "On my home world, there is an expression that, the eyes are the windows to the soul. I have not been on RDA long enough to read much of native literature, is what you quoted a well-known expression. You said it with marked feeling, as if it were deeply personal to you." Sharp amber eyes watched him, noting every minuscule sign that betrayed Aristo's discomfiture. Briefly struggling to regain his balance despite Remus' polite refusal to release him, he avoided Remus's knowing gleam and muttered irritably, yes, I understand." Off balance, he glared upward at the charming smile, just certain that there was a wealth of smugness hidden behind it, and snapped, "The idea is probably commonly held. But the quote was from my own writings." Satisfied, Remus leaned down, his masculinity very pronounced as his soft shirt tightened around surprising biceps and strong shoulders. Amber eyes looked smilingly into violet as Remus growled gently, satisfied. "Not even close. little archivist, but it is definitely one of my dearest goals. He rewarded Aristo's increased breathing and dilated eyes with another teasing kiss on the corner of that tempting mouth before straightening to his full height and returning to the original question. Because of my wolf, I call the children of my heart, my cubs. My heart brother, who changes into a large wolfhound, calls them his pups. Urging them back onto the path, he allowed Aristo to walk along in silence for several paces, none of them hurrying to go to the twins' rescue. In fact, Legolas seemed to be deliberately strolling slowly, as if relishing the delay. At Remus's inquiring brow, he said only, I am not in the mood for a prank war today. Perhaps this will teach them a lesson. He grinned at Remus's hearty laughter. Wrapped within Remus's sheltering arm and willfully ignoring his own bewildering behavior, Aristo spoke up. But why is Legolas your cub? Remus smiled proudly at the now delicately flushing Legolas. This handsome young elf is mated to my twin cubs and is therefore also my cub, Remus explained as they reached Legolas. Where are they, cub? Legolas merely pointed up in the tree where the devils were still suspended, looking remarkably like Vikings in drag, and said with deadpan irony, they're my mates. I'm so very proud, really. Following the pointing finger upward, Aristo's mouth dropped open in shocked revulsion, before the humor of the situation began to seize him and he clenched his jaw firmly against the fist he pressed against it. Remus had no such reservations, uttering a bark of laughter as he gazed upward. His inevitable question was halted, however, when Legolas leapt towards him and pressed a strong hand firmly against his mouth as he glared at Remus and hissed threateningly, You don't want to do that. I don't want you to do that. Do not ask them a thing. Just please can you undo it? I was willing to try. But I'm tired and want a nap very badly and I'm frankly a bit annoyed by this whole situation. Smirking in pride at the show of assertion by Legolas, Remus simply nodded and began flicking his wand, easily undoing the spells and enchantments while mentally congratulating his marauder brother. Really, this was truly one of his better pranks, although this morning's was pensive-worthy. As he dismantled the spellwork, Remus was very aware of his violet-eyed beauty's close attention and wide-eyed wonder. Nicely nude and glitter-free, the twins dropped to their feet as their wings disappeared. Aristo stared, open-mouthed, at the naked masculinity standing with double the visual joy right in front of him. Thanks, Moony, Sidhenadin yelled out before scooping Legolas into his arms. Aredin looked Aristo up and down before winking at the delicate elf and saying cheekily to his father, definitely a keeper, Papa. Have fun. Before the energetic duo, exasperated elf firmly in hand, raced back to their talon. Chuckling, Remus watched them in amusement as he genially muttered, Cubs. Watching him, Aristo gulped as the tawny-eyed man suddenly turned and captured him in a sharp, amber stare. So, you got an appreciative eyeful of my nicely naked twins, lovely one. And I notice you did not look away. He smiled predatorily down at the now flushed and stuttering Aristo, who finally huffed indignantly and snapped, I have every right to look when an attractive naked man appears in front of me. I defy you not to do the same. He sputtered into silence when the gleaming-eyed Wolven gave him a heated appraisal and asked temptingly, Is that an offer? Because, I assure you, lovely elf, I would not be turning you down, nor would I be looking away. Unable to summon a suitably scathing answer, Aristo simply lifted his chin haughtily and turned hurriedly back toward the library. He did not object when Remus once again tugged him against his side and wrapped a warm, strong arm around his shoulder as they walked together. They were almost at the library when Remus asked casually, So, who are the two elves following you? Aristo stumbled slightly and asked suspiciously, Following me? They're staying in the branches for the most part. They have a different base layer scent but identical core scent. Must be twins, like my devils, although the verdancy of their scent definitely declares them as elven, Remus explained, discreetly sniffing the air. Despite being fascinated and deeply impressed with the information Remus had just provided about his own abilities, Aristo still glowered as he bit out with deep sarcasm, Perfect. How delightful. They are Lord Elrond's twins, the Rivendell pranksters. I told Celeborn that I didn't need guards. I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself. One stalker king, and suddenly I have dozens of big brothers everywhere. It would have been more useful when I was avoiding the vigorous Ensigns of the scouts when they decided I needed to toughen up and learn hand-to-hand combat through the joy of ambush. Remus looked darkly down at the grumbling beauty on his arm, but decided to why. A little before getting the entire story from the skilled elven bodyguards currently slipping through the treetops. Apart from planning a few memorable lessons for the scouts in question, if Aristo was in danger. Remus wanted to know about it. He needed to be certain he killed the correct person, after all. It didn't even occur to him to question his sudden, fierce protectiveness. He and Mooney were in complete agreement. Aristo was theirs. The courting was only a formality, a delightful one, but not crucial to the inevitable conclusion. Long courtship, or none at all. Aristo was now Remus's to protect. The mystery stalker would soon learn the truth the hard way, as would the scouts. Getting serious. A guffawing Sirius stumbled back to his lodging, wiping gleeful tears from his eyes. He had truly outdone himself today. Even better, little Legolas had dissolved into laughter twice that he knew of, and all due to Sirius's efforts. If there was one truism by which Sirius lived, it would be, if you can laugh, you'll live. Single quote. More than once, that was all that had kept Sirius alive, one painful, wrenching chuckle at a time. Even as he chortled, Sirius once again found his thoughts wandering to the handsome, dignified Lord Celeborn. He could not help it. The elven lord drew him in every possible way. Out of respect for the tremendous changes happening in the lord's life, Sirius had tried very hard to curb his desires. Despite his near voyeuristic guarding of the night before, Sirius had no intention of being one of the inevitable string of was sure to have, now that he was freed of old Gladdy's choke chain. Given what he had learned of the half-elf, Sirius refused to grant the former lady the respect of a name that meant, maiden crowned by a radiant garland. That bitch was no freaking maiden, and the only thing she deserved to be crowned by was a lot blunter and heavier than a radiant garland. No, old Gladys would do nicely, if he had to refer to her at all. Fr. Own what he had heard about old Gladys the goddess, Sirius felt even more respect for the person he knew Celeborn to be. By every account, the elven lord had earned his right to sow wild oats, even doer. In his marriage, and most certainly now that it was over, he had learned that, despite Gladys's blatant promiscuity, Celeborn had only very rarely taken lovers and had always been honorable and honest with those few who graced his bed. In another lifetime, Sirius would have immediately met the handsome lord's interested appraisal with a body tumble and at least a few wild nights. But not now, not when Sirius felt a much more profound interest dawning within himself for the elf he had met just 2 days ago. How was this even possible? From the stories of all the other family members, Astaris, he chuckled wryly, who had arrived no more than 2 weeks ago, every single one of them had gone from 0 to mated with the speed of fiendfire. Merlin, Sirius was even dreaming about Celeborn, dreams that had him waking up sticky and uncomfortable and glad he could cast Scourgify now, as opposed to his 14-year-old self who could not do magic outside of school and was left to the mercy of creature who reported every sticky emission to the insane Walburga. Those were some memories he really wished the Dementors had managed to purge. Perverts, an entire species who lived by voyeurism, spending most of their time picking through, not the happy memories that Prick Dumbledore had proclaimed was their preference, but the memories of the dirtier the better. They were disgusting creatures, unable to get their own hard-ons, so they mind-raped humans and stole theirs. He could just imagine what one of them would do with the memory of Sirius's actions last night, while he eked unwillingly and guarded the sensual healing that Halder and Luna had so lovingly coaxed from Celeborn. Mumbling to himself, exasperated at his inability to stay focused on anything other than the handsome Lord of Lothlorien, Sirius suddenly found himself tripping over nothing, and landing forcefully in the very strong arms of the subject of his recent wet dreams. Staring in complete shock at the masculine, handsome face mere inches from his own, Sirius Black watched Celeborn's expression turn distinctly wicked and felt a strong hand stroke through his hair and firmly clasp the back of his head. His thoughts went completely blank as Celeborn's hand guided Sirius's head to tilt slightly before gentling in the black and silver tresses. Without sparing a single thought for his recent CERTAINTY that he would not simply dally with the Elven Lord, Sirius only managed a needy whimper as he was pulled firmly against a lightly sculpted, powerful chest, and his mouth was taken expertly by the warm, mobile, talented lips and tongue of Lord Celeborn of the Golden Woods. Aglar Hervin. Celeborn walked with Harry and Glory as far as the gazing gazebo, before he ventured on in search of me one that brought a delightful smile of anticipation to the Lord's normally reserved face. As soon as Celeborn left Harry and Glory alone, Glorfindel had wrapped his arms around his headstrong mate, sighing in fond exasperation as he rested his chin on the wild, black hair. "Why, Hervin, do you insist on doing things alone? If you had truly wanted to be alone, I would have given that to you without argument. You forget our bond, beloved. I know full well you did not want solitude, but rather silence. I would have gladly sat with you and held you, or simply kept you company, while you worked through your troubled thoughts. Tithen pen, le melon, Hervin, le melon. There is no reason that you need to do it all alone." Glorfindel pressed a gentle kiss to Harry's brow, holding him closely and willing his own warmth into the slightly shivering body in his arms. Harry buried his face beneath Glorfindel's chin, snuffling against the warm skin and allowing the familiar scent of the deepest forest and clean, cool air that to him would forever mean Glorfindel to soothe and comfort him. They stood in comfortable silence, soaking in each other's warmth and love while Glorfindel's strong, gentle hands rubbed soothing patterns across Harry's toned back. The elf concentrated on sending loving, healing comfort through his hands, hoping to ease the phantom pains that doubtless still troubled his little warrior through the myriad scars that riddled and marked his beautiful back. Glorfindel knew full well that recent events had stirred Harry's oldest, darkest memories, and his soul raged against those vile people who had tortured and tormented a small, innocent child in the name of normalcy. Stroking patiently against the shudders that plagued his beloved, Glorfindel decided to take advantage of Ragnarok's offer of aid. He was going to send the vicious warriors who called Harry their lord against the Dursleys. He was certain, given even a brief explanation for his request, that their vengeance would be beautiful. Lost in dark thoughts, Glorfindel blinked when Harry finally stirred and spoke. "You're right, Glory. I'm sorry. I'm just not used to letting anyone near when I get like that. I always kept even the twins and Luna girl away. I couldn't be sure that I wouldn't lash out from a memory, and as close as we are, they wouldn't know what to do. I didn't take our bond into account, am I, Aglar Hervin? I'm just very accustomed to doing things, especially the deeply personal things, on my own." He peeked up through his thick black lashes at his gloriously masculine husband, as always finding himself distracted by the strength of his attraction to Glorfindel even as he tried to stay mentally on track. He saw the upward quirk of one sensuous, delicious-looking lip as glow. Findel caught the sensuality slipping through their bond, and dropped his gaze determinedly so he could finish their conversation. "I do want you with me, Glory, especially during the times when I try hardest to push you away. It's just habit, a pure, knee-jerk reaction to protect the people I love most from what scares me the most, my memories and, if I'm being honest, myself. I have enough darkness and power living together within me to do some major damage if I don't keep a balance, Glory. I know you've seen that. I know that I need your help, am I, Hervin? I just forget to ask, or even that I can ask. Merlin, even when I found my family, I was still the one leading, the one making the decisions. I'm not used to this, to having someone I can depend upon so completely. It's a pure wonder to me that my mate has such a rich personal history and is such a powerful person that he can do more than just help me through some of the hard times, but can carry me through it if I need it or ask. Gods, Glory, just knowing you're still here, that you haven't left me and that you still love me no matter what you learn about me helps me to overcome my demons." His eyes were wet as Harry pressed against his husband, allowing himself to cling a little even as his demon persona scoffed at the weakness. Burrowing more comfortably into the warm, musky skin of Glorfindel's neck, Harry mentally flipped demon off and closed his eyes to savor the safety and protectiveness of the moment. "You know that I understand, Tithen Pen. I don't need an apology from you, only your promise to keep trying to let me in, and your forgiveness. Because I promise you that I will force myself in if you close up again. I will never forget that you had been so alone, beloved, but you must remember that such is no longer the case." Glory murmured tenderly against the silky hair. Promise me that you won't intentionally shut me out, and forgive me when I tear down the walls to get to you." His tone, while gentle, was uncompromising. Glorfindel truly did understand all of the twists and turns that complicated Markonnen's actions and choices, but he was not giving any ground on this issue. He would not allow his mate to hide from him. In later years, they would remember this as one of the defining moments of their bondhood and marriage. This was perhaps the first time that Glorfindel had deliberately flexed his muscles as the dominant in their mating. He would not allow his Hervin to choose when glory would be in his life and when he would not, and he would not grant his beloved a loophole throw which Markonnen might excuse his instinctive avoidance of others when emotions grew intense. Despite his tenderness and love for his little mate, Lord Glorfindel of the House of the Golden Flower was the single most revered warrior of the people and first commander of the elven forces. He was, in every way, a dominant male. This was one of the times when, despite his own power and authority, RRY would have to learn and accept the fact that, in this marriage, Glorfindel was unquestionably alpha. Harry was silent for several heartbeats, struggling between his automatic rebellion against being told what to do and his instinctive desire to, as Remy might say, show throat and submit. He felt a growl low in his throat, a desire to challenge Glorfindel for dominance, which was promptly silent. When the gentle hand on his back seized his hair in a tight grip and pulled backward, forcing Harry to expose his throat to a heated, hazel gaze. He struggled against the implacable hold, feeling terribly vulnerable and, to his own horror, increasingly aroused. Glorfindel kept him immobile, refusing to soften his grip or his attitude, and watched impassively as his young mates learned behavior or battled against his deepest instincts. Only when Harry finally submitted, dropping his hands back onto Glorfindel's chest and trying to relax despite his own sense of desperate vulnerability, did Glorfindel soften. The golden-haired warrior lowered his head and nuzzled gently, approvingly, against his smaller mate's face, purring reassuringly, before dropping lower and licking a long, sensuous path over the exposed throat and vulnerable trachea and artery. Feeling Harry sigh and lean into the caress, Glorfindel immediately rewarded his little mate by relaxing his grip on the beautiful hair and soothingly massaging the bruised scalp, coasting long swipes of his tongue and soft, sucking kisses over the sensitive skin of a pale, trembling throat. They had made progress today, and both deserved a reward. Not resisting as he was lowered onto the cool stone floor of the gazebo, surrounded and hidden by a tall carpet of long stalks of sweetgrass and delicate wildflowers, Harry shivered as his clothes were gently removed by his hazel-eyed mate and tried to give voice to his worries. "I will try, Glory, you know I will. But I may need prodding sometimes," Harry confessed, burying his head deeper in his mate's chest. He willingly acceded to his strong mate's every direction and caress, whimpering at the hot suction of his nipples and moaning into the skilled fingers that stretched him and caused shocks of pleasure to flash through his undulating, naked body. Glorfindel hovered over Harry, strong arms resting on either side of his little mate's tousled head, and grinned wickedly down into the adorable, flushed face. Watching intently as sharp, white teeth nibbled a plump bottom lip as Harry tried to contain a mewl of need. Seizing Harry's mouth with his own and sending his tongue sweeping inside. Dueling the tongue that met his and defeating it easily, Glorfindel ran his silken steel erection between Harry's buttocks and positioned the drooling tip directly on his beloved's slightly stretched, needy rosebud. With another wicked grin at his emerald-eyed mate, Glorfindel said with mocking chivalry, "Allow me, beloved. Prepare to be prodded," and plunged his huge, hard, eeping cock forcefully into his mate's body. Feeling the tight heat stretch around him, he did not slow or pause for Harry to adjust, even as his little mate arched his back in an urgent attempt to do so. Instead, he sent himself deep into the passage that belonged to him only and did not stop until his heavy sack was resting snugly against his mate's buttocks. He felt Harry's ecstasy through the bond, and knew that his own dominance and the slight pain he had given his mate upon his forceful entrance deep within the body he cherished had heightened Harry's arousal almost unbearably. Such was the nature of a dominance mating, which is precisely what these moments were. There were other times for making love, for tenderness and patience and long, slow torment. They were not now. This was a dominant mate claiming his submissive, no matter how much Markonnen might squirm away from the term itself as applied to him. This was about ownership and control. Thrusting hard into the beautiful body that bowed and flexed beneath him. Ecstatic words of love and praise and submission pouring from that perfect mouth beneath his own, Glorfindel did not coax his mate to fulfillment. He seized his mate, and forced orgasm upon him. And then he did it again. And once again. Finally, when Harry's exhausted, trembling body lay limp and shivering beneath his own, when the only tension remaining in that lovely, submissive form was in the beautiful cock that gave in to the last bit of climactic pleasure that Glorfindel demanded as his final tithe to the truest nature of their bond, only then did Glorfindel allow himself to tip over the edge along with his wrung-out mate and carry him protectively through Harry's last orgasm of the day while the powerful ecstasy that seized the warrior elf sent him into repeated, intense spasms of liquid pleasure that pulsed deep within his little mate's body and triumphantly established dominance. Too exhausted to move, Harry did not dare to, nor care to, contest the claim. Asylum or Exodus. Deep in the night, when the sky was so black it could have been velvet and decorated with a brilliant dusting of stars that would have done any diamond proud, RRY pulled his exhausted body from the protective arms of his mate and slipped out of their bed. He could have summoned water, but the quivering in his muscles had caused a leg cramp and he resigned himself to walking it off while finding something to soothe his parched throat. Glancing fondly down at the sleeping form of his beloved warrior, Harry tried to keep his own erotic respect from leaking down the bond. Honestly, the elf was quite arrogant enough without knowing for certain how thoroughly he had established his claim on Harry. Slowly pacing to stretch out his leg muscles, Harry spotted several pieces of correspondence on the dresser and suddenly recalled the unopened letters that had crossed the portal with Sirius and Remus. Momentarily indecisive, he finally sighed in resignation, and decided that it wouldn't hurt to open them now. He was already feeling quite awake. Sitting at Glorfindel's desk, Harry cracked the seals and read the letters one by one. Several minutes later saw him still sitting at the desk, staring in shock at the letters now open and spread out on the desktop like so many supplicants. The first was from the Lost Tribe, specifically from Ragnarok, answering the questions he and his family had asked and providing a list of questions and concerns for Harry to consider in turn. The next was a bit of a shock. It was written in the straightforward handwriting of his and his siblings' favorite professor, Pomona Sprout. She was asking after them, wondering if they were doing well and did they need anything. She hoped they would give her permission to visit, and if so, would they allow her to bring her apprentice, Neville Longbottom. She didn't say much about Longbottom, except to comment that he had suffered at the hands of the manipulative order and its leader, adding that she wished that Longbottom had been less shy and had tried harder to talk with Longbottom had apparently looked up to him, and had shared long talks with her about their mutual desire to escape completely from the wizarding world. They wished to talk with the demon team about the possibility of establishing something like a private island or isolated country for those who wished to start again someplace safe, to build a land worth living in and protecting. The third letter was an even bigger shock for Harry. Of all possible people, it was from Blaise Zabini and Theodore Knott, asking for asylum from the wizarding world. They explained that all neutral parties were being hounded and were probably going to be either forced to swear vows of obedience to the present ministry or be arrested and sent to Azkaban as potential insurgents. They each swore on their magic and blood, with the strength of the vow echoing through the blood-drawn rune on the parchment, that they had never supported the Dark Lord. Nor had they supported Dumbledore. All they had wanted was to live in peace and survive. Now, even those simple goals had become unlikely in the world of Terra, despite the massive political and economic work done by Harry's family to improve it. They also hinted that they knew of numerous others who would gladly join them, wherever shelter with Harry and the demon team was to be offered, and would lend their strengths to Harry's family in support of peace and safety and a chance to live free. The fourth was a group effort. It was written primarily in the neat, precise handwriting of Irma Pants, the Hogwarts librarian. She explained that she and some others had heard whispers that Harry and his family may have found a place where simple, non-political, magical people, be they squibs or creatures or full witches and wizards, could live and work together in relative peace. She briefly described her own wishes, and added that she and her beau had been trying to escape from the control of Dumbledore and the Ministry for decades now, and while their world was improving for some, their own situation was growing ever more bleak. She asked Harry for help, and pledged any possible aid she and the other signers of this letter could offer in exchange. She did not plead, nor did the others. They just stated their cases, in a sort of last-ditch, hop-ailess effort that wrung his soul as he read it. The other writers of the letter were just as surprising to Harry. Argus Filch, the dour, angry squib who served as Hogwarts' maintenance man, explained that he had been forcibly bound by the ministry to the school because he had just enough magic as a squib to cause trouble if he left the wizarding world. It was a lifetime of servitude at Hogwarts or be hunted as a fugitive until his magic was bound. His only comfort in his purgatory was his lady friend, Irma Pants. The last writer of this group letter was the brusque, vigorous flying instructor, Rolanda Hooch. She declared that she was done with the wizarding world and power-hungry people. That Irma had urged her to put her bid in on this letter, but that either way, she was disappearing as soon as possible. If Harry had anything to offer, she would pay for it as best she could with her own abilities, but refused to kiss his or anyone else's ass or to be told what she had to believe. If that was his goal, he could take a flying leap off the astronomy tower, without his broom. Harry had to laugh that she signed her name, respectfully, Rolanda Hooch. He appreciated the irony. His Hawk must have traveled through their bond, as Harry felt his beloved's hand cupping his face, tilting it upward so that Harry could see the worried look marring Glorfindel's handsome face. He just stared back helplessly, gesturing vaguely at the letters, and shook his head in bewilderment as he sank willingly into Glorfindel's strong, comforting arms. Tucking his head firmly into his spot beneath his warrior's chin, Harry closed his brilliant green eyes and sighed in resignation. Why is it always M-E-A-N? By the way, I have a FIC rec for you. I just discovered The Truth of Blood, by Raucous. It's a Harry Potter True Blood / with an unusual pairing. I asked her, and she told me she has 5 more chapters ready to publish, although further updates will be slow. I just really enjoyed the story, and her writing, and want to share it with y'all. Happy reading.